Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric and is a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You could stitch along the line or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone and scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing.
If you're using our fine detail brushes, which I know a lot of you.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, envision lights live.
Good morning and happy Mother's Day. Welcome to Sunday's Sewing Street. It is just wonderful to have your company here today, and I've got the most special lineup for you today. It's going to be fab. So spend as much time with us as you can, but also, of course, have a wonderful Mother's Day. All right, let's jump straight in with our early bird. Oh, it's a good one. Oh, to be organised. fat quarter storage bag back in stock. This almost needs no introduction. It's dropping in price. It's £10.99 today. Now, what a fabulous bag this is. It's for storing your fat quarters, but it could be yardage. It could actually even be a whole quilt. It could be waddings that you buy in advance. You've got these removable dividers, okay, that have a Velcro on them. This could be your winter sweaters that you're packing away. Goodness, are we packing away our winter sweaters yet? I hope so. I desperately want to. Your dividers go in like this. You've got little Velcro. So if you don't want to put them in, you don't have to. You could just put one in down one end. This could be fat quarters. This could be yardage, for example. But you've also got a second divider there. What's nice as well, if the bag isn't in use, you can pack it away flat. So you've got 3 sections. You've also got pockets at either end. Now, it took me about 2 years of owning these bags to discover those pockets. So there's a little added bonus. Now, lots of you multi-buying these, be aware of that, because our stock can vanish very quickly. You've then got a double zip, okay, love that. You've got your clear view window, so you can see what's inside there. I actually store mine this way up to protect my fabric from daylight, because daylight, dust, insects are not our stash's friend. But this nicely sealed up bag, dust-free, light-free, if you store it this way, is a great way of protecting your investment and protecting your precious stash. So, and then you can flip it over and we know exactly what's in there. Really useful, stackable, fit on a shelf really well. Great FIFO reviews. Impressed with the storage potential. I love that sentence. Helping me to tidy my fabrics, but do need another one once it's available again. Well, now here's the thing. Deputy Joan bought, I think it was 3 originally, and then said to me, I haven't got enough. Well, we both knew that wouldn't be enough. So she ended up buying 10, reorganised her sewing room. Never been so organised. Absolutely fab. Great value. I'm going to store knitting yarn in another one I had already purchased. Maureen in Surrey. That's a great point, actually. This could be knitting yarn. This could be a project on the go. So keep one divider for your yarn, the rest of it for the garment, perhaps. Ideal for storing fat and half-metre cottons, and great for storing fat. I hope not butter and lard. This section for, but I'm joking, you know. And see-through panels make it much easier to choose matching fabrics. Absolutely, absolutely right. I'm in a silly mood today, aren't I? It's because Lynn Goldsworth is here. These bags are brilliant, strong, good-sized and adaptable. Have 8 of them already, now another 2. That's not Joan, is it? No, it's Margaret in Surrey. But yeah, Joan ended up buying 10. I use them for sorting and storing all my fabric stash. They save space and are easy to move around when full. Yes, well, this is the other thing. You could take these to a workshop or a weekend retreat. This could be all your fabric. This could be your William Morris quilt project. This could be your Lynn Goldsworthy or your Jenny Jackson quilt project stored in here. So you can take it along to your workshops or classes. Very useful. Another FIFO. I use them for sorting and storing all my fabric stash. All. They save space and area. Oh no, we've read that one. We've read that one. It's a good one, though. Morning to Steph. She says, Happy Mother's Day to all present and past. Thinking of my dear mum today. Oh, that's lovely, Steph. Me too. Me too. Cynthia from Derbyshire says, fantastic storage for my fabric stash. I could do with another one. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Joan bought 3, needed 10. I think I would probably need 20. Very useful. I have a few of these for storing fabric, projects done and in the process of doing. Yeah, so it could be your quilt tops ready for long arming or for quilting. It could be your wadding that you buy in advance or your backing fabrics. Our graphics are being choosy about what they will and won't show, apparently. Super bags hold loads of fabric. They do, absolutely masses. Half the stock's gone. If it's in your basket, don't forget, it's not yours till you check out. Good morning to Claire, who says, morning, Stuart and all. Good morning to Sarah. She says, I would never get all my stash in there. Me neither, but you can multi-buy. £10.99 today. You're saving £1. So... Morning, Stuart. I've got 4. They're fabulous. Heather in Shropshire. Really good. Sturdy, strong, really strong construction. The seams are all bias bound. You've got nice, strong double handle there. Really strong. You've got a double zip. Again, a nice, strong zip that goes all the way around, and removable dividers. Now, you might be one of those people that's very organised. When you travel, you could have pairs of shoes, you could have socks, underwear, toiletries. You could put this into a suitcase so that you've got perhaps all of your delicates. It could be scarves. Lots and lots of different ways that you can use these bags, but they are super useful. Just be aware, vast majority of my stock now is checked out or in baskets ready to be checked out. Remember, you only pay 1p&p today, all day, so it doesn't matter how many times you check out, you'll pay £4.95 throughout, so no reason not to check out. Georgina from Kent's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. What a lovely way to spend Mother's Day, quilting while spending the morning with you. Oh, Gina, that's a really lovely message. Thank you. Yeah, it's lovely to spend the time together, and whatever you've got planned for the day, spend as much time as you can with us. We're going to take the graphics out because we've got so many treats for you today. All the treats today, all the treats. Donna's got in touch on Facebook. She says, morning, Stuart and team, and all. Good morning to you, my lovely. Now, let's do the menu and see what's coming up on today's show. We're starting off 8 a.m. She is in the building. It's Lynn Goldsworth with the Artisan Blossom Quilt Kit. I've got 2 options. This is Kafe meets William Morris. Absolutely in love with these quilts. They are vibrant, they are delectable, and this colourway I think is really sort of pretty and pastel-y, really gorgeous. Right, that's 8 a.m. At 9 o'clock, did you all remember to set your clocks, by the way? Is everyone awake? We're just about awake here. At 9 a.m, we've got Jenny Jackson in the house with her foundation paper pieced teacup quilt and cushion. This is spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. The pattern's already flying out. You can get physical, you can get digital. We've got kits. It's delectable. And again, it's Kafe meets William Morris. Very pretty. That's 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, we have got Lynn Goldsworthy back with possibly the most beautiful quilt I've ever seen. I am in love with it. Actually, I'm not the only one that's in love with this quilt. Everybody on the team loves this quilt. It is gorgeous. And let me tell you, this kit is under £100 and on 5-way split pay. Hello, hello. I think this one might be for you. We know lots of you want to get involved with that. You can get the pattern on its own. You can get a digital. You can get a physical pattern if you want. But we've got the kits as well. Now, I think those kits are going to absolutely fly out. I strongly recommend you check out your basket right away. Get it bought, get it sold, you know, get it in your basket and check out, because I don't want you to miss out. And by the time we get to that, it could be sold out. All right, that's at 10. At 11 o'clock, Jenny Jackson is back, bringing us a massive 20% saving of all of her past projects. So she's brought an absolute load with her, loads of lovely samples. So if you want to get some more Jenny Jackson in your life, you can save 20% today. And if you've made them in the past, get some photos in. It's easy. You can email them in. I'll tell you how in just a second. Now, at 12 o'clock, we're finishing the day with quilt kits you will love. I've got a real lovely assortment. Elephant, I've got some Kaffe, I've got some Moder, I've got some William Morris. I've also got my new Bloomsbury and Bedford bag pattern. So if you want to get that, if you missed out, and you can make it in PU, you can make it in tapestry, you can make it in quilt cotton. So that's at 12 o'clock. Fabulous morning. Right, here I am with Lynn Goldsworthy. Hello.
Good morning, Stuart Hillard. Lovely to see you.
Lovely
As
to see
always,
you
how are
too.
you?
Well, I really enjoyed my 3:15 a.m. wake-up call.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe the clock's changed on us. That was brutal.
Brutal today.
I
the
thought I
one
was going to
day.
get an extra hour, and I didn't. I miscalculated. I got an hour less. Up in the middle of the night.
It's the worst.
We're a bit ragged this morning.
Well, a little bit, yes, just around the edges, but we'll smooth those off.
We will.
Now, Lynn, oh my goodness me.
I know.
This
Yes.
is spectacular.
So this is a quilt kit using Kaffe Fassett Collective, which I think means Kaffe Fassett and his compatriots have
It
designed
does.
these fabrics. So as you told me earlier, I did not know this. William Morris designs that he
Yes.
recoloured. I
Yes.
never knew that.
Yes, I mean, talk about two worlds colliding
Yeah.
in just beautiful results.
Gorgeous colours.
Yeah.
And I would say, you know, it says on the pattern that this is for an advanced beginner. I don't agree with that at
don't
all.
either.
I think it's literally a beginner quilt.
Totally.
It's basically one block.
Yeah,
So if you've never made a quilt before, or if you want to make a quick quilt,
yeah.
this, I mean, there's very little work in it.
I
It's a
totally agree with you.
fantastic project to do for somebody who wants to get a quilt
And
made.
it's really effective.
Yeah.
Really effective.
Yeah.
Carpenter Star.
It is a carpenter star. Well done on the block naming. That's impressive.
I'm a block
Yes,
nerd.
it is. Yeah,
I'm a block
I'm
nerd.
a bit of a block nerd as well, but
Yeah.
not as much as you.
But this is Carpenter Star, but absolutely gorgeous. Now, shall we have a look at the price, Lynn?
Go for
Let's
it.
have a look at the price. At the moment, this is the blue version, okay? And I'll show you all the fabrics in just a second. But let's talk about that price. Now, size-wise,
77 inches.
77
square,
inches.
finished.
We love a square quilt.
I love a square quilt. I love a symmetrical quilt. I love that this is fully symmetrical in every direction. That's like pleasing for me.
Beautifully balanced, isn't it?
It is. It
Yeah,
absolutely
beautifully
is.
balanced.
And actually, I think fun to make. I got started on it, and I think you can make this in a weekend easily.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, lock the doors, take the phone off the hook.
Absolutely.
Right, should be £184.99. It's a lot of fabric. You are paying £159.99. Absolutely fantastic price. Right, absolutely amazing. You're saving £30 today. And there's a lot of fabric in there.
There
Let's
is.
dive
It's a
in.
decent-sized quilt. Oh, you're going to get it out of the box.
Now, we've got a second colourway.
Yes.
Should we quickly look at the second colourway, or should we have a look at the fabric? Yeah, let's just show you what the other colourway looks like.
So I've got a picture here.
I've got one right here, don't worry. I'm
Yep,
gonna pop
go for
that
it.
there. So the other one, you're going to demo with this one. This is called
Yes.
Red. So you've got those gorgeous red print. That is delicious.
That is gorgeous, and it appears in the quilt here as well. And you've just got all of these half-square triangles.
Yeah.
So make one, make them all.
That is absolutely gorgeous. So are you team kind of pastels, lilacs, pinks, blues, or just a little stronger with the reds, those deeper greens, jades, emeralds? Rather beautiful as well. We'll dive in, have a look at the fabric as well. This is the blue kit that we're going to start with. First off, you get your pattern,
Yep.
okay? That's all included, okay? What I'm going to do, I'm just going to...
You're going to move me.
I am, if just for a second.
How rude.
So you get your pattern, and then, oh, great big lovely
I like that they
chunk.
wrap it in tissue paper. It makes it feel like a present.
It's a gift. It's a gift. It really is. It's beautiful. And the fabrics themselves are stunning. Absolutely stunning. You rarely see a sort of pastel, soft, what I would call pretty Kaffe quilt.
I agree,
They can be
because his
dramatic,
colours are
wild.
normally very strong, but they've kept it to softer colours. This
Yeah.
feels like a spring quilt to me. Do you know
It
what I mean? Those
does.
colours.
Yeah, totally.
Whereas I'd say the red one feels more like summer.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Just a
I
bit
think if you've
stronger.
got a white painted bedroom or
Yes.
maybe pale grey, silvers, that kind of thing, this would look lovely. You've got some shot cottons in there as
they're
well.
really nice, aren't they? I love those.
And they're Cafe as well.
Yeah, they are.
You've got loads of this one.
Yeah,
That's
so that one, oh
gorgeous.
yes, that one's binding and then a bit of sashing.
You've also got your background fabric, which is this acanthus leaf in this gorgeous kind of silvery grey. And then have a look at this. This is your border fabric.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just...
It really is. Those colours are...
Magnificent.
Oh, you've nearly blown my pattern away.
Absolutely gorgeous. And brings in, I think this is thistles, isn't it? Brings in all of those gorgeous colours.
I thought that was an artichoke.
Oh, yes, artichoke. I think you're right.
Who knows? That's supper.
I can't afford artichokes.
I've never bought one, I don't think. I know what they look like, but I don't know that I've bought one.
Lovely message from Carolyn, who's in the West Midlands. Morning, my darling. She says, Happy Mother's Day from
thank you.
sunny Marizon?
Marazion? Maybe that's maybe she's on holiday somewhere.
I hope
So
so.
she's not in the West Midlands at all. She's in...
It's definitely not in the West Midlands.
I've not been to sunny Marazion in the West
No,
Midlands.
me neither. I love Carpenter Star quilts. This one is scrumptious. Good word, Carolyn. You'll
Make this numerous times.
Oh, you'll make this numerous times. Thank you.
Possibly
You
love
read
it.
Ahead.
I read ahead.
Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, it's Cornwall.
Oh,
Cornwall.
That doesn't sound, it sounds more like Spain or
It does.
Morocco
I mean, Cornwall I think is better.
than Spain or Morocco.
I would rather go to Cornwall.
You can drive there.
Yeah. Mousel. You have to pronounce Mousel, not mousehole.
Yes.
Hannah's saying, I want to live in a mousehole. You see, I spare you from the chuntering that I get in my ear
I don't hear
most
that
of
at
the
all.
time.
I just know when you go quiet that there's some chitty chat going on in your ear, but I don't know what they're
It's
saying.
usually utter nonsense.
I bet it's like, why is Lynn wearing that jumper today? What was she thinking?
No,
not
no.
even that.
It's just chuntering. That's absolutely gorgeous. Love it. Beautiful. And now if we can have a look back at the quilt, please, because this is just beautiful. Absolutely lovely.
And it's a big quilt.
Yeah, 73
Which is lovely. You get
square.
a lot for your... And do you know where I would use this? I think this would be a great quilt for having outside, you know, in the evening, barbecue, snuggle up with that. Don't you think?
yeah,
that
yeah.
feels like it's an outside quilt to
The
me.
whole family could get under there.
Yes, I know.
Beautiful. If you were down in Mousel,
Yes, or Marizian.
or yeah.
I don't, marzipan.
Marzipan. I was just thinking
Were you?
exactly that. Do you know, I'm sure you and I are related.
I think you are my sister from another mister.
We need to do our family trees.
Yes, I'll check with my dad.
I love it. I love it. That's the first colourway. Delicious. I'm not a sort of pastel person. I would
I'm
totally
not.
make that.
I totally agree. I think that just feels like spring going into summer, summer evenings, sitting
Yeah.
outside.
It's delectable.
But if you had to pick between the red and the blue, which would you go for?
I haven't seen the fabrics yet.
Okay,
I'm
let's have
going
a
to
look.
reserve
Yeah,
judgment.
yeah.
Let's look at
Yeah.
red. We'll put the details up on screen for red. And also, of course, let's crash the price. It's not £184.99. It is £159.99. You've got that £30 set.
Oh, I know. That
Ooh,
one's
now then.
lovely. That's the winner for me, I have to say.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
Yeah.
For me, it's not just the red, it's the fact that we've got those beautiful turquoises in there.
And that orange.
Yeah, that absolutely. This is your border print, and that is just totally brought to life with that turquoise and that pop of green.
Look at that. It's so pretty.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. Oh, like ruby shard.
Yes, yes.
Gorgeous acanthus leaves, yummy. You've got that same neutral silvery grey for
Which
your
is
background.
a great neutral.
Absolutely adore this print.
Yeah, with the lemons, I agree.
Gorgeous. Always makes me think of gin and tonics. Soz. That's lovely. Really beautiful.
Yeah.
Really, really beautiful. And then picking out that coral from your print here. Okay. You've got that gorgeous coral, and that is
I know.
so yummy.
But also, I think this is the genius of Kaffe Fassett, is I would not have the bravery to put all of these together, but when you look at the quilt,
yes,
you can see how it works, because that one there, for example, I think, gosh, that does not go with that.
No.
And then you see the quilt and it looks amazing. That's what he does so well, is put colours and prints together.
I agree. And actually, every time you make a quilt that has choices that you wouldn't make yourself, you learn something else about working with fabric and colour.
Totally. And often, when there's an outlier in the pile of fabrics that you think perhaps wouldn't go in there, sometimes that's the fabric that makes the whole thing work and pop.
Totally agree.
I don't know why, but it does. It sort of brings it to life.
Yeah, totally agree. The red's just jumped into the lead. It's true, isn't
Has
it?
it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's like those people that put, you know, a square of really dark chocolate into their chili.
Yes.
There's something about the taste, you can't put your finger on it, but without it,
It makes
it's
it
not as good.
richer. It's like a bay leaf. Gosh, that makes a difference.
I think
Or
so.
a little jar of harissa. Sewing and cooking with Lynn and Stewart.
Would anybody watch that show?
No, nobody would. Except our close family.
That's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. What a lovely combination of colours. That quill is fab. Now that, as like you say, is high summer.
I think so. Tilting into autumn just without those reds,
Well, I was
those
just going
deep
to say, I'd
reds.
also bring that out at Christmas and throw that on the bed.
Really?
Because
Yes,
that's got
it's
all the
got
richness.
red and green. Yeah, you're right. It does have a bit of Christmas.
Yeah.
And also great for snuggling under a quilt on
Yep.
the sofa, watching a Christmas film.
Sold.
Yes.
Sold.
We always
Favourite
end
Christmas
up.
movie?
Oh my gosh, of course, Muppet Christmas
Die
Carol.
Hard. Oh yeah, we've done this
I think we've
before.
done this before. I think we're basically just on rewind, repeat.
Fab. Love it, love it, love it. It has jumped into the lead. The blue is creeping behind it.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. Love that though. Gorgeous. Now, is there any special equipment that we need, or general quilting equipment?
No, all I used was a ruler, a rotary cutter, and a pencil. I do use a pencil for marking diagonal lines on the back. So basically all you need to know how to do to make this quilt is make half square triangles, put those together, and then we might, if we have time, talk a little bit about adding sashing to a quilt, because you've got you've got 3 rounds of sashing to add.
Yes.
And I know sometimes people get a bit nervous about making their edges a bit frilly, so we
Right.
can talk about the ways you can add sashing that'll keep it looking nice and flat, so that
Good
you won't
skills
get
to have.
those. They are, it is. It's a useful thing to know, because a pattern will tell you what size pieces to cut, but actually if your seam allowance is a little bit different to 1/4 of an inch, a little bit more, a little bit less, then your sashing pieces could be a bit bigger or a bit smaller.
Yeah, you still want your borders to fit, don't you?
Exactly, so
tell
it's
us how?
worth, yes, it's worth
Amazing.
stopping and measuring that at the right point.
Now, before we dive in, there's one fundamental bit of equipment that everybody needs to know about and think about, and that is needles.
Oh,
and
sewing
I've got
machine needles.
favourite thing ever. It's only the size of a matchbox, but my goodness, it's powerful. This is a box of 100 Microtex size 70 machine needles. Now, why is this so important? I'll tell you. First of all, Microtex needles, okay, are slender, tipped, very sharp. And a size 70 will literally pierce your fabric and won't even leave a hole. It's so fine. If you want to do the most precise piecing, the most accurate piecing, fine needle, fine thread, it's what it's all about. Now you get a box of 100 here for $49.99, and you should be changing your needle every 6 to 8 hours of sewing time.
Really? I kind of think of it as every project, but actually there are more than 6 to 8 hours in a project.
Yeah. I always say, think of your machine needles like you would think about a disposable razor.
Okay.
The thought of using a disposable razor that was 3 months or 6 months old and had been used every day during that time, you just know if you tried to use a disposable razor, it would snag and cut and burn. It would do a horrible job. And your machine needle gets nicks and burrs in it just like a
It's true,
blade.
that's true.
So every 6 to 8 hours. 6 hours if you're doing foundation piecing or quilting, 8 hours for regular piecing.
Yes, you're right, because if you're doing those, you're harder on the needle, aren't you? Because
Yeah.
you're going through paper or wadding.
I buy my Schmetz needles in boxes of 100.
That's
and
brilliant.
I recommend it very much. And they fit in the little accessory box on your sewing machine. So they're always there, ready to change. 50 pence a needle. It's money well spent. And it looks after your machine too. Janet says it's funny listening to you both pronouncing Cornish names. Mangling Cornish names, I think, is what we were doing. Actually, Janet. Mousel. Right. New ruler is over here.
Is it this one?
Yum.
Let me grab it for you.
Yum. New ruler for us. We're
I
loving
like this
it.
one.
Loving it.
I want one of those. Actually, that is a great size.
It's a good ruler, isn't
Yeah.
it? This is Creative Grids. We love Creative Grids. This is 3.5 inches wide by 12.5 inches in length. So absolutely perfect for scrap quilting, fat quarter quilting, cutting your units down. If you strip piece and subcut, absolutely brill. You can use it for squaring up smaller units. And of course, it's got all of the non-slip.
I was about to say they have these non-slip bits, don't they? So you're not going to be twizzling it on your fabric and making not straight cuts.
Yeah, really good ruler to add into your stash, and so much quicker and easier to manoeuvre a small ruler if you're making multiple cuts. We'll see it in action both with Lynn and with Jenny Jackson a little bit later. Let's get going, shall we?
Okay,
Let's
yeah.
move your things back into sight. Remember, we're working today on the Artisan Blossom quilt. It's a spectacular quilt, super beginner friendly. This is the blue version. Kaif meets William Morris.
Yeah.
Imagine if they met in real life. I think
I
they'd
can't
adore each
imagine.
other.
I think they would.
I think they would.
They're working from the same page. Well, they're
They
working
really
from
are.
the same designs, aren't they?
Yeah, but in such delightful ways. I love the recolouring.
It's amazing. I never knew that. That is a piece of information that's new to me.
It's fun, isn't it?
Every time I come on here, I learn something new from you.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Now, we've also got the red version. The red version has this incredible, vibrant red fabric for the border, which is also used in your piecing, but also there's some really gorgeous, vibrant greens, some celadon, some emerald in there, jade. You've also got this fabulous coral, which really livens up the outer border. Gorgeous. £30 saving today, £159.99, and your quilt is 73 inches square. So a really good size, amazing value for money, but also completely doable on a domestic sewing machine.
Totally doable on a domestic sewing machine. And they've done nice, quite straightforward, simple quilting here. So a lot of straight line quilting.
Yeah.
So very doable on a domestic
Yeah.
machine. It's not
Like it.
advanced or complicated quilting.
So,
So-
where would we get started?
Shall we start with the pattern?
Yeah.
Because I think it's worth just taking a look at it to see what's in there that we need to know about. So firstly, the design on the front, that's going to be what you're going to work from the whole time. Although you've got long lists of what you cut when, I think you want to be working from this picture here, because that is your whole layout. And here's a top tip. So what you do, you've got a chart here, and you can see that it's got a picture of each fabric, and then it says A, B, C, D, E. Now, what I would do is I would actually cut a piece of each fabric, stick it to a piece of A4 paper, and write A, B, C, D by all of them, and then I blue tack that to the wall next to where I'm sewing. And then you've got a chart that you can work from the whole time, because you will get confused as to what's what and what's going to go where. And then the other thing I would do with this is go back to the main image, and I would get a Sharpie and I would literally scribble all over this. Do you scribble all over your patterns, Stuart?
I do.
I do too. I always think if you can't bear to scribble over the pattern itself, maybe photocopy this picture. And I would actually, what I would do is just divide this into all the blocks that you're going to make, and then you can
makes it
see,
so obvious.
It makes it so much easier to work out what goes where, particularly if you're a beginner and you're trying to think, how does that go together? So this will show you, for example, once I've finished doing these lines.
You so fancy a gold Sharpie.
I am fancy.
You're an
I
author,
bet
aren't
the
you?
Queen has gold Sharpies. Oh, she's not, sorry, the other Queen. Anyway, So what we've got here is we've divided it all up into these squares, and then you can see exactly that, for example, you've got a half square triangle that's that print, and a half square triangle that's that print and that print. And although the pattern takes you through that and takes you through exactly what you're making and how many of each.
I'd rather use that.
Yes, this gives you a real, for somebody who works visually rather than from a long list of instructions, this gives you a starting point to be able to lay the whole thing out and work the whole thing out. And another thing with half square triangle units, so you've made these half square triangle units and you get to the point of layout, it's so easy, I don't know if you find this, to put the half square triangle unit the wrong way. So it like facing this way, facing that way, facing that direction. Whereas if you do this, you're actually going to I would lay these all out on the floor next to me and have that as a sort of grid to work from. So you're going to sew this one to this one to this one to this one and so on. So that's how I would approach this. And I think that's the only difficult thing about this quilt is layout.
I'm also a big fan of photocopying patterns and enlarging them and having something to scribble on and a good reference next to me.
Totally. I blue tack things up to the wall next to me so that you've got a chart of this. You'd have your A4 piece of paper with bits of fabric stuck onto it so you can refer back what goes where, which fabric is which. Those things make the whole process a lot easier.
Agreed. Don't forget to check out your baskets, will you? Numbers are dwindling. The blue is on screen. No, the red is on screen. The red is on screen. That's the one we're working from. £30 saving, £159.99. Loads in baskets. Don't forget to check out. You're getting a lot of fabric here. It's a 73-inch square quilt.
77.
77,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's a decent
I've been
size.
thinking it's 77 inches, but completely doable. Less than 40 inches to get into your throat space. So very, very doable on your domestic sewing machine. You could easily quilt this with just a grid, a crosshatch would look super.
I would do a diagonal crosshatch because that is a very forgiving way to quilt because you're working against the bias all the time. So you can kind of pull and push the fabric so you don't get puckers.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. And you've got lines to follow. It's lovely when you've got lines to follow because you don't need to mark anything.
I love this. And also as well, I haven't mentioned split pay. You can use split pay. If you've never used it before, split pay is our way of helping you spread the cost. So it's not on everything, but it is on this quilt. You've got 3. And that means when you check out your basket, you'll be asked, do you want split pay? You just tick the box and you get it. No forms to fill in, no credit checks. And that means that today you'll spend, I think, was it $53.99 today? You get the quilt kit home in 3 to 5 working days, and then next month and the month after, you pay the same amount again. It comes out automatically. So it's an easy, convenient way to spread the cost. $53.33. There we go. Right. So once you've divided up your pattern, your quilt, that's what you want to do.
You're then going to move on to what I would say is the easy bit. So we're going
Oh, half the stock of the blue ones in baskets, be quick.
We're going to start by cutting. I've already cut it, but I'm going to cut it again because what it requires you to do in this pattern is to cut width of fabric strips that are 8 7/8 of an inch wide. And I know some people find the thought of cutting 7/8 of an inch, particularly if you're a beginner, just feels completely impossible. So I'm going to show you the way to do that really easily. So what you're going to do, you're going to think, okay, 8 7/8 of an inch, that's kind of nearly 9 inches. Well done,
Almost
Stuart.
9 inches.
Yeah, well done. And thank you for putting your hand up. So you pretend you're going to cut 9 inches, but you're not. You're going to sneak it back 1/8 of an inch, and then you're going to cut. So that's how you cut 8 7/8 of an inch. So that's done. That's pretty easy. Then you need to cut squares of the same size. So we're going to do exactly the same thing. So we will take off the little end piece, which is actually a really lovely selvage. I'm not a selvage keeper, but it's pretty.
I am. I mean, yes, when I cut the selvage off now, I do about 1.5 inch wide strips.
Do you? And then what do you use them for?
Bags.
Oh, of course,
Mostly bags. I string piece the strips together.
Yes.
And use them for
lovely.
bags.
So we're going to cut 9. So 2 plus 9 is 11. So I'll go to 11. A little bit of quilt maths going on here in my head. Back 1/8 of an inch. And then that will cut us that square. So now we're cutting that square from all of the fabrics that we cut, other than the sashing, which work your way step by step through the pattern. And then the next thing you do is you turn over one square of each pair that you're piecing together to make the half square triangles, and you're going to draw a diagonal line.
Oh, I love that our new ruler is just the right size.
It's like
to go from
made for this.
It's made for it.
That's crazy. I like to use a propelling pencil just because they are, well, I love them. So you're going to draw a diagonal line, and here's a little top tip from me. The first one you do, draw yourself an extra line, 1/4 of an inch beyond that. You don't need to do it on all of them, just on the first one you do. And the reason for that is because what you're going to do is you're going to pair these together. So let me find one that I can pair it together with. So let's pair it together with this one.
Oh, look at that delicious
Yeah.
fabric.
Oh, I feel like I'm on holiday. There's peaches and all sorts.
Lovely.
You can pin it if you want, but I tend not to pin it. What I tend to do is sort of start sewing my seam here and then hold on to this end. But if you prefer to pin, do pin, because you are sewing along the bias, so you've got a bit of stretch going on. But because you've drawn this second line, that's your guideline for your very first seam. After that, every seam you sew will be 1/4 of an inch this side and 1/4 of an inch that side of your line. But this first one will give you a guide as to where you put your, how you line up on the machine. So if I'm lining this up now and I drop the needle straight down, I can see that on the machine that I'm working on, the pencil line, the main diagonal pencil line I've drawn, lines up with like a little line that's on the quilting, on the sewing foot. So that'll be my guideline for every single one of these that I do. So that's just
really
so
good
that
tip.
you,
I like
so that you can know exactly where you're going to be in relation to your particular sewing foot. And so just run a seam along there. It's got the cutting thing. I like it. It's got the cutting thing.
Oh, yeah.
This
The
is
Elna 680 Plus. We'll love it.
It's very nice, I have to say. And we do the same again. So now you know exactly where you're lining up your sewing machine foot. So that's dead easy to do the second one.
What a good idea.
It just for that first one, to get you started, it gives you, you can sort of eyeball where you're going to sew your seam.
But you know what I think? If it helps you to draw your sewing lines.
Absolutely.
Draw on all of them.
Draw them all. It depends on whether you want to go for, if you are an absolute beginner, I would say maybe draw them all on, because then you're basically just colouring in the lines. You're just sewing along the lines, which is quite a nice way to get started. But if you want speed, just do the single line after you've done the first one. So next thing we do, again with the perfectly sized ruler, is just cut this in half. So
That's on the pencil line that you drew down the middle.
thank you. Yes, you're going to cut it along the pencil line, and
Morning
then
to Janet and to Jan, by the way, both sent messages in. Janet says, what a great start to my day, you and Lynn.
oh, that's so nice. It's nice when people send in those nice messages. Now I'm going to trim off the corners. So these are what would be your dog ears. Is it dog ears? Yes. So trim these off. And what I do is you go right where this seam joins the edge, and imagine you're going to go straight, but actually I go in a little bit, because sometimes if you go straight, it sort of pokes out a little bit. So I would take the angle. I'll show you again. So rather than going
So you
straight,
do that before you press them open, or
I
press them?
do. And so, if you're feeling confident, stack up 3 or 4 of them and just cut them all off at once. I definitely think if you're a beginner quilter, just cut 1 or 2 things at a time. But as you progress and get more confident, try and cut 2, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah.
Because it gets quicker and it's easier.
Yeah, I like that. Blue's leapt into the lead now.
Oh, it's
Loving
neck and
Blue.
neck, isn't
Well,
it?
Blue's in the lead, actually.
We should be gambling on this. I'm going to get the iron out now because we want to press these. And
Yeah.
I'm actually going to press them myself.
Do you want me to press them? Are
well,
you?
because I want to talk through this.
Because I did it wrong last time.
No, you did it very well, but there's
Did I?
kind of, I've got particular talking in my head
Yeah.
that I want to get out there, and you're not going to be able to psychically
Do you want
know
a wool
what that
pressing
is.
mat?
Pardon?
Get you a wool pressing mat.
I've never used a wool pressing mat.
Today's the day, Lynn.
Okay, I saw them. I watched you yesterday, and you were on with somebody and doing some kind of pressing mat.
Yeah, with Alistair. Yeah, I've got a wool pressing mat.
This is exciting. Right, let's get rid of this then.
I've got the square one, but actually we've got the rectangular one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is exciting. Okay, let me. So I'm going to
is the one
tell
we've
you the way you want to press these. Now, the thing is, if you are a beginner, your temptation might be just to kind of get the iron and be pushing, 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 and you're going to push this completely out of shape, and you do not want to do that. So here's the way you do it. You're going to get both hands, all your fingers, and you're going to gently just kind of press that over with your fingers, and you want that line, that seam line, to stay as straight as it can. You don't want to be bending that out of shape.
So when you're pressing this, then you've got the seam allowance this away towards that blue fabric.
I do, and You know you can press towards the darker fabric, but honestly, these are sort of decently heavy fabrics, so nothing's going to show through. It doesn't matter. But you tend to press towards the dark one, and then you're just going to very gently almost run along that, because you don't want to risk pushing this seam into a bow shape. And you've probably seen it. If you've done big log cabin blocks or big courthouse steps blocks, what you'll find is the further on you go, the more the block tends to bow. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, totally.
So if you can do that, some people suggest that you actually preset the seam. So they would say, set the seam first by just pressing the seam, and then do what I've just done and fold over. You can do that as well. You can try that as an additional step, but this will help make your seam lie beautifully straight and not bow. So that's what we want to avoid.
Great advice. A nice message from Sonia, who's messaged in. Morning, Sonia. She says, good morning, Stuart and Lynn. What a great tutorial show. There's great advice and tips. Will you both be at Festival of Quilts 2025 this year? I'm looking forward to another demo from Lynn at 10 o'clock. Not long to wait.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Will
you.
you be there?
Well, I will be there, but I was going to say, are you going to have a stall?
Yeah.
I should come and work on your stall.
I want you to.
Yeah, that would be really fun. I'll be the person. I'll just have a T-shirt and say, sorry he's popped to the loo, or sorry he's popped for coffee, because I know my whole day will be, is Stuart around? Is Stuart around?
Oh, no. I think now people will be wanting to see you, Lynn.
Maybe.
They'll be saying, oh, no, you can go, Stuart. We want to talk to Lynn. No, let's do that. Let's do that.
I would love
I'm
to. That would be a
definitely
lot of
there.
fun.
Yeah,
You know, that would be brilliant.
Book.
Pardon?
I'm not trying to book.
Oh, that's so exciting. Are we allowed to know anything about it?
It's called Make 100 Bags.
100 bags?
Make 100 bags.
Wow, that is
100
exciting.
bags.
Maybe I will make a bag. I've never made a bag.
Do it.
I can't make 3D things. You're clever that way. You're clever at making these 3D things.
Let's make a bag together. We'll do that.
Okay, we'll make a bag together. Back to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So where we are
Suppose
is,
so.
I was, if we have to, I was just going to go through laying out the block that's in the centre, because basically if we lay this one out, I'm just going to grab a bit more fabric.
Do you want me to move this out of the way?
No, because
Are
I'm
you still
just going to
cutting?
cut this. If this is my 8.5, yes it is. So I'm just going to cut it. Oh no, those are 8.5-inch squares. I've got another piece to cut here. I was going to.
Okay.
Gosh, things get lost easily, don't they, Stuart? Okay. Does that say no?
That says.
That says
you
9.
wrote it on. I saw
Well,
it.
I wrote
earlier on.
I wrote it on with friction pen, so that will press away.
8.5.
So
There it is.
8.5. It says it there. And have I lost the ruler already?
Yeah, it's here.
Oh, thank you. So I'm going to cut these 8.5-inch squares, so 2 to 10.5. And what I'm just going to do is show you laying out, what I'm going to do is lay out the centre block, but really this is a sort of shorthand version effectively of laying out the whole quilt top, because this
Great.
is how I would suggest you do it. So basically, as we did before, you want to get your map and you want to literally lay it out piece by piece. In fact, you can help me with this, Stuart, if you feel like it. So we want to lay it out piece by piece. And what you'll notice with a quilt like this is that, so I'm just laying out this centre piece here, is that this row here is identical to this row here. And when you lay out the whole thing, this row here is identical to this row. So you can do 2 of those, 2 of those, 2 of those, and so on, because it's completely symmetrical.
Yes.
So that makes it a little bit easier. So what I would
Do you know what as well, Lynn? I
Go
think
on.
this quilt's really good for people that don't do random.
Oh, I totally agree, because this is all the thinking
It's
is done
ordered.
for you. Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
and it's balanced. And even though you might look at it first of all and think, oh, the fabrics are just put wherever, randomly, once you look at it more, you see that everything's balanced, everything's symmetrical,
Yep.
and you've got this lovely unity about it.
Well, we like symmetrical,
We
don't
like
we?
that a
I would
lot.
always make a symmetrical quilt. I'm really not very good. I don't have the skills to make those random ones. So now we just work out. So we have to find the particular one. So I'm going to go for that one. You might want to go for that one.
Oh, sure, okay.
And then you kind of rotate it round according to the pattern. So it's a bit like it's a bit like some kind of child's get. Yes, yes, it is. So that one would go there. And then we could have 2 of each. So we'll see.
So we're making like a big star, basically, aren't we?
Exactly. But what you can do is you can just make it as the sort of, I'm going to see where this one goes. So that one goes like that. So you can
You
start.
put these in exactly the right order, Lynn.
Have
You
I?
literally just
Well,
take
maybe I laid it out, and then maybe is that Is that one there? Oh, yes, it is there. You're right. Where does this? Oh, so this one goes here. So you can see I'm just laying out half the block.
Oh, Theory's fallen down now.
Wait a minute. No, because this one goes here. This one goes here because we're doing just half the block.
That one's done. That one's in. Oh, I see.
No, do you see? We're doing it twice.
Oh, gotcha.
So when you lay out your quilt top like this, you don't have to lay out the whole thing on the floor. Well, you do, but you'll do it in two halves where they're identical. So once you've got one in the right place, then you can get the other one in the right place.
Clever.
So.
Right. And then.
Oh, that's the one I haven't made. Okay, so I actually need to make that one for this to happen, don't I? I thought there was a square that was a bit bigger.
That's fine. Let's go back a step.
Yeah. So now we'll make this one in exactly the same way as I made the previous one. So, oh great, I have a diagonal line. So let me just run a couple of seams along the back of here.
You can picture the scene, can't you? Lynn in her workroom. Lists on the wall.
I know.
Notes.
Yes. I tried to keep it tidy as possible. Are you a tidy or a messy?
Have a guess.
I bet you're tidy. I think you'd be tidy.
I'm tidy when I've finished.
Oh, you're not tidy along the way?
I don't work tidily. Oh, no. Everything's piles of fabric. When I cut fabric, I just screw it in a ball and throw it.
Oh, my gosh.
And then when I finish that session, I then tidy everything up again all in one go.
Okay. But that's probably part of being creative as well. I think creative people tend to be a bit more, you want to have lots of fabric around and kind of throw it all around. And I don't think I'm that creative, honestly, but I'm more sort of mathematical. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't see it as a sign of creativity. I just can't be bothered.
Oh,
to
laziness.
Fold it. It's laziness.
Oh, gosh, what would your mother have said? Stuart, tidy your bedroom. Did you always have to be told to tidy your bedroom?
No, never.
Oh, you had a tidy bedroom? Or your mum just didn't care?
I was very tidy.
Yeah.
But also, my mum was always a housewife and mother. That was her, that was her, very much her role. What do you want?
Pressing mat.
Pressing mat I've got here.
Yeah. Do you want to press them this time?
I can press them for you, no problem.
Brilliant, thank you.
Yeah, so my mum would just go in and tidy.
She tidied your bedroom for you?
Tidied my bedroom for me.
Wow.
When I went to university, my mum then had to teach me how to iron at 19. She then taught me how to iron.
You were a student who wore ironed clothes?
You
must have been the only one on campus.
And I didn't drink either.
You didn't drink?
At all, no.
Oh, what did you have when you went out?
Diet Coke or water.
Oh, Stuart.
Diet Coke or water.
Have you discovered alcohol since?
Terrible, isn't it? Wasted years.
Oh, wasted years. Poor little Stuart. So did you belong to like chess club or sewing club or... Not alcoholics club?
No, I used to... wine tasting. No, I used to go to the debating society.
Oh, Stuart, no way.
Oh, I love that. It was like sort of politicians of the future unite.
That's hilarious. I wouldn't imagine you doing that at all. I would imagine you going to like story writing club.
No.
Gather round.
No. And right from the very start of being at university, I volunteered for the, it was their version of the Samaritans.
Oh,
so I used to do that. So I used to do the phone
you're
line.
such a good person, aren't you? You really
I enjoyed it. It was good.
Yeah, but that's a good thing to have done. Whoops.
Yeah. There we go.
There we go.
Back on track.
So we've got all of those. I'm missing one, but let's not worry about the details of that. Clearly,
this is the red version, by the way. You can
so
start to see
isn't
those
that
colours.
great? You can see. I mean, I'm only doing this centre section, so you would do the exact same thing for the whole quilt top. But you lay them out like this, maybe on the floor next to you, and then you literally pick up this piece and sew it to this edge. Then you lay it back down, pick up this piece, sew it to this edge. And that way you're not going to get lost and confused. Don't try and rush ahead. You know, when sometimes you think, okay, I know what I'm doing now.
Just pile them all up next to the machine.
Next thing you know, this one's upside down, that one's like that, the pattern doesn't work.
Yeah.
Worst of all, you don't notice that until you're quilting. Have you had that happen? You're quilting and you realise that actually there's a big mistake. Do you change it?
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Your heart would just sink. I agree. There was a point where I thought, oh, I'm not as clever as everyone else because I can't just pile my fabrics up next to the sewing machine and sew them.
Yeah.
But now I just think it works for me. I rarely have to unpick things because I'm very methodical. I might not be tidy.
I think it's much quicker to be methodical. I think if you're trying to be clever and get ahead of yourself, you end up particularly with half square triangles.
Yeah.
you can end up in a complete mess.
For people that it works for, I'm in awe of them. I know for me, I will never be that person.
Me neither.
So I just lay it all out and I sew
Yes.
one thing and I put it back where it...
Exactly.
I always do it on air. You see me do it all the time. I'm no different at home.
Yeah, no,
I couldn't be a
exactly.
different sewer on air, could you?
I don't know.
No, I have to just do it how you do it.
You do it how you do it. No, you're absolutely right. This is how we do it.
Yeah.
So then, you're just going to sew these together. Shall I get started sewing them, or should we leave them as they are? Should we move on to something else? What do we want to? What are our priorities?
Let's talk just for a second about rotary blades.
Oh.
I'm going to set you a small challenge, if I may.
Oh yes, tell me what it is.
Can I set you a small challenge?
Yes.
It's to change the blade of our rotary cutter.
Oh, I quite like that job, and I have a little method, so I can talk you through my little method.
Amazing. Have you got your
I thought-
rotary cutter?
Oh, am I going to get a new blade?
You're going to get a new blade.
Oh, now we're talking. I wish I'd have brought all my rotary cutters.
Don't push it. So we have got a pack of 3 replacement rotary blades for £8.99. Now, I think, apart from needles, this is the best money you can spend for your craft, don't you think?
And every time you change one, you think, why didn't I change it sooner? Life has just got so much easier.
How often do you change your rotary blades?
Oh, not
Be
often
honest.
enough. And this one is really bad, and actually I need a new one, so...
Well, let's do it then.
I change them when they start to just be so annoying because they're skipping most of the threads.
Exactly. And the thing is as well, these will fit any rotary cutter. If it's a 45mm rotary cutter, so it can be a stick one, it can be a trigger one, it can even be like the Fiskars one, the guillotine one like Alison Marion uses. They all use a 45mm blade. So as long as it's a 45mm blade cutter, these will fit, okay? And so I'm going to open this up and then I'm going to get Lynn to change her blade. So just be nice and careful when you open the pack. You see these blades are sharp.
How do you dispose of yours?
I have, you know, you get some that come in a little plastic box.
Yes.
I put them in there.
So do
or
I,
I use a
so do I.
takeaway box.
Good idea.
Put them in there.
Yeah.
And I mark them with a Sharpie pen. I put an X through them.
To say that they're...
So that I know that they've
they're
been used.
used,
Up.
yep.
Right. So open the pack. There's your rotary cutter.
And I'm going to do the demo.
Take it away, Lynn.
Okay, well, this is actually exciting. I've never done this before. So what you want to do is you want to... I hold this bit here with my finger. You want to take the little... I don't really know the name of these kind of things. What's that?
A nut?
Take the nut off.
Is it a nut or a washer? No.
Oh, the washer comes next. And place that, so you've taken it off, and you place it this way up so you know which way it goes back on again.
Good.
Then next to that, you take the washer off, you place that this way up so you know which way that goes on again. Then you can lift that bit, whatever that bit's called, to be disposed of.
To be
Hand that to you
disposed of.
carefully.
Thank you very much.
Grab a new blade, pop that on there, put that bit through again. I'm sure that's got a name. And then you know exactly which way these are going because you've taken them off in that way. So sometimes you need to twizzle that a bit for it to drop into place. Put that one back on again. And Bob's your uncle.
That's how long it takes?
Yeah.
About 90 seconds.
Yeah, and then you're ready to go. Always leave your guard on.
Yeah, yes. And the difference it makes to your cutting and work. There's a saying, isn't there? The most dangerous knife is a blunt one.
Yes.
Because you put all that force behind it, sawing back and forth, making fabric spaghetti.
Yes.
Does that sound like you?
Yes, and then all that dust that comes off the edge. And I think it hurts your elbow a bit more if
I
you're
agree.
actually having to work at it. And then you put a new blade in and you think, oh, this is amazing. It's like
Yeah.
getting a new set of knives, isn't it?
It is. It's wonderful. It
It
makes
makes
such
it
a
so
difference.
easy.
Now, honestly, Lynn, how often do you change your blade?
Okay, I would say probably, and I'm sure this is wrong, so don't listen to my advice, but I would say probably, realistically, every couple of quilts. You think that's bad?
I think that's very, very regular. Very regular. More
So I got a
regular
gold
than me.
star. Oh, so do you get to the point where you're really having to, go back twice?
No.
You never
No.
let it get to that
I
point?
get to the point as soon as I'm not getting
One straight
lovely
cut,
cuts.
yeah.
I think, right, it's time.
But also, I think if your mat is a bit old, which mine is,
That's true.
you get grooves in it. And actually, I think I need a new mat as well as a new blade.
Yeah. Well, I always use my ruler for measuring. I never use the mat.
Oh,
So I end up cutting in different places all the time.
Okay, well, that's a good way to do it.
avoids
But
that groove.
I do, yes, so that's sensible, but I do use the mat. You know, if you're doing like width of fabric strips, then laying them on the mat, for me, that's really helpful, being able to count them like that.
I'm not judging, Lynn. I mean, I kind of am.
I feel like I'm a bit defensive now.
£8.99 for 3 blades is brilliant. £3 to get beautiful cuts. I mean, I'll be honest, I think the amount that you change your blade is excessively.
Oh,
Just
okay,
gonna
well,
say
that's
it.
good.
I wouldn't change it that regularly,
But, you know, I wonder if it's because my mat is not that great.
maybe.
I think it might be better if I had a newer mat.
Get yourself
I've
a new
been
mat then.
telling myself to get a new mat, and you know what it's like, you just don't get round to it. But I think that would make a difference.
Brilliant tip from Margaret Violet in Wiltshire. She says, I use my old blades for paper cutting.
That is
That's
a
from Margaret.
very good idea.
Really good, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
In fact, what I should do, and I don't, is have one which is a paper one, you know, a rotary cutter. So have a rotary cutter one with the new and a one that's designated for paper, because I do so much foundation paper piecing.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. So good advice that I don't follow.
Make that change now, Lynn.
Okay.
Today's the first day of the rest of your life.
Well, Stuart, I will do. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to send you a photo of a pair of rotary cutters.
I have such fine intentions. I don't do them.
No, exactly. We know what we're supposed to be doing, but do we change our blades and our needles often enough? Not
But,
necessarily.
you know, I use my blade for foundation paper piecing. Tracy, yes, you see, you're
Yes.
the model that we need to follow.
Yes.
It's good advice. Although I don't know realistically whether it really makes that much difference whether you're cutting through paper or through fabric these days, because paper now doesn't have anything in it that will blunt your scissors any faster than fabric.
This is, you told me this last time I was
Yeah.
in, and I've changed the whole way I live. I'm now reckless.
Really?
I'm now reckless with my fabric scissors. Honestly, it's so much better. I'm not worried about cutting paper anymore.
Change your whole life
My
based on
whole-
that one piece of advice.
My whole life.
That's big. That's
Yes.
significant.
Yes.
I'll take that. Oh, now a lovely message from Sonia. She says, to all the mums who are watching Sewing Street, happy Mother's Day, especially to Lynn. Oh, it's
thank
lovely.
you. That's so nice. Thank you. I think she's wished me a happy Mother's Day before any of my children have.
Lynn's children, take note. You're on the clock.
Yes.
A lovely message from Leslie in Greater Manchester. She says, well, that's my job for today. Change my needle and my rotary cutter blade.
Well done.
Even if you just change your rotary blade on your birthday once a year, it would be better than what you're
that's
currently
not
doing
enough.
now.
That's not, once a year, that's not enough.
But Lynn, I know people that haven't changed their rotary blade
Since they
ever
bought
since they
it.
bought it. Once a year would be better than that.
Better than that, yes.
It's
yes.
like you're changing needle once every new project. It's better than leaving it in until it breaks.
You're right. You're right.
I think
good
you'll find I
good
usually
advice.
am, Lynn.
Yes, dear.
3 in the back for £8.99. Pat's messaged in. She says, morning. Oh, where's it gone?
Oh, you've lost Pat.
Oh, it was there and then it's gone.
It's vanished.
Yeah.
Oh, well, morning, Pat.
Viv says, I dispose of my blades in an empty bean tin.
Good idea. That's a good idea as well.
It's a really good
It's like your own
idea.
little shops box.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's a great idea.
Yeah.
Right. Needles. Just going to recap the Schmetz needles. While we're talking about good intentions and good practice, the Schmetz needles. Now, you can buy Schmetz Microtex needles in boxes of 6, packs of 6, but for my money, the pack of 100 is the best, most cost-effective way of doing it. Microtex needles are a type of needle, not a brand, but Schmetz are my favourite brand of needle. They are very slim, very tapered, and very sharp-pointed needles. So they are going to go through the fabric with such precision, so neatly, so cleanly. If you do things like invisible machine applique or any machine applique, machine piecing, you can use them for quilting, but a 70 is probably a bit too fine to go through all those thick, heavy layers, or for bag making. But for piecing, they're unparalleled.
Yeah.
Really good. Have you tried them?
No, I haven't.
Try them.
This box.
We're going to have to check Lynn's pockets before she leaves. She's literally gathering things as she goes. Tracy from Suffolk says, morning, Stuart and Lynn. Can you say morning to my grandson, Jimmy, who's watching with me this morning, loving the demonstration this morning? That would be our absolute delight and pleasure, Tracy.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Jimmy.
I'm
How
so
are
glad
ya?
you're watching. Have a lovely day.
Absolutely. Have a great day. Thanks for being our youngest viewer.
Yes.
Maybe. Who knows?
And get your grandmother to give you some chocolate.
Chocolate's good.
That's what grandmothers do.
Yeah.
Chocolate and sweets.
Now, let's talk about the quilt. The blue is massively in the lead.
Is it?
It's massively in the lead. Gosh,
Interesting.
it really is. It really is. Tell me about the quilt. Give me a brief overview.
So I would say if you want to make a quilt in a weekend, this is a beginner-friendly quilt. You basically have to learn how to make the half square triangles, which I have shown you. That is dead easy. And then you have to put it together and sash it. It is an incredibly easy quilt to make, very beginner-friendly. If you've never made a quilt before, this would be a great place to start. You're basically making a block and then sashing it.
Yeah, it's true. One big block and you're done.
Yeah.
That's the blue, 77 inches square.
Yep.
Gorgeous. When everyone's checked out their baskets, I've got 4 left.
Wow.
Check out your baskets.
Wow.
Check out your baskets. Beautiful, beautiful quilt with wow factor. And then the red that we've been using, we'll just pull down their fabrics again so you can see a bit of them anyway.
Yeah, you can kind of get a bit of a feel for the layout of
fab.
those.
And
you can see
again,
how the colours
loads in
work.
baskets. This is the red version. Has these gorgeous vibrant pinks and reds, that little bit of coral. But those lovely greens as well.
I know, and you can
Absolutely
see, when you see it like that, you can see how the colours work. I love that you wouldn't necessarily put these together, but seeing them sort of when you take a step back like that, you can really see it. When you see the image of the whole
It's
quilt.
the genius of Kaif, isn't it?
Exactly, like seeing it like that, I think it shows really how well those colours work together.
And a £30 saving. 3 split pays if you want them. 53.33 to get it home. And totally beginner friendly. Beautiful, Lynn. It's been
great,
amazing.
isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
really cool. You've got a brand new blade in your rotary cutter.
I have. Now, that feels like a win, honestly. I'm
think it
pretty
is.
excited about that.
Now, you're back at 10
I am.
with a quilt which we have all fallen in love with.
Oh, the
New
cowboy
York
quilt.
Beauty.
I think of it as a cowboy quilt because it's kind of denim and leather. That's what I think. So let's think of some cowboy songs for when we come back for that.
That could be our drag name.
Let's think
Here
of some
they are, it's denim and leather.
denim and leather.
I'm denim, she's leather. La 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 la.
Which one are you?
I've no idea.
I'll be denim. Look,
Still haven't worked
I'm
it
in
out.
denim colour. You're in brown.
I'll be leather.
Yeah, you're leather.
All right, fair enough.
You're leather.
Right, we need to go off air before we get into trouble. We will look into that in the break and make our minds up. I will see you after this with Jenny Jackson.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
So good to have your company on this very special Sunday. It's Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to you. And it's lovely to have your company. Now, it's also lovely to have this fabulous lady's company. It's Jenny Jackson. Hey, Jenny.
Hello.
We're loving the teacups. Oh, my goodness me. This is fabulous. I've got... You're kidding. Is that the price for the kit? That's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, $64.99 is your total price for your kit. You've got 4 meters of fabric and 6 fat quarters. This is Kay Fassett meets William Morris. Oh my goodness, that's wild. And you get your pattern included?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, this is super. Now, I just want to let you know, you can also get this pattern on its own. Imagine doing it in Liberty, imagine doing it in Anna Maria Horner, or your scraps, or your favourite colour. Or what about doing it all in black and whites? Or blue and white?
You could just do anything. I've got
Wow.
some favourite
Just
scraps
let's
at
put
home.
the pattern straight in. Loads of you have been checking out already. Loads of you. £9.99. What a scrap buster. What a scrap buster. Absolutely fab. Also, this would be layer cake friendly.
Yeah.
You can do a teacup and saucer out of a layer cake square.
Yeah, you could literally just do anything with them.
What
It
about
doesn't
table
take.
runner?
Yeah, because you don't have to sew it like this, how I've done it. You can sew it in like 2 blocks strip.
Oh, I love that. Cushions. What if you've got Tula Pink Alice in Wonderland?
Do you know what I was thinking? That would be so cute. I was thinking you could shrink the templates down and do mini teacups tiny teacups on a little cushion.
Love that.
It would be
Love
so
that.
cute.
Tiny
teacups.
Just never ever bring me my tea in a tiny teacup.
No,
Just saying.
no, don't do that.
Or polka dots and stripes.
Yeah.
Tula Pink True Colours.
Yeah,
loads
it's
of you
endless.
with this in your basket. There's
I
so
really want
many
to make one
possibilities.
out of some of my favourite, like, you keep certain scraps because they're your favourite.
Alice in Glass.
Literally, you
Rainbow
do that.
teacups.
Yeah. I've got so many that I would just love to do.
Can you imagine Jenny doing it so that from one corner, reds and then oranges and then yellows?
Yeah,
and then
all the way back to the bottom. Oh, be fit.
vintage fabrics.
Yeah.
Actually, because it's paper pieced, remember, you could use any fabric. So it could be silks, it could be satins, it could be anything.
Yeah, you could do anything. It is such, I know,
You've
I want
also
to make
got some
more.
gorgeous Tilda on your
Yes.
table. I've got 2 kits. We need to crack on.
Yeah, we
Let me
do.
tell you, the pattern on its own is flying out. If you want the physical pattern, those details are on screen right now. Should we just give you the details for the downloadable version as well? Let's do that. What about using this pattern as a memory quilt?
Yeah.
You could call the quilt Tea with Mum or Tea with Dad.
Yeah,
And it could
that'd be
be
lovely. Shirts and clothes, yeah, that'd be so nice.
Beautiful, beautiful. You've really got my juices flowing with this.
Oh, have I?
Yeah, I think it's with the mention of tea.
Yeah.
Frankly.
Yeah.
You could call the quilt Spill the Tea.
Yes.
Here's your digital pattern. Instant download. Yeah, you know that friend that you always get together and you drink tea or wine, and I know. Yeah.
When I
And
emailed
don't
Jess
forget-
the idea, she replied saying, I think that will be everyone's cup of tea. I laughed way too hard at it.
Someone had to say it.
Someone had to.
Love that. Here's your digital download, instant download. You could be making this today. You've got your foundations in there as well. I'll do a quick flick through the pattern so you can see. You've got the main quilt on the front. Beautiful. I love foundation piecing and I love making one block at a time. You get such a sense of completion when one block is done and you can keep it to one side.
Yeah.
Fabulous. All your layouts, very detailed instruction, a colouring page. I highly approve of those.
Yeah, 2.
And then 2.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And then you get your full-size foundations, 2 on a page.
Yeah, because then there's no point in just putting one and having some spare gaps. So I was like, no, let's squeeze
Brilliant.
2 teacups per.
And then just photocopy it. Make sure when you photocopy it that you make sure that this comes out at 1 inch square.
Yes. Very important. Or you will have smaller teacups.
But the fact that you can photocopy as many as you like, you could make a king-size quilt.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't have to. If you're using your own fabrics, you can just keep going, can't you?
But in this kit, you've got enough fabric to make the 20-block quilt for, I think it's phenomenal value. Let's talk about the first kit, which is the K Facet meets William Morris. So you've got, you see, I would imagine them sitting down in William Morris's parlour, drinking tea and talking about fabric and design and drawing, and I think they would have so much
And
in
you
common.
know what? 20 blocks from those, you have spare fat quarter left over.
Oh, do
You really do, yeah.
You've also got these beautiful, these are so beautifully matched. You've got your solids.
I did that via a computer screen, so
Chuffed.
I was chuffed
I bet you were.
because I thought when they arrive, I might have to call them up and get some swapped. But
And then look, this big pile of white. This is your background. $64.99. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing value. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous fabric. Really lovely. Really lovely. Message. Morning, Stuart and Jenny. Despite reminders, I still forgot about the clocks. Oh, Kate. I'm glad I didn't, but you can. It's fine. I missed the teacups demo. No, you haven't. Sorry, I'm glad I haven't missed the teacups demo. Oh, no, you haven't.
No.
You haven't.
no, we haven't started yet.
Sorry. I think I'm an hour ago as well, Kate. If it makes you feel better. Oh, 3:15, the equivalent of me.
Oh, do you know what? I'm actually full of beans because I actually slept longer than I usually would because I stayed at Adam Brooks's last night.
Don't you and Adam Brooks just stay up all night?
No, we're
talking?
actually really, really good. I mean, I stayed up later than I usually would on a sewing night, but I kind of balanced that with the fact that I only had half an hour to drive instead of nearly 3. So I balanced it.
Yeah. Louisa's message, she says, good morning, I've just ordered the teacup foundation paper piece pattern. My favourite drink. Good, I knew you were my favourite. Just a little birthday treat for myself. Love, Louise. Super mashed potato. It's super mashed potato lady. Happy birthday, my lovely.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Treat yourself. Line a bowl with mashed potato. Pour your soup in.
Do you know what? I must have been on the show with you when she messaged him before because we had this conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes. I still haven't tried it. Kate, actually, from Mesa, bought me some beautiful Japanese bowls for my birthday this year and suggested that I could line them with mashed potatoes. So it's very much bringing two worlds together. Yeah, that's the teacup. Now, I think you're waiting for the other bundle, aren't you, which is Tilda. Now, before I show you the bundle, let's show you the blocks because they are...
I've just done one row.
Divine. Look at these. They are absolutely gorgeous. I love the solids with them. And again, $64.99. This is summery. This is summer tea, isn't it? This is in the sunshine, tea in the garden. Probably have a scone.
A picnic quilt, like a picnic blanket made out of them.
Love it.
How cute would that be?
Love that. Say no more. Let's do it.
And then you could put a block on like your picnic bag. Just one block on the bag.
Beautiful.
Oh.
Yeah, that
all
would
the
be
stuff.
gorgeous. Thank you.
It's all
Let's have a look at the fabrics. So, Alison Marion's messaged in. She says, morning all, I would love to sit down for tea with Kaif or William. This would be the closest I could get. Love it, Jenny.
Oh, thank you, lovely.
You've got some absolutely gorgeous Tilda fabrics here. These are all from Sunday Brunch.
Yeah, and because you do have enough, you have plenty in the fat quarters. With the, you see the one with the little ladies on?
Yes.
You can cheekily fussy cut those. There is enough fabric to do that. Again, with the William Morris one and Kaif one, you could, there's enough fabric to, you know, fussy cut one of the strawberry feet birds.
Lovely.
You know, you can just, there is enough.
Yeah, actually,
you can't necessarily fussy cut every single cup from the same print, but you can do the odd bit.
You could do one or two. And you could definitely do that if you were using the pattern with your own fabric.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, completely.
You could put people's names on the saucers. Everyone you know who loves or loved a cup.
Oh, yeah. Fussy.
That idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really could. Well, often people have their cup as well.
Oh,
don't
yeah.
they? Their mug or their cup.
Yeah. I have certain mugs for certain drinks.
Really?
Yeah, and certain times of the day. I have a certain mug that I only use for my morning coffee.
You see, Charlie's got a mug with sheep on, and if morning tea isn't in the sheep mug, it's where's the sheep mug?
Yeah.
Well, we never go there because I've always got the sheep mug.
Yeah.
Handy.
Because you know not to go there.
Yeah, I've got a dresser full of cups we never use.
Yeah, always.
And mine is one that one of my best friends bought me and said, we'll always be friends because you know too much.
Brilliant.
But this is gorgeous, isn't it? What a fabulous, fabulous array of fabrics. Totally different look. And you also get the pattern, of course, with that, which means that you're only paying 54.99 or 55 for your fabrics. Brilliant. Leanne's got in touch to say, just bought the William Morris and Cave kit as a Mother's Day gift to myself, as my teenage daughter is still asleep. Oh, she is, Leanne. But I think the best gifts are the ones you buy yourself, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
You know what you like. Yeah. Just give them the bill.
I don't know if Dylan's awake. I'm assuming he's awake.
Teenagers don't get up until after lunch.
No, so Dylan actually asks me to wake him up at the weekends at 8:30 every day. He doesn't want to waste his weekends because then he feels like he's only at school and he doesn't have a weekend.
That's very good logic.
Yeah, he could sleep in if I let him.
Yes.
But he doesn't want to.
He asks you not to.
So he always says, wake me up by 8:30.
Not grumpy?
No.
No. Brilliant.
He's just
good on you.
He's just lovely.
Just gorgeous. Well, you're absolutely loving the bundles. The William Morris absolutely flying out. That's option 1. All those beautiful kind of purplish, pinky, lilac-y, blue, beautiful 6 fat quarters there. You've got your beautiful coordinating solids as well. And then you've got oodles of your white background fabric, plus your pattern, of course, all important pattern. I love the fact that you get some colouring sheets, because you'll want to make a scrappy version or a using up your bits and bobs version, or a, with your favourite range of fabrics. Now, if you want your own version, you want the pattern. So grab the pattern. This is the physical printed pattern. What about using my Hajime range, all blues, to create almost like Chinese porcelain? Emma from Glasgow says, I have a certain mug for morning coffee, a certain mug for coffee throughout the day, and the same goes for my daytime tea and bedtime
This is as you are me. That is exactly what I have.
You're our people, Emma.
Yeah, 100% that is what I do.
Exactly that.
message.
I have a mug that I drink. I have my 1 cup of coffee in the afternoon.
Yeah, that's a mug. Yeah, 100%.
Could you use tea towels? You get printed tea towels.
Oh, as your,
For the teacup.
Of course you could.
Because it's foundation piece.
Yeah, so long as they're not really, really, really thick.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Most are just cotton tea towels, aren't they?
Because you get those from holiday places.
Oh,
don't
yeah,
you?
yeah. My mum has a long-running joke. Whenever she goes on holiday anywhere, she always gets me a tea towel from
Get a
their
tea
place.
towel.
And even when I went away, I was like, tea towel for mum, and I went and found one.
Yeah, that'd be cute.
Yeah.
Or you could even print photographs onto plain fabric and put those on.
Endless options.
Endless. There's ones like I Heart Mum.
Yeah.
You can get mugs like that. You could do one with a frame and make a cushion.
Yeah.
Couldn't you?
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking, could you possibly do it so that you double fronted the teacup so that it was a pocket? So you had fabric first, then folded fabric on top so that you could slip a tea bag into the cup.
Look at you, full of the ideas.
Love it. I have a smart mug for coffee to keep it at the perfect temperature, Rebecca.
Amazing.
I heard a podcast about these smart mugs that, instantly cool the coffee or the tea down to the perfect drinking temperature.
Right.
But then keep it at that temperature for hours.
Amazing. Because I always forget about it.
But you could go back hours later.
Exactly, and it's still fine.
Temperature. I love it. If you want the digital download of the pattern, we'll get that for you next. We'll pop those details up while I read another message from Kate. She says, I'm really taken by this idea. I got the digital pattern so I can make teacups this afternoon. Liberty ones just to be fancy. Oh,
amazing.
Fancy.
Amazing. And you don't, what I've done with the cutting instructions is I've done it for one block. So you don't have to feel overwhelmed by cutting the whole quilt in one go. You can just cut a block and then make it, then cut another one.
Yeah, love that, love that. Lisa Lamb's got in touch, says, good morning, babes.
Morning, Lammy.
1 sugar, please. You're welcome. Cheryl says, morning, Stuart and Jenny. I've got both patterns to download. Happy Mother's Day, ladies. My daughter's taking me to Aberdeen to see Giovanni today.
Oh, of course she is. Have an amazing time.
Let's see your nails, please, Jen. Bet they're lush.
Are we going in? I'm going to move
They
into
are
the
the
pink.
nails, the nails.
Where are we? We're going in. Oh,
My nails are rotten.
they've got 3D flowers on them today.
Cherry blossom.
Cherry blossom.
Gorgeous. June says, I have a mug for test. For test? Is that like to test the
I have no idea.
a mug
Maybe
for coffee? And my lucky mug when Man City are playing. Well, you'll need it. I know nothing about football.
No.
Brilliant. Right, we have another FPP project from you. It's not all about tea, apparently.
It is, isn't it? Let's be real.
It's the Starburst. Oh, now you could have that on point. You could have that square. Gorgeous. I've got a bundle. So you can make the cushion. You can make the cushion. This is lovely. So you get your background fabric, and then you get 3 fat quarters.
Eighths.
Fat eighths.
think.
Brill. And a metre of background fabric, enough to do the front and the back of the cushion. Oh, that's gorgeous. For $22.99. And you get your pattern as well. Do you want something special for Mother's Day? Go on then. Go on then. Under £20. That is remarkable.
Sweet.
Tilda.
That's all of that. Yeah, for a tenner, basically, isn't it?
Yeah. That for £10. $9.99 for your pattern. Amazing, amazing. If you've never done foundation piecing before, this is a real nice, easy pattern.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even the teacup as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can just, they're both.
that is brilliant value. And then you've got the pattern, because that would make the most gorgeous quilt. Again, Liberty, just something dainty,
Yeah.
wouldn't it? Make loads of blocks, put them together in a quilt. Because then as well, these would turn into 4-pointed stars at the corners.
Oh, yeah, you can just repeat it.
blocks
You don't
came
have to do
together.
it as a cushion, yeah.
Lovely. Absolutely beautiful. What a saving as well. Under £20 for the whole kit. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Now I have a second colourway. This is a bit of gorgeous Kaif meets William Morris. And we're going to match the price. You get your pattern as well. $22.99 drops to $19.99. You get your pattern, you get your fabrics, 3 fat eighths plus a metre of background fabric, enough to make the whole cushion front, back, and binding.
Yes.
Gorgeous. That is absolutely stunning, and what great value as well. Loads of you coming in for that. If you've never tried foundation piecing, if you love foundation piecing, but you want to make something small, one cushion, it's a weekend job, isn't it?
Oh,
It's
yeah,
done and
yeah,
dusted.
yeah.
Absolutely lovely. Loads of you going for this one. It's really vibrant, isn't it? Against the white, it will really pop. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, we can do that. We can do that. You've got your full instructions to making a cushion, but it would also make the most gorgeous quilt. Physical pattern first, printed for you. You get your foundations in the back, and there you've got multiples on each page, which makes sort of photocopying.
You just need
economical.
less, yeah. You don't need to photocopy as much.
Oh, I hate it when there's a big empty white space.
Yeah, yeah. If I can fit it on, I'll fit it on.
Well, we appreciate it. And then a digital download of the same pattern. Again, $9.99, but you can download it instantly like Kate did with the teacups, and so this afternoon. What a lovely way to spend a Sunday afternoon.
I know, right?
Although I'm spending Sunday afternoon with my parents-in-law and Charlie, which will be lovely.
Oh, lovely. I'm spending it driving home.
Oh, well, I'll be doing that first.
Yeah.
Doing that first.
Yeah, I'll be seeing Dylan and my mum as soon as I get
Gorgeous.
home.
$9.99 for the digital download. But don't forget, those kits are such amazing value. I've ordered the pattern for Jenny's quilt. We're going to do it as a joint project. Oh,
Celia
and Paul. Oh, I love Celia and Paul.
Yay.
That's gorgeous.
I know. They're gorgeous.
That's the thing with foundation piecing. I make a block, you make a block, they'll be exactly the same size.
Exactly.
They'll fit together. Love that. Oh, love to you both.
Yes.
Right, let's start with the teacup quilt.
Yes. Fab. I've done an extra block. This is the one with the cream, and it looks really nice, doesn't it? 'Cause it's a different colour.
Yeah.
So what I've done is it's made up of part A, B, C, D, E. So I've made a few, and I'm going to show you how to sew them together. But first up, I'm going to do show you how to make the main part of the teacup. So what you want to do is you want to cut out just beyond the dashed lines. So I'm just going to do that and then pre-fold along the lines that you were going to sew along. So for this particular project, I've told you what sizes to cut out for every piece.
Oh, fabulous.
Because it is mostly rectangles and stuff, so I find that it's better to just give you exact sizes and then you're good to go.
So you fold along all of the piecing lines?
Prior to sewing, yes, because I find it easier to fold back in later stages.
Cool.
Just makes my life easier, so I always suggest that everyone does this.
Yeah, I like it. Jan has a special mug for hot chocolate. Very good idea.
Yeah.
It's
It's all about special mugs, isn't it?
Room for lots of cream and marshmallows,
Yeah.
I hope. Margaret's messaged in. She says, good morning, Stuart and Jenny. Oh, it's from Alana and baby Simon. He still loves watching you. Oh. Morning, Simon. Oh, that's lovely. Norma's got in touch too. She says, morning all. I'm watching on the bus on my way to Newcastle. The quilts are fab. Have a fantastic day.
Oh, thank you.
Say, Jenny, have a lovely day.
So first up, you want to cover the whole of A1, the A1 section. So flip your template over and then it's wrong side of the fabric to the wrong side of the template for the first piece. And you can just pop it up to make sure you've positioned, put it up into the light to make sure you've positioned that correctly.
Yep.
Then I'm just going to pin that in place. I would use a couple of pins for this piece just because it's long, but
Yeah.
I've only got one out, so we'll do. Just make sure I've put it right. Then we're going to fold the template on the line between A1 and A2. This is why I've pre-folded it, because now the creases are already there, so I can just fold it back on itself, and we're good to go.
I like that tip.
Yeah, just makes life easier. I'm all for making life easier, Stuart.
Agree. Totally agree.
Always. Then what you want to do is trim off the excess fabric. There won't be much to trim off, but you need to do that. So you've got 1/4 of an inch this side of your folded part of the paper. Okay? We're going to open out, flip it over, and now we want to cover the fabric for A2, which is just underneath. So if this was a printed fabric even, it would be right sides together of the fabrics. And you want to line that up and always check it's going to cover where you are wanting it to cover.
Yeah.
Because you could just plonk it on there and I know it's not going to cover it because there's that crease of the fold.
Ah, that's...
So I know that's not going to cover it.
That's genius. I've never done that, Jenny, but I'm going to try that. I think that's a really good tip.
Because you can just tell certain things by it. So you want to hold or pin that piece of fabric in place. And you want to lower your stitch length. I use a 1.2 for all paper piecing. Yeah, and then take it over to your machine. And then you're going to sew on the line between A1 and A2, starting a couple of stitches just before your line and going beyond it by a couple of stitches.
Okay. I think this is a brilliant first foundation if you've never done piecing.
Oh,
before.
yeah.
For one big reason as well that I've just spotted, and that's the one place where if you're going to get confused, it's where you put the first piece of fabric, and basically you line up the first piece of fabric with the top of the paper.
Yeah, exactly.
Genius.
Exactly.
Genius, you can't get it wrong.
Yeah, and all the my instructions are based on this pattern. It's not a generic FPP pattern.
Great.
I've got all the photos to make the first part of the block, and you can just go back to that each time. There we go. So I folded.
You like a seam roller for your seams?
Oh yeah, just for when I'm piecing. When I start sewing blocks together, I'll go to the iron.
Yep.
But for this part, it's so much easier.
I have one right here.
There we go.
Good, they're great.
So I flipped the fabric over and used the seam roller. And now I'm going to fold the template back on the line between A2 and A3. There we go, just like that. And because I pre-folded it, that was just such an easy fold. I didn't have to fiddle around at all. And we're going to trim off that excess fabric. Open it out, flip it over. Then you've got your big piece. So this is where, if you've got a directional print, you want to make sure that when you place it along where it wants to be, flip it down and check you've got it in the right direction. Okay, so You okay?
Yeah, but I'm fine. Sorry, I was just reading that lovely message from
read it.
David in West Yorkshire. He says, I've just bought the teacup quilt for my wife as a Mother's Day present from our granddaughter, Ivy Road, is it?
Yeah.
To use as a picnic quilt on VE Day.
Oh, how lovely is
gorgeous.
that?
That's
Aw.
lovely, really nice.
How lovely. Right, so you're going to line that up against, that's the bit of fabric that you just trimmed off there. Like I said, check you've got it positioned correctly, and also on this piece, check if you've got a directional print or a fussy cut image, that it's the right way up when you flip it.
Good point.
When you flip it back.
Good point.
Because no one wants to undo 1.2 stitch length. So
Oh, no.
that double checking is so worth it. And
You
then,
get into a rhythm, don't you?
oh yeah, always.
More messages about teacups. Princess message and says, morning guys, I had to buy a glass cup for my tea. Well, they always make me feel a bit funny, glass cups. Used to get those smoky brown ones, didn't you, in the 70s? Anyway, there's a reason why. She says, I got it for my tea as I was always forgetting to drink it. Now I can... How can you forget to drink tea, Princess? Come on. Now I can easily see if I've drunk it or not.
Brilliant.
Good point. Sue's got in touch. Sue's fancy. She says, good morning, Jenny and Stuart. Happy Mother's Day to all the mums watching. I have two mugs, Stuart, one for coffee and one for tea. I can only drink tea from a china cup because you is fancy.
Yeah. There we go. I folded this over, and as you can see now, there's the stripe of the cup.
Gorgeous.
That's the bottom. So next up is folding on the line between A3 and A4. So we're shaping the bottom of the mug now, or the cup. So fold on that line, trim off that excess fabric, leaving 1/4 of an inch. So I'm using that add a quarter ruler for it. Then you want to get your next piece of fabric. Again, you want to check that when you fold it over, you've lined it up correctly. Because if you just placed it there, you would have that little gap there. So just make sure. I do it, even though I've made loads of these blocks.
Yeah, of course.
20, 34.
There you go.
You know,
made loads of blocks.
so many blocks.
You made 20 blocks for the quilt that's hanging behind you.
Exactly.
And that's what you've got enough for in your kit.
Yeah.
But of course, you could make some cushions, a runner. You could adapt that kit even if you're buying it. Should we just give you the details of the kits?
Yeah, if you bought some extra background fabric and stuff, you could make a few more
Could you?
mugs out of the cape and stuff.
Yeah.
I'll just carry on then, adding as I go, because I would
the last bit.
Yeah, because I'd really like to show you how to sew part A, B's
Definitely.
and C's together.
Definitely, yes please. Yep, here is the kit anyway for the Cafe version. This is the Cafe and William Morris version. You get your 6 fat 8s, you get your white background fabric, and you get your solids as well. Fab, loads in baskets. Do check out, won't you? Don't let them linger.
I've just had a thought. I think this will be such a fun workshop to teach. I'm totally doing it. Imagine, only because I'm really nosy and I'd like to see what everyone wants to use for their tea.
That would be brilliant fun. Absolutely brilliant fun. I think what we need from you, Jenny, next time is a coffee mug version.
A coffee mug one.
Tall coffee mug.
Yeah.
So that we can mix and match, or coffee pot.
Yeah, so it's the same size block as well, so you can.
Yes.
I'll have to see if Jess agrees to it.
But that's that version. Then if you want the version that Jenny's making now, we'll give you those details too. Tracy says would make great placemats, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, so cute. Oh, and if you shrink it down, you can make little coasters, little tea coasters.
That would be cute.
Mini mugs, mini cups. So many options. Now I just want to go home and make all the teacup everything.
Yeah. Yeah. The bundle we're working with is in the graphics now on screen. That's your Tilda Sunday brunch. You get a big old chunk of white fabric for the background. You get your 6 fat quarters for your piecing, for your teacups. And then you get your beautiful solids to create the saucers and that little contrast band, which really pops. It's beautiful.
Righty-ho. Am I good to carry on?
Absolutely.
Right, so I've just added the other pieces. So that is what it looks like. Obviously it looks a bit weird. So now you want to trim off the excess fabric, okay? So you do that by lining up the 1/4 inch mark on your ruler, normal ruler.
Oh, this is our new ruler from
It
Creative
is with the solid line. Don't line it up with the dash line. That's really just your 1/4 inch reference. Make sure your fabric's overhanging that.
That's on the paper foundation?
Yes,
Yeah.
to make sure that you've definitely got enough fabric. But line your ruler up. I mean, I could have done with the new blade, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, maybe you could ask Lynn Goldsworth to change your blade while she's here.
Do you know what, though? When you were saying once a year, I was horrified. I change mine about once a month, if not more than that. But I do so much cutting.
Yeah.
Because I cut, like, lengths of fabric for my subscription boxes and stuff like that. So
Yes.
I'm forever changing my blade.
Well, I
'Cause I
think,
get really
annoyed. I think it's really, really good practice. Really good practice.
I have a
just-
separate one for foundation paper
Do you?
piecing as well. Yeah, I have a separate rotary cutter because obviously that one blunts so much quicker because you're cutting through paper. So I just have, that's probably why this one needs changing because it is, I've just wonkied that up a bit. Take your time doing that. Just really make sure that you've got that 1/4 inch mark on the solid line.
Yep.
So the handle is made from part B, C and D. I've already sewn them together for time-wise, but you do it in the same way as I'm just sewing these two together. Yeah. Okay? So what you want to do is line up your part C, B, C and D on top of your part A, like this. And what you're going to do is you're going to sew from the very top all the way to the bottom. So you've
Okay.
still got your foundation solid line there that you can follow.
Yep.
And if you're worried about, if you can't judge by eye 1/4 inch here, just get a pencil and carry that line on so you can completely trace it. So I'm just going to take that one over.
So you leave all your paper
I
on this
leave it in
point.
until I've put the first border on.
Okay.
Because I just like using that, the line, the solid line, as my 1/4 inch guide.
Yeah.
I told Adam I was going to fiddle with all the settings on this machine because he'll be the next one that uses it probably.
Really?
I know, I'm so mean. And I did. I've changed all of his settings.
Oh, while you were staying in his house?
No, this machine.
Oh.
Yeah, this morning I've changed all the settings because then he'll be in next with it.
Yeah.
And he mentioned last time he was on that I'd changed them all, so I've done it. Yeah, done it again.
Is Adam watching this morning?
I mean, he woke up before and said goodbye to me. He really didn't need to, bless him, but he did.
Adam, are you watching?
We went out for dinner last night with Jason and his partner and him. We just popped out for a bit. It was lovely. No gin was consumed, I'm just saying. No, couldn't.
No,
I couldn't,
not when you've got to get up so early.
No, couldn't be doing it. Right, so I've sewn and then I've just removed the paper from that seam, okay? From the outside of the seam, because if you don't do that, when you start adding the next bits, you're gonna get bits of paper caught in like, because I'm gonna sew along this line at some point, you'll get paper caught in there and then it's just a pain. And no one needs that in their lives.
True.
So just remove that bit. I like to use a ruler. This is an iron. I like to use an iron to press open the seams when I'm putting blocks together because there's just that bit more fabric than when you're just plonking stuff over.
And you will press him, that helps you get a really nice
Oh,
flat
I
block,
could. I
doesn't it?
can't live without mine now. So that's the cut.
Cute.
There we go. And then also, don't worry when it looks, if you place it next to the teacup before you sew it together, obviously it looks like that handle is going to be below the teacup, but it's at an angle, so once you've lost that 1/4 inch in the seam, it fits on the handle. Because my mum was watching me make it, and I'd made loads of them, and I was taking a photo, and my mum was like, that's not going to fit together. That's not. And she made me start panicking, and I was like, it's not going to fit together. Is it? So I just sewed it, and I was like, Mum, of course it's going to fit together.
Of course it's gonna.
Right, so now we want
This
to
is
add...
my first rodeo.
I know. So now I'm going to add the saucer to the bottom.
Also foundation piece.
Also foundation piece, because
We've had
why
a message
not?
from somebody asking what size is the quilt. I can tell you it is 48.5 inches by 60.5 inches. Karen in Norfolk. Yep, 48.5 wide, 60.5 high. But of course you can make it bigger, smaller,
Yeah.
whatever you want. Rosina's messaged me on Facebook to say, morning all. Morning. I always wanted to try foundation paper piecing. Would the teacups be okay for a very, very beginner?
It really would. And if you want more demos, because the process of foundation paper piecing is the same no matter what template
Yeah.
you're doing. So I've just done a whole year's worth of block of the month at the end of each month. So you can always go back and watch some of those demonstrations for the technique as well as this one. If you feel like you need to see a bit more, do it. I've just moved that because I'm rushing. I found that this is one you really don't want to rush because you can just chill and it's so enjoyable
Yeah, for sure.
and relaxing.
I'm really tempted to make it too.
Do it, do it.
Well, I like the idea of doing all sort of special mugs, especially mugs with like different personalities almost, you know, for the different people
Like
that
you
drink from them.
Yes, I love that.
Morning, Stuart and Jenny. From Sarah in Berkshire. She says, just bought myself the teacup quilt to replace my Riley Blake teapot quilt, which I inadvertently gave to my sister. How do you inadvertently give a quilt to someone? Were you playing cards? Were you playing a game?
Right, so I've
You
just...
can have it. Oh, you actually want to take me up on my offer. Oh, curses.
So I've just removed the paper from the seam I've just sewn, which was the bottom of the template, bottom of the teacup, sorry, the little saucer. See, the saucer doesn't have to be the same colour as the stripe on the teacup. It just made sense kit-wise to do that.
I think it
would have
fits
just
really
got.
well.
I wanted to keep the price of the kit down. So obviously the more fabric you add.
Yeah.
More. There
the
we
price
go.
of It's incredible.
So
it looks lovely.
There's a little teacup, and then it is as simple as, like I said, for the first border, I keep my templates in. You are literally just going to right sides together, the two sides, sew down.
Yep.
You can still use those lines as reference if you
Now,
want.
can I just ask you, because this is one bit that can throw some of us into
Yeah.
a tailspin, because foundation piecing, okay, we're comfortable with that now, we've got it, it's great.
Yeah.
But now I'm adding just fabric to a foundation. Are they going to fit? Are they going to move? Is there any special techniques?
No, they'll be fine. I've never found I need any techniques. I still use the line. You've got the measurements for the pieces, so once you've sewn it together, they'll fit.
Okay, do you pin? Do you sew from the paper
You can
side?
pin, you definitely can pin. So while I've got the foundation paper in, I will sew paper up so I can follow that line. But you don't have to because it is just 1/4 of an inch. Yeah, and then press open. You can best press these so they are less likely to stretch.
Yeah.
I best press mine afterwards because that's how my brain works.
I sometimes
always
do
do,
that
yeah.
though, to make a block really flat.
So yeah, it's just this. Sew them, press them out. Then you add your top borders on, exactly the same, press them out. Then I tend to remove the paper pieces. Then I add the outer border in the exact same way as I added the inner border.
Got you. Lovely message from Julie on Facebook. She says, morning, new to foundation paper piecing. Why is the template not printed on both sides so you can see the lines? There's obviously a reason. Oh gosh, I don't think.
Do you know what? I think it's possibly because it would just get so confusing if you can see both. Both what's it, but you know, because you're using the cheaper paper, just pop it up to the light and you can see. Pre-folding the templates also really helps because you can see what you're doing. But I think I would get confused if I could see templates on the.
And it's sort of the universal method as well, so everyone would have to change.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Delia says, morning Stuart. Oh, you gave me the giggles with your message. Jenny and everyone watching, I'm here relaxing in a very windy northwest. Sounds lovely though, relaxing. Jan says, hello lovelies, I'm unable to add the digital version to my basket. It can't be sold out. Now, are you on the app? If you're on the app, Jan, you can't purchase downloadables. It doesn't work through the app. So you need to either be on a laptop, like on the website, or the other thing you can do is you can buy the digital version through our telephone line. So if you haven't got a laptop or something there, you can add it, but the software for the app doesn't allow the download. Apologies for that.
Right, shall I show a bit on the cushion? Because I don't want to...
Yeah, that would be lovely. I'm just going to really quickly recap the pattern.
Okay, sure.
Because lots of you still have it in your baskets. So, the foundation paper piece teacup pattern, time for tea, spill the tea, is £9.99. Physical pattern details are on screen right now. Susan from Hampshire says, hi, Stuart and Jenny, I want to make a teacup to put in a box frame for my sewing room for my two loves, tea and sewing.
Do you know what? I was thinking framing one would look so cute in a box frame.
Really good. We love that idea, Susan.
Love it.
Gorgeous. So that's the physical. You can also get the digital version. Remember, not available to download, though, on the app. But that's the same with all of our downloadables. £9.99, same price, but different code, SMJ398. And that's an instant download. Okay, the other pattern that we're launching today with Jenny is the Starburst cushion. And Jenny's going to give us a little demo of this next, I think. The William Morris bundle is super, super popular. Let's show the kit. Now, £9.99 for the pattern, but best value, I think, is to buy the kit. This is the Kaffe version. It's Kaffe and William Morris. You get your 3 fat 8s. You get your ½ metre.
No, 1 metre.
It's a 1
Yeah.
metre. Brilliant.
Yeah.
1 metre piece. Such good value. You're only paying £10 for your fabric bundle, £9.99 for your cushion. Absolutely incredible. That's the Kaffe. There's a Tilda version too, but you can find that on the website. Right, Jenny, let's jump in.
So I did, because I knew time would be tight today, I did loads of the Willie Morris one, so you could see what it looks like, because sometimes it's hard
Willie
to
Morris?
visualise. Well,
don't know if
I
anyone
was going to
actually
shorten
called it.
it
Go on,
even
to
more.
Willie what?
Willie Mo.
Willie Mo.
And I know some people hate it, so I try not to. So this is what that cushion will look like. Good visual. There you go.
Yeah.
So that is what it will look like.
Gorgeous.
I love this
It's like
colourway.
a jewel, isn't it?
I'm totally finishing it off because I really, really do love this colour. So obviously they're all separate pieces, but I knew that if I didn't do loads, then you wouldn't get to visualise it.
But Jenny, also, you've got the pattern for the centre block and the pattern for the corner blocks, which you could use independently.
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't you?
Oh, yeah, completely.
Very versatile.
Yeah, you could do whatever. And like you said, if you made more than one and you made it into a quilt, you would get a secondary little
You would.
star in the corner.
You would. You'd get those 4 corners. Very nice.
So for this one, I've done the cutting instructions slightly different because it's all triangles. And if you cut rectangles, when it's like precious fabric like this, you would end up wasting quite a lot, and it gets... So what I've done is I've explained it in the pattern, but the best way for when you're using shapes that aren't, so they're not like, what's the word, is it
Squares,
equilateral?
rectangles.
Yeah, but even the triangles are like
Yeah.
funny.
Like a
What's the
right angle
word?
triangle.
Yeah, I'm not very good with angles and stuff.
Symmetrical?
No, I don't think it is though, is it?
I don't know.
No. You were a teacher. You
I
should
don't
know
what-
these
I
things.
don't know what's in your brain.
I don't know what's in my brain. You probably don't want to know what's in my brain.
Oh, I
right,
told the children all kinds of things that weren't true. All right. He only knows.
So this is what the best way to do it is. Wrong side of your fabric facing up. Template right side down on top. If you don't do it that way, the pattern is, your fabric is not going to fit on your template.
Okay, got you.
Because it's like all the flipping and reversing. It's like reverse, isn't it?
Flip it and reverse
Flip it and reverse it. That's what you've got to do on a Sunday morning.
Can I work it?
And what I always say as well is cut ½ an inch round. Don't just do 1/4 an inch because that's quite tight.
Yep.
And I would draw it. Draw around that template. You could use a little bit of sew-line glue or something just to pop that so the template doesn't move. But I find that they don't really move. You know? So you're going to do it like that.
Yeah.
And then what you can do is, because you need to cut like 4 of most, then that one will fit upside down there and you can draw it. And that is the best way to make the most of your fabric because you don't want to, but I've, cut all the pieces out and I've still got some fabric left.
Great.
So that's how you do that. I just thought it was really important to show you, because
Sue
I don't
loves-
usually do that. I
No,
usually
fair
do
enough.
the rectangles.
Yeah,
and
yeah. No, I
stuff.
agree with you. You waste too much fabric with a triangle.
Yeah.
Sue says, love that pattern, Jenny. It looks like a kaleidoscope. Very
Yeah.
pretty.
Oh,
Very pretty.
thank you
And
very
Lisa
much.
Lamb's message, she says, oh, talking teacups, how about making a large teacup block and then making it into a clock? Tea time. Oh, love that idea.
Love it, Ace. She'll have to get quilting, won't you, Lise?
Yeah, Lisa Lamb making a
I know, fancy that. I
Whatever
think she has
next.
made one in her life. And then I also say, so you want to print off an extra template in order to do this, so you can cut each piece out to use as a template. And I always clip them on top of each fabric so I don't get confused, because I get confused so easily. Do I have time to show how to sew a block together quickly? Just
I
one
think
piece?
you do.
I think I do.
Yes.
Right, so because I've got these all neatly placed, then I know what I'm doing, she says. Because, which way around? I've flipped and reversed these. That's what I've done. No, I haven't. There we go. I had a little, there it is, a trusty pin.
A trusty,
A
the one
trusty
pin you own.
My one pin.
You're not a pinner, are you? I can tell.
Actually, I found a pin on Adam's spare bedroom floor and nearly stood on it. He
I'm a
uses
fool.
it.
I'm a
He uses it.
fool.
Appalling behaviour, Adam. No, do you know
Then
what he
Goldsworthy
does?
don't pin either.
I know. He uses his
Slapdash.
spare room. It's opposite his little studio.
Right.
And I think everything ends up in there, out of the way.
All the good stuff.
All the good stuff. So I just, like I said, always pre-fold your templates. I didn't, because I was too busy yapping. So I've cut these pieces out really roughly because I was in a rush. There we go. So fold on that line between, I'm doing the template B because I've already done A.
Yeah.
Between B1 and B2, and trim off that excess fabric. Open your template out, find your fabric for B2. And again, for this one, it's really important you've got them lined up and you check, because you could just think, oh, that will do. That's not going to cover
not
it.
at all.
Not at all. But if you put it this way, perfect.
Hurrah.
I have said add ½ an inch around, because if you do 1/4 of an inch, it is tight and there's no wiggle room. And I like wiggle room.
That is truly wasteful of fabric, isn't it? If you have to discard the whole...
Exactly. So it's better just to cut a little bit extra than you need. It also depends on your confidence. You know, if you're a beginner, you want to cut that extra fabric.
For sure.
If you've been doing FPP for years and years, you can probably not do it. It's really your choice.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Flip that fabric over, get your little seam roller out. There we go. Flip it over again. Fold between B2 and B3. See, I've
You
really...
see, once you've got into the rhythm, I find foundation pieces very soothing.
Oh,
because
same
it's
here.
very rhythmical, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
there's a lovely little routine that you go through.
I've just added the wrong fabric, I think. Oh, no, I haven't. No, my templates have got mixed up. There we go. So now we're adding B3.
Yeah.
So again, double check you've placed it right. Because apart
You're
from
a fine
that...
one to talk, Jenny. Double check.
Double check. Come on now.
Oh, do you know, years ago, I did this, it was a Carol Doak star pattern, Jenny, and I think there was something like 124 pieces of fabric in this little star block. And I had spent hours and hours making it. And I literally got to the last piece and it wouldn't cover the first piece.
Oh, no.
So I put the first piece in the wrong place. And I never touched the quilt again. And I had made loads of these different star blocks. It was called 50 Fabulous Paper Piece Stars. I mean, it was an absolute classic at the time in the late 90s. And I'd made loads of different star block and this one, and I could never get the quilt out of the bag.
No, I'm not
Put me off
surprised.
so much.
There we go. And I'm just adding the final piece of fabric. It looks a bit like a fan at the moment.
Fab, yeah.
And this one is really quick. It is so quick to make. because I cut all the fabric out all in one go for this cushion. So then I could just sit and just do it, and it really came together so quickly.
Fabulous.
There we go. We fold that over, and that is part B done. And you will sew, once you've trimmed off the excess fabric, you'll sew A and B together just like you did before. Like I said, if you're worried about going wonky there, just extend that line with a pencil to the very corner of that bit.
Brilliant. Jenny,
We're done.
You've absolutely inspired everyone
To make a teacup.
I mean, you truly have. You truly have. It's been a fabulous hour.
Oh, thank
really
you.
Fabulous. The teacup quilt has been absolutely romping, but don't forget that gorgeous starburst cushion as well. If you want the pattern on its own for the teacup quilt, so many of you have loads and loads in baskets. Do check them out. Physical pattern on screen right now. Great scrap buster. Digital if you prefer. Just remember you can't download it in the app. Right, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, it's going to be Lynn Goldsworthy with the New York Beauty quilt, the cowboy quilt. She's down in Mime Leather, apparently. And then 11 o'clock, of course, don't forget, Jenny Jackson is back with more incredible piecing and instructions, but all with 20% off, so don't go anywhere.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallace, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallace, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop, and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Now, we haven't fallen out, don't worry. We're only standing this far apart so that you can see this absolutely magnificent quilt. It is stunning, Lynn.
Thank you, Stuart.
You've surpassed yourself.
Thank you.
It's the perfect meeting of design and fabric, isn't it, and colours.
I love the fabric. Something about the blues and the browns. It's a cowboy quilt to me. It's denim and leather.
It's absolutely stunning. Really, really beautiful. Now, I have a kit for this very quilt with all the fabrics and with your pattern. We've already taken £10 off the price for you. So we're going under £100. It's $99.86. Now, what size is this quilt, Lynn?
Oh my gosh. You know what?
I've got a pattern right here.
Remember.
Pattern right here.
Oh, it's 67 inches
67 inches
I should
square.
remember those bits of information, Stuart.
Perfect. It's in my absolute sweet spot.
Yeah.
Perfect size. And here's something rather cool. 5 split pays. Now, normally, Lynn, we reserve 5 split pays for maybe a £3,000 sewing machine. So the fact that we've put 5 split pays on this quilt and we've taken it under £100, it's
honoured.
Yeah. It's gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. Now, you are going to need to be quick on this because I have a very limited number. There are absolutely loads of flying into baskets as we speak. Be quick with your checkout on this one, because if you don't buy them all, I'm going to. Now, skill level, Lynn. This looks a little more than beginner.
I think it's a little bit more than beginner. The techniques you've got foundation paper piecing, you've got some curved piecing, and you've got some half square triangles. Once you've got those, it's then just regular piecing. And the thing with this pattern is I've got layout diagrams so that you can keep track of what goes where, because you need to make sure that the bits go in the right places, and that's not necessarily obvious when you just look at the quilt. But as we said before, that we scribble on our patterns, I've actually effectively done that for you in the pattern, in that there are layout diagrams that show you how the whole thing goes together.
Yeah.
So you could have a go at curve piecing and foundation paper piecing. If you haven't done that before, you can watch what we do today. It's not an impossible quilt. There is a lot of work in it.
Yeah, but the foundation piecing is literally one piece, another piece, another piece, another.
The foundation paper piecing, once you've done one template, you've kind of done them all, and it is the easiest foundation paper piecing you could get. You're not going left, right, up, down. You just go round the curve or straight down the line. So really, if you do one test block of each, one curved, one straight, you can then go into what I call factory mode, where you just keep making the same thing over and over again. And like you and Jenny were saying, you can get into a kind of, you know, Zen meditative frame of mind, put something on the telly, on your laptop, and just keep going. So
massively busy for this. I'm watching the numbers with less than half the stock left. We've only been going a couple of minutes. Well over half the stock has gone already. Well done if you've checked out your baskets. Oh, we're way oversubscribed. There's at least 10 of you who are going to miss out. You can still get it if you're quick with your checkout. Remember, it's not yours till you check out. Well done. Loads of you more have just checked out as I was speaking. Well done. You've got your kit coming to you. This is fabulous. You don't want to miss out on this one. This is that fear of missing out moment where you think, oh, why wasn't I quicker? It is beautiful. And actually, you know, I think this is a pretty straightforward quilt. Foundation piecing, as Jenny's just shown, is a nice, easy process. These foundations are even easier than the teacup, I would suggest.
They are.
And sewing in those simple curves, again, you're going to show us how.
Yes.
Again, it is not a difficult job at all.
It's
now,
not.
I'm going to be really honest with you, I have got 40, no, I've got 12. I had 14, now I've got 12. I've got 12 kits left. And that's it. There's about 30 of you with it in your basket. Right, now if you want the pattern on its own, I'll keep you updated on how many kits I've got left. Physical pattern, first of all. This would be amazing done in batiks.
It would be lovely done in batiks. They would work really well for this. I mean, it is a scrap quilt, basically. Yeah. Obviously, I've used a kit, or there's a kit for it, but it could totally be made in scraps, and you could sort of band your scraps in colours, so blues, a different colour. Do you know what I mean? Use the sort of basic way I've used colours, but pick your own colours.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. As always, everything is laid out in such a clear way. You've got every step of your foundation piecing. You've got how to assemble.
Yes, so here we've got block assembly, so you can see bit by bit. And do you know what I've got on this bit here on the templates?
Little match points.
And I cut little
notches.
Little buenas notches, that's
buenas
it. So
notches.
The templates have spots so that you've got notches to cut so you can match up when you do your curved seams. And you've got this, you've got a layout pattern so that you can see literally step by step how you're going to put it together.
Yeah. You've got your templates again, full size. There are your buenas notches.
Yes.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, my dad always referred, whenever I talked about notches in dressmaking or quilting, he would always say, what, buenas notches? And so now Lynn and I always call them buenas notches because they are good.
And I'm going to point out one more thing in the pattern, which is that, and it's quite similar to what Jenny was talking about, pre-cutting your pieces. I've actually got templates to pre-cut your pieces. So that means you don't even have to worry that you're cutting the pieces to the right size. You don't have to worry about lots of wastage. You just cut strips and then you cut these templates from there. So that makes it easier again.
Brill. Well, I think none of us like to waste lovely fabrics.
Exactly.
Very good plan. $9.99 for the physical pattern, flying out. Grab yours. This would be an amazing Tilda quilt, would it not?
Everything is an amazing Tilda quilt. I love Tilda. It would be an amazing Liberty quilt, Liberty Lawns.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Kay Facet. I mean, it would also be.
Or if you love more kind of like tone-on-tone fabrics, things like Alison Glass, things like Tula Pink True Colours, again, you could do that. You could do a Civil War reproduction version of this.
You could, because it's a traditional pattern. New York Beauty is a very old-fashioned pattern, but you can make it modern if you had, like you say, Tula Pink fabrics.
French General?
I love French General.
Me too. Good morning, Lynn and Stuart. Beautiful quilt, just ordered mine. I can't wait to get started. You've got my quilting juices flowing again.
Excellent, Rosemary.
Job done.
Listen, good luck with it and enjoy making it. I certainly enjoyed making it, I have to say.
Absolutely fabulous. Let's have another look at the quilt while we show you the details for the digital download. So you could be piecing these at home this afternoon.
Yes, you could already get started on your templates, see how you go with those, and then get yourself into factory mode.
Yeah, I would be running to my scrap cupboard, my scrap bins.
It's made for scraps. It really is. I mean, the kit is beautiful, but it's a made for scraps, really.
Yeah. Well, it looks like a scrap quilt.
I put it together to look like a scrap quilt. I tried to make it as not orderly as possible, but then with certain pieces that kind of pull the design together, like the stars, those kind of bits and pieces.
Having this consistent sashing as well.
Yes. Just sort of pulls it together.
It does. It makes sense of all of those different fabrics.
Exactly, so it's not chaotic.
Now, let's see if we've got any kits left. I'll have a quick look. Oh, 5 left.
Wow, okay.
5 kits left.
Okay.
5 kits left. How many in baskets? Oh, 35 in baskets.
Oh, gosh, it's like
4
a race.
left now.
It's like a race.
And coming up the inside, there's 4 left on the final run.
But Rosemary's got hers. Well done, Rosemary.
Rosemary got hers.
Head of the queue.
Yeah, Rosemary checked out.
Yeah.
Lots of you did actually check out before we came live.
Really?
So well done you.
That's so nice.
Lots of you did, but we've just got 4 of those kits left now. Last 4 chances, and nearly 40 of you with this in your basket. There's more going into baskets as I speak, but last couple of chances now. Do check out your basket. Don't miss out on this kit. It's such a beautiful range of fabrics, and when they're gone, they're gone. We get depressed about this sometimes, Lynn, don't we?
Well, if you miss it, it's so frustrating. If you've got it in your basket and you don't check out in time, it's like trying to check out concert tickets, isn't it?
It truly is.
Yeah.
And it's not like, oh, we'll redo the kit next week. When these fabrics are gone, we cannot buy any more.
No, this was a stack in the warehouse, wasn't it, that
it's
we used
very,
up.
very...
And they're really lovely, I've got to say.
Annoying, really.
Yeah.
Last kit left. 1 kit left.
Oh, gosh.
Very last chance. It's gone. Right, it's all sold out.
Right.
Right, go home.
Cup of tea, go home? Yeah.
Let's have a quick... What do we... Pattern on its own? Oh, yeah. Pattern on its own. We'll put the details up on screen. This is the physical pattern with the foundations in the back that you can photocopy or trace off however you like to do it. Because some people like to foundation piece on lightweight Vilene, don't they? Leave it in.
They do. I've never done that. I either use regular printer paper or you've got some, I think we're coming to it later.
Oh, we do?
You've got some foundation paper, which I know people love because you can actually see through it. So you haven't got the problem that you have often with printer paper, that it's more difficult to see through. These are just brilliant.
We'll run this through. This is 100 sheets. You can run it through your printer as well. So you can scan the foundation in and then run it through your printer. Would 100 sheets be enough to make the quilt?
You know, I knew you were going to ask me that question.
Sorry.
And now I have to do a little bit of maths. So the template sheet comes with 3 on. So I need to do 9 times 4 is 36. Yes.
Yeah.
You could nearly make 3 quilts with 100. So you just need 36 sheets.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. And it doesn't curl, it doesn't distort if you iron it, it doesn't go brittle. You can see through it really well. It's really good stuff.
They are. They're great. And they go...
Carol Doak is the
Carol
person I
Doak.
learned foundation piecing from.
She is the original queen of foundation paper piecing.
She's the reason I foundation piece.
Oh, wow.
I'd done a few years of regular piecing, wasn't getting the accuracy I wanted. Thought, shall I try this? Spent about 2 years doing nothing but foundation piecing.
Wow.
And then when I went back to regular piecing, suddenly my seam
so
allowance
much
was
better. How interesting.
It trained me what
really
to sew straight and to
yeah,
sew.
it's good for training you to sew straight because it is just following the lines, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is why I think in a way it's quite easy. Because
Should
you're
we
just
do a
following
bit?
the lines. Should we do a bit of foundation paper piecing? Let's do a bit of Should we do the straight or the curved?
Make me a beauty. I'll do the jokes. Whatever you fancy.
Okay, let's do curved because people will think it's more difficult, but in fact, it is just one is as easy as the other. So template A, you will make 36 of these.
You've got some shading on your foundation.
The reason I have got shading is because you're doing something like this and it's very easy to forget which bit's light and which bit's dark. So if you add a bit of shading, you know that the darker fabrics, and what I would do as well if I was cutting these up, I would scribble, if I was going to do brown as I have in my version, I would scribble brown on here, just to remind me that's the pile I'm grabbing from.
Good plan.
But if you make all your A templates in one go, then you've got a pile of fabrics ready cut next to you, and you just go, go, go. So there's the template. Then we have this template sheet, and this shows us how to cut out the bits of fabric. So we need to cut out the templates, and you can see also that I've scribbled, let me put it, no, that's the right way up, on here, brown for these pieces, background for these pieces, and blue for these pieces, just so I know what I'm doing. I always scribble on everything to make life a bit easier. So you cut these out actually to the lines. It doesn't have to be the most accurate thing in the world, because you're really cutting pieces which are slightly too big.
Are you using your brand new blade to do that?
Oh, well, do I have another option? Do you have a selection of blades for me to access? But I am using my brand new blade, which is kind of slightly painful, isn't it? So I'm cutting these out.
And our new ruler, which we've all fallen in love with. We all want one of these now.
This is a great ruler. This is really good. And you can see as well on this template that it says here 3 inches. So you know that you're going to cut 3-inch strips to cut these from. It'll say that in the pattern as well, obviously. But because you've got it next to your templates, it's a kind of guide and a reminder for what you're doing. So you don't have to fully remember everything. These grippy bits are grippy, but sometimes you need a bit more slip.
I know what you mean.
Yes, they grip really well.
Sometimes I want the ruler to
Sometimes
move
you
more
want to
than
be able to switch it on and off, really, don't you? In an ideal world. Right, so we'll cut these out.
If you invented that.
I think it would be over-engineered, wouldn't it?
Probably.
It would probably cost £200, and who wants a £200 ruler?
Not I. You can get this for £19.99.
It's a great ruler, I have to say. It's the perfect size. I like a small ruler for doing this kind of thing, because you're not wielding a great big one all over the place. So I'm cutting out the
for me. Yeah.
A template, and as you can see, this one says 3.5 inches on it, so that's the strip I'm going to cut for those pieces, and those are the background pieces. So let me just cut the last bit of this out, and then we can go to cutting our pieces out. So you will, when you get around to, what I would do is I would do your first one as a tester. So you could even do that with scrap fabric if you want. And then you can come on to doing them sort of lots and lots and lots together. But doing the first one as a tester means that you can really get your head around it, particularly if you haven't foundation paper pieced before. You can get your head around what you're doing. So those are the background pieces. These are from the brown fabric, and I've got a little stack here of strips that I already cut. So we just put the template on there, and for this one we'll need 3 of those, so that's plenty for me to have there. But obviously if you're making lots of them, you can just cut, and just create a great big stack of them that are ready to go. And then,
do you stack different types of fabric? They're all brown, but they're all different ones.
So I just have a big stack of the brown triangles and then a big stack of the whatever, so that ideally you don't even look at what you're picking, you just randomly pull things out, because then it gives it... You don't like that approach?
Absolutely.
You like
I just know a lot of people go, oh, no, I couldn't, not without looking.
Well, the problem with looking is that you tend to have a favourite fabric, so you keep going back to it, so you'll find you'll get towards the end of piecing and you've run out of that one, because you're not...
And
the big pile of the one that you're just not warming to, that for whatever reason.
Yep.
Now, there is an A1 and an A9. Basically, one is one reversed. So if you have a stack that's got fabrics in different directions, so in other words, if you had a width of fabric strip and you'd folded it over, you'd have some facing up, some facing down, you can cut them all in one go. So that makes life a bit easier. But once you start making this, and once you've done a test block and you get to cutting the pieces, you get into the swing of it, and you begin to see what you're doing and what you're working on. So you almost don't have to think about what you're doing once you've made that tester to give you an idea of where you're going. Right, so we've got those pieces, and then we want to cut. So those are the pieces, I've got them a bit high on the screen. There we go, those are our brown pieces. And then we can do the same again, cutting. So we want, for this template, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the background pieces that will go in sections 2, 4, 6, and 8. So I will cut these now. Right, you stay there.
Just a couple of nice messages. Sue's message, she says, Happy Mother's Day.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, indeed. I love sewing my by numbers foundation paper piece style. Yes. It makes life so much easier, and no one can tell. It's almost like cheating.
I think it's like cheating, because
it's
you
like
come up with...
class, isn't it?
It is, and you come up with something. When you look at the quilt itself, you come up with something that's so... I mean, here's one I made another day. earlier, it's so neat and tidy and it's so perfectly curved. And actually, you wouldn't know that that's quite easy to do.
Yeah, yeah.
So you start with, as always, you piece on the back of a template. So flip it over. If you want to see the lines better, I can actually see them through this printer paper. And if you had the Carol Doak paper, you would be able to see the lines through very clearly. And you're going to start by putting your first triangle, and let's find one that faces the right way. Here we go. To cover section 1 and at least 1/4 inch all round. So we'll line it up to the line between 1 and 2, slide it across a bit, and that's your first piece. And your first piece always goes right side up. Then we get our second piece, and we've got these background triangles, and you'll want that to go right sides together. And as Jenny said before in her hour, if you flip them across, you can see that you've got it the right way, because it's then going to cover section 2 all over, plus 1/4 inch all round. So you're going to put those two right sides together. If you want, you can pin this, but I don't bother. But particularly if you're a starter foundation paper piecer, you might want to pin these. And as I said before, you want this bit of fabric to go over the line by about 1/4 inch. So your first seam that you're going to do, you're going to shorten your stitch length. And on this machine, it's on 1.5. I've got an option of 1.5 or 1. On my machine, I might do a 1.3, just because the shorter the seam, the shorter the stitches, the easier it is to tear away the paper at the end. But then it is actually, if you go wrong, it is more difficult to undo the stitches. So you probably get into your sort of swing of the stitch length you like.
But Carol Doak also taught a brilliant method for undoing stitching.
Go on.
For foundation piecing.
Go on.
Well, you'd have to go wrong and then I could show you.
I don't ever go wrong.
So you use a rotary cutter.
What?
You use a rotary cutter.
Oh, well, let's do it with this first seam,
Yeah,
and we can
okay
redo
then.
it.
Fine.
Okay.
We'll do it. Lovely message from Sonia. She says, I'm looking forward to making this quilt. Foundation paper piecing is my favourite sewing.
Me too.
Having
I
used
love it.
Carol Doak's foundation paper piecing pad, I decided to get the new ruler also. Thanks, guys, for a fab show.
It's a great ruler. So show me, because I have a trick for this, but I don't use it. I use a seam ripper, and I slide it between the fabrics and the paper.
No, so what she does, obviously you've got to take care, but you peel the fabric back, you expose your blade, and then you literally cut through the stitches. So you press down and it cuts through the stitch. So you're pulling the fabric back so it's a little bit under tension, like this.
Okay, well, I don't want to diss Carol Doak, but I think my system's better.
Do you?
You get a seam ripper. Now, you need a decent seam ripper. If you've just got that one that came with your machine and it's 17 years old, you need a sharper one than that. So if you go and buy a new one, or you've got a new blade in your seam ripper, basically, you just slide the seam ripper between the fabric and the paper, and it just grrr, and the whole thing comes to pieces like that, which is amazing.
But look, there it is. That's removed.
Okay.
And for me, that's easy.
Okay, okay.
What was difficult was I kept pushing the cover over the blade.
So you get to cut it with a piece of burnt plastic.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Okay, so I'll re-sew that.
Yeah. What she also has on hand, and I do recommend this myself, is a roll of Scotch tape.
Absolutely, I always do as well.
Not sellotape, the Scotch tape, the matte stuff.
Wait a minute, so there's a difference between sellotape and Scotch tape for these purposes?
Yeah.
I did
Scotch
not know
tape
that.
is kind of cloudy.
Yes.
And you put that over the back of the foundation, and it basically seals all the holes up. So when you sew again, your foundation doesn't end up falling to pieces.
But why does it? Because I use sellotape for that.
You could use sellotape, but I think I don't know, Scotch tape, it just feels more like paper. And
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Anyway, yeah, good tip though, to have the tape on hand.
Obviously you can't iron it. Don't iron it.
No, I have, but yeah, doesn't go well. So you then fold this over. Now I know Jenny on the hour before had a little, what do you call those? A roller. A roller.
Seam roller.
I just tend to do it with my thumbnails and flatten it like that. And then what we do is we're going to fold this template back and along the next line between sections 2 and 3. Now, some people don't like just folding it and would prefer to have some kind of a piece of cardboard. So what you do is you just get a little strip of cardboard, could be from a cereal box, could be from... Postcard, could be from one of those Amazon envelopes, you know, those sturdy Amazon envelopes. Mine's just from a catalogue that came through the door yesterday. So just any old, any old piece of cardboard. Fold back along there, and you see that really helps you to fold nicely and easily. And then you can just trim, because you trim your next line to 1/4 of an inch beyond the fold line, and that gives you something to line the next piece up against. So that's why that works well. Now, if you've got to this point in your test block and you're finding that these pieces are a little bit small, then you might just want to add 1/4 of an inch around these templates, because again, as Jenny was saying in the hour before, if you're a beginner foundation paper piecer, you might want a bit more margin for error and a bit more wiggle room. But if you're confident or if you're finding these sizes are working for you, then just carry on. So next piece, we've got another brown triangle. So again, you want the piece to go there. So that's where you're imagining it's going to go. So you're going to fold it back to there, line it up with the piece already, and then you're going to sew along this next seam line between sections 2 and 3. And you can probably already see where we're going with this.
I love the fact that you have used what we might think of as the background fabric for the star points.
Yes, it's
I
nice,
thought, I
isn't
mean,
it?
I've seen the quilt, of course I have, but I thought the brown was going to be the point.
It feels, and it took, that's actually
Love
why I did that, why I shaded them, because that was not working for me. I wasn't doing it right, because I kept putting them in the wrong way, because I felt like the prints should be in there.
Yeah.
So
But
I had to do that to make me concentrate.
Yeah. But they look so good in
It
the
looks
background.
nice, doesn't it?
Really good.
So we just fold this piece over, and you carry on like that. That's how simple it is. We just keep on going. So again, fold back.
Interestingly, Fran's got in touch. Says the Scotch tape I'm referring to is actually called invisible tape, and it was also used to splice audio tape.
No way! I love these kind of bits of information. I did not know that. I think maybe I just thought Scotch tape,
Everyone in the
sellotape.
gallery is like, what's audio tape?
Oh, really? Oh my gosh.
Because they're all really young.
Do you think we're older than them?
I think we're a little bit older.
Oh, that's depressing, isn't it?
I think they missed out.
They missed out on the
They
days
don't
of
know.
mixtapes.
Sunday afternoon, listening to
The
chart.
You record your songs, try not to get the speaking in. Yes. And then you got the perfect mixtape with all your favourite songs. Those were the days, Stuart.
Listen to it all week.
Yes.
And then the next Sunday, tape over it.
Start all over again. Absolutely. So what was your favourite song? Just pulling a song out of thin air from the 70s or 80s.
Gosh, one of my absolute all-time favourites is Kate Bush, Wuthering Heights.
Oh, that's a good one.
If
Did you know, can I tell you a fact about that?
Please.
She did not read the book. She wrote that song from having watched the film.
I always thought she'd read the book and then wrote the...
Watch the film.
Watch the film.
Watch the film, and that inspired a song. But sorry, I interrupted you. You were going to say more about...
No, Kate Bush is like a goddess to me.
She's incredible. She
Absolutely
is
love.
so... I like the man with the boy with the child in his
Oh, the man with the child in his eyes.
Love that one. Can you sing it?
Yeah, but not live. We're not allowed. Or This Woman's Work.
I don't know that.
What a day. Listen to that song on Mother's Day.
Oh, okay.
If that doesn't bring tears to your eyes, it's beautiful.
I tell you what brings
In a
tears
good way,
to my
in a good
eyes.
way. Go on.
Two Little Boys. Oh my gosh, that one makes me cry
Yes.
every time.
Yes.
Such a tearjerker. Right, so we fold back along this line again. So you can see we're just carrying on doing the same thing. Folding back along the seam line.
Your favourite song from the 80s?
Well, the one that popped into my head was Seasons in the Sun.
Oh, really?
Oh, gosh, that was not a resounding positive response to that. It's
just
such a
interesting.
great song.
Yeah? Was that from your Summer of Love? We've all had one.
No, my Summer of Love would have been more like when it got into the punk songs, that kind of thing. I think Seasons in the Sun, I was more like 10.
Oh, okay.
Although I did like Jeremy Philpott when I was 10.
What?
Jeremy
What
Philpott.
What is audio tape?
He was just a boy in my class. That's
Oh, was he?
Yes,
Oh,
he
fair enough.
Nobody
That's why I
famous.
don't know who he
No,
is.
just, a boy in my class that I liked, Jeremy Philpott. Jeremy, if you're
Jeremy
watching.
Philpott now. If you're watching.
Right, still going on, folding back. I've actually, I haven't done a great job of that one. But
Now,
it'll be fine.
can we talk about that? Because
Yes, we can.
if your seam allowance isn't quite a 1/4 of an inch.
Yes.
Is it a deal breaker? Do you need to start unpicking?
It's not. I would say if you've got down to about 1/8 of an inch, you are absolutely fine. And the reason you're fine is because you're sewing with tiny little stitches. So that is going to hold that no problem at all.
Don't start unpicking that.
I
It's
wouldn't
fine.
unpick that. If it's actually gone onto the paper, then that does risk undoing itself.
Yep.
So then you need to think about that. But that one, I probably put it on the wrong way. But it's worked fine. You know, that happens. And hey, it's not the end of the world.
Exactly. Barbara from the Wirralls messaged in. She says, I love FPP. I have my light box next to my sewing station and it's perfect for lining up the fabric on the template.
That's such a good idea. I don't have a light box. I bet you have a light box.
No, I don't have a light box. I use the window.
I use the window.
But
Or
then you
just
have to
hold
get
it up to the... Well, or hold it up to the light.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I like the idea of a light box though, Barbara.
I do. That's a great idea. So carrying on. So what song was from your Summer of Love?
Well, I love, actually, talking of Summer of Love, I love Summer of Love by the B-52s. That is a brilliant song.
I don't love the B-52s.
You need to listen to more of them.
Okay, maybe I
would
do.
say.
Maybe it's just because Love Shack just is played to death everywhere you go.
No, I don't like Love Shack,
I
and I don't
don't.
like Rock Lobster.
No, I
The-
don't
the
either.
two
Those
songs
two
that
are
they
a
were
bit...
famous for are by
okay.
no means their
I
best.
think those are the only ones I know, so maybe I've got stuck in that
Oh,
time warp.
Wig. You have to listen to
Okay,
Wig at
okay.
B-52s.
I don't know that one. In fact, those are the only two I know, so...
Brilliant. Sue says Lynn put it on the wrong way round because
I
she
did,
was getting
didn't I?
too excited about Jeremy Philpott.
I did put it on the wrong way round. I'd forgotten these triangles have a
Sue.
direction, and you're right, I was not concentrating.
Hit the nail on the
Which is
head.
mostly Stuart's fault for
The
talking.
minute I mentioned Summer of Love, it was Jeremy Philpott. Gone. Accuracy out the window.
What's happening?
What's happening to you?
Oh,
hello.
Has it got stuck onto there? Sorry, the sewing machine just carried on sewing all by itself. It was like a ghost machine. Wow, that's a
This
new...
trolley was doing the sewing for her.
I got the foot stuck under the trolley here and it started sewing all by itself. It's quite a setup here, actually. It looks seamless, but down there it's not seamless. Okay, who was it said I did it wrong and now it's right?
Sue.
So I've concentrated and I've got it right this time, you'll be pleased to hear, because I learnt from my mistake.
Yeah.
So once again, clearly not. So once again, fold back, trim this to 1/4 of an inch or so. I mean, you know, it's not, you don't have to be as accurate because actually the paper does the work for you in making this all accurate.
Totally does.
Here's my last piece going on. So by now, you're so much in the swing of it that you're probably, you know, listening to the Archers or, you know, watching something on Netflix. You know what I mean? Listening to an audio
I've
book.
just got into listening to podcasts while I sew.
Really?
Yeah, I always before it was monastic silence.
Oh my gosh, but isn't that a bit lonely? I find it lonely if it's just silent.
It's just me and the fabric in my machine.
Yeah,
you
I
see.
suppose those are your friends.
That was really
nasty. That sounded mean. That sounded mean. I did not mean that at all. Stuart is the loveliest person in the land, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, darling.
You really are.
Thank you. No, but it's true, actually. It's
No,
funny
it's
because
not.
it's true.
It's not true. Wait until we work together at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, can you imagine?
Everyone will be elbowing their way to see Stuart past me. Who's she?
Constantly getting pushed to the floor.
Exactly. I'll just be pinned against the back of the
That's something to
stand.
look forward to.
I'll be long queues to see you, and I'll be on coffee duty.
Oh, please come.
I think we should. I absolutely
Honestly,
think we should.
talked about it last year,
We
didn't
did,
we?
we did. But I think your stock got stuck in the Suez Canal or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it did. The fabric. Yes,
so
you're
you're
right.
kind of stockless.
You're right.
Do
that's
we
right.
have an iron?
Yeah,
Yes, we
we
do.
we do. We do.
Do you
we
feel
do.
like pressing?
Yeah, of course I
don't have
do.
to. I've got
no,
that here.
Got that.
So
Is this switched
I
on?
always...
No.
Oh.
Just do that.
I always press at this stage, so kind of you can use your roller or your thumbnails until this stage, but once you get to this stage that you're going to trim the template, then I want to press because you want everything to lay completely flat, because if you trim it when it's not laying completely flat, you risk things just kind of slightly stretching and growing a bit once you come out the other side. So it's better to press it.
Yeah.
Better
to take a moment to
heat
warm
up
up.
the iron, yes.
Sue says, talking about your Go sewing machine, that
Yes.
happened to me on my industrial. I had just started up on my own. I thought my sewing room was haunted. Until I realised that the dog had tucked herself behind
the dog
and
was doing
rested
the
her head on
sewing.
the back of the
Oh, the dog was your sewing elf, sewing assistant. That's so sweet.
Exactly. Jenny says, hi, loving the quilt. My song was any song as long as Donny Osmond sang it.
I loved it, especially my first single,
Yeah.
Donny and Marie.
Was it Paper Roses?
No, that's just,
Oh, no, that's
just
Donny.
Marie.
That's Marie.
Here's a quiz for you. What was the Donny and Marie song? She lived on the morning side of the mountain.
So, no, sorry, we
And
can't
he
have
lived
no, we
on
can't have
the
singing on air. It's,
twilight
we'll
side
have
of
to
the
pay the
hill.
money. Stop it.
Oh gosh, you're right. Yes,
Rosemary
yes.
says, once, twice, three times a late. Oh, that was a
Oh,
lovely song.
yes. Now, Dr. Hook, is that?
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, that was one of my mum and dad's songs.
Yes. Oh, was it like our song?
Hey Jude was their song.
Oh, that's a very cool song to have.
Hey Jude was their song.
I'm just going to say that the way I trim these, you could trim these with scissors or you could trim them the way I do with a rotary cutter. And you just sort of, it's like you're going forward and the template's turning, if that makes sense.
You're almost staying in one spot. You just turn there.
Exactly. So just take those extra bits off. But you can do it with scissors as well, and you may find scissors easier. As Stuart says, you don't necessarily have to save your scissors for paper, but it's kind of hard to get out of the habit, honestly, I think.
Totally
I think
up to
we
you.
all feel like we've saved our scissors for paper for 25 years, and now the rules have changed. So,
Donna's message, she says, I like listening to Desert Island Disc when I sew. Loving this demo, and the quilt is gorgeous.
thank you, Donna, thank you.
Viv says, I'm new to Lynn Goldsworthy.
Oh, hi, Viv.
I love her.
Oh, thank you.
And Wendy
That's so
says, oh,
nice.
you two are so funny together. Well, come and see us at Festival of Quilts.
Yes, I'll be the one saying he's over there. He's over there. He's just popped out.
No, people will be saying to me, where's Lynn?
Let's see. My money is not on that.
Can I tell a real quick funny story? You'll like this, Lynn.
Yeah, go on.
Talking about sort of remembering who you are and bringing yourself back down to earth. I'd just done Sewing Bee, so like everywhere I went, people were chatting to me about the TV and all that kind of thing. So I was very used to it, and I kind of expected it. So I went into a bakery with a mate of mine to get, I'm going to say a loaf of bread, but it was probably cakes. Anyway, as we're at the counter, the lady behind the counter said to me, oh, she said, while you're here, I couldn't just get you to sign something, could I? And I was all puffed up, and I was like, oh yes, I'm sure I've got a Sharpie in my bag. And I pull out a pen, and I said, what would you like me to sign? She said, oh, it's a petition about the bins. We want them emptied every week. And I was like, oh, crumple down. I'll just take my cakes and leave.
I love that you got a Sharpie out. You're signing a Sharpie. I'm used to
The
signing
Sharpie of
things.
shame. It's a petition about the bins.
Amazing. That's amazing.
Funny that
Do
is.
you know who I am?
Don't care. So that's all done.
So we've made that one, and unlike Jenny, and different people do foundation paper piecing in different ways.
Yep.
I take the papers off at this stage because I find it easier at the end not to be taking additional pieces of paper out of the seams.
Yeah,
Top
I'm sort of with
tip,
you now.
Yes, it's just, for me, it's honestly, it's a quicker method, and
Although
I tend
it's
to go
going
for-
against Carol Doak, because she was always, and actually her method was that you had to stitch inside the seam allowance all the way around every foundation before you join them. But then that made taking the paper out in the seam a nightmare.
But also, if you did that, I mean, a quilt's going to take you 6 years. I think a lot of it is about speed, because if you want to make a quilt, you want to get it made.
Yep.
You don't want to be doing loads of extraneous steps. Top tip, remove your papers in reverse order of piecing. So, for example, on this one, start at 9, finish at 1, because that's the way they naturally want to come off. Could have a pair of tweezers on hand, just in case you get little pieces of paper stuck in the seams. But honestly, if I get little pieces of paper stuck in the seams, I just leave them.
So do I.
That's never going to, you're
When the
never going to
quilt gets
feel
washed,
that.
it gets
Exactly,
washed,
it's just
yeah.
going to turn into some sludge.
Fran says, Cherish got played yesterday. It's 39 years old. Cherish the love.
I thought you said don't sing. Now you're singing.
Who
Who sings that? Who sings Cherish?
I can, because nobody can recognise the song.
Who sang that? Was it?
Cherish the love.
Is it somebody like Lionel Richie and the Commodores? Is it Fat Larry's band?
Cherish the love.
Make it stop. Make it
Fran,
stop.
put us out of our misery.
Yes,
Who sang
we
it?
need to know who sang it, please.
Sue says, I should add, it was my old dog that slept behind the machine, not the new one.
Oh.
The 8. Yes,
it's
the
Sue
Mariner's
that-
Compass
yes,
quilt
I
I made with
remember that.
Lynn's pattern.
I think, Sue, am I right, Sue, that you're making another one from the pattern more recently? So I think the original one was a Today's Quilter pattern, and I think she's making another one with the pattern we had on about a couple of months ago.
Right.
So hopefully the new dog, I know it's the
Doesn't
new,
eat
the
the
new,
new.
keep the new dog away from the quilt. So we've got this done, and now what I want to do is to cut out the frame pieces.
Yes.
And we have templates for these in the pattern. I'm not going to cut those out because it'll be boring for you to watch me to cut those out, so I've done that already. These are the pieces. So as I said before, I have got in the quilt pattern, these will be red notches. My printer doesn't print red, so it doesn't show. So what I do is I cut a little...
Cool
go
and
on.
the Gang.
Is it
Cool
Cool
and the Gang. Sorry, I digress. Go on.
They also sung, get down on it, come on and get down on it.
Da-da-da-da.
Shouldn't have said Cool and the Gang. Okay, so, stop laughing because you'll make me laugh. You're making the table shake. So we've got these red dots here, and what I do is cut little snips into these so that you can either cut little snips into the seam with your, like a little sharp pair of scissors, or you could even mark these on with a pencil or whatever. It's just having little marks in the seam allowance, which will allow you, and I can show you if I put that.
Oh, do they match up with the points?
Exactly. So on the outside they match up with the points, and on the inside they match up with the points.
You're
So
a wizard, Harry.
when you when you come to sewing these seams, you don't think of it as a great big curved seam. You think of it as basically 4 little practically straight seams. And even if you sewed these straight, the whole quilt would come out fine.
Yeah.
So we have a piece cut, which is, it'll say in the pattern, I think it's 4.5 by 8.5. What I would do is I would stack up maybe 8 of those, pin, 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 to hold it all in place, and then cut the whole pile with a rotary cutter, but you can cut them one by one with scissors if you want. You really don't have to do it in, but you know, if you're a beginner and you're working towards improving your skills, then learning to cut more pieces is definitely an important part of the process. Now I need a teensy pair of scissors, which I have not brought with me,
Oh.
to cut
Will that
those. Yeah, that'll work. So you want to cut almost sort of 1/8 of an inch notches in there.
Okay.
So you don't want to go to 1/4 of an inch because that'll start going into the seam part. But so that is, and you can see it on the quilt, that is your inside piece. And then I think it's background fabric that is your outside piece. And when you cut these, I like to print out 2. So you've got one here and then you've got one here, because you cut this piece first and then cut both from it, again in a stack if you want. And then the pattern will tell you to keep this piece and to cut more of your background triangles out of that. So it's another little bit of sort of fabric saving magic. So cutting this out, so I'm going to have to move you a tiny bit because I'm going at a funny angle now and not making it look that easy. So cut that piece out. And again, you want to cut those little notches that are marked with the red. Okay, let me just get all these little threads. No, I was going to tug it. That's not going to
It's
work.
really worth changing that blade.
Oh my gosh, this is like a demonstration of how not to do rotary cutting, honestly. Goodness me. Then we're going to cut these little notches again so that when you put this outside piece on, it is going to line up. Let's just cut those with the seam points, with the points of the triangles, and that makes the whole thing easier to piece.
Perfect. June's enjoying sing-along quilting. I think that should be a thing, like speed dating.
Yes. Yes, you should have like local sing-along, like a choir quilting group.
Well, they do like, is it bing bong bingo or something? What's it called, the bingo?
There is something.
Bongo bingo.
Bongo bingo. And is it bingo and then you get up on the table and sing karaoke?
sing and dance
Is it
and all
something like that?
sorts.
I think my son
Yeah.
Jack has been to that.
Yeah.
For those of my family watching, my son Tom will not have been to bingo bongo bingo. That's not
The other
name,
thing
is it?
that's really in at the moment is primary school bangers, assembly bangers.
What's that?
Basically, but everyone goes for like a boozy brunch, and,
Yeah.
once you've had a couple of mimosas, then they start with the old classics like Kumbaya or This Little Light of Mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Or
One more step along the road I go.
oh, I love that one. Well, everyone
Classic.
remembers them, don't
They do, those songs that we all sang at school.
So they have all of these people who've been drinking dancing juice for the last hour.
Get up and dance.
Singing Kumbaya,
That
getting on
sounds
down.
amazing. I think we should do that, Stuart.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should definitely do some kind of quilting version.
Yes.
Wendy says, what a lovely movie you are, Stuart. Strictly Will Be Calling. Dare to
Oh,
Dream.
now imagine that if you're on Strictly. That would be amazing.
Yes. June says, my two favourites, if I said you
I
had
love
a
that.
beautiful body,
Would you hold it against me? That is such a great and cheesy line.
And also another Dr. Hook, when you're in love.
Oh, I love that one as well. I love that one. And there's another one as well.
Gorgeous.
And I can't remember. There's another Dr. Hook one. If anybody could send us in the one that's in my brain, that would be really useful.
Yeah, that would be useful. That would be good. Emma in Glasgow says, learn to sew, cook and sing with Stuart and Lynn.
Yes.
That's a TV series. That's not just a book.
It is, isn't it? What would it be called? Oh, with denim and
That is
leather.
the title.
Sew, cook and quilt with denim and
With
leather.
denim and leather.
Yes.
Love it.
So I've pinned this. I know we got slightly sidetracked, but what you're doing is you pin the outside piece on top, and then you can match each of these notches to the seam point, to the triangle point that you've got underneath. And that means that effectively you're just going to sew one short seam. So what you'll do is you will sew from the pin and to the next notch. Then stop, readjust, start again, sew to the next notch. Stop, readjust, start again. So you do it step by step by step. Don't think of it as one big, scary, curved seam. Think of it as 4 small seams.
Lynn, this is why we love you. You break everything down into simple steps. Don't forget, you can get the pattern on its own, digital or physical. Make your own version. Everything's explained. And don't think, oh, I haven't got fat quarters. I've only got bits and bobs. You could do this with bits and bobs.
Yes, because you could have the centre of these. I mean, if you wanted to go completely wildly scrappy, you could throw all your colours across the whole quilt. Or if you wanted to keep it in a sort of tighter colourway, let's say you kept it blue and red, then these could be all similar blues, but don't need to be the same print. They happen to be in mine, but actually they don't look as if they are because it's a large-scale print.
That doesn't look the same fabric as that at all.
Exactly, because when you've got a large-scale print, it makes it more interesting because you get different cuts each time you cut it.
Exactly. Linda's bought the digital pattern. She says, morning, just ordered the digital. Another beautiful quilt, Lynn.
Oh, thank you. What's she going to make it with? We'd love to know.
Yes,
what
we would.
fabrics? Yes.
Derek's getting in the mood. Actually, we're getting Derek in the mood. He is loving the music today and about to start work on the 70s jukebox musical, Disco Inferno.
Disco Inferno.
So getting me in the mood. Good. Glad
And
to
look,
hear it.
we've got a comment from Donna. I'm thinking of Sylvia's Mother. Sylvia's Mother is a great
Is that
Dr.
the song
Hook
you were thinking of?
It wasn't. There's another one again.
Keep going, Donna.
If my daughter Amy is
Keep
watching,
going.
she'll know which one it was. It was in Breaking Bad, or something like Breaking Bad.
Or something like. We'll probably find out it was in an episode of Emmerdale Farm.
I'm trying to sound more sophisticated than I really am.
Sue says, sing and praise 2 book is ingrained in my brain. We had them at primary school too. Do you remember?
Oh, no, I don't remember. I don't remember Sing and Praise.
Oh,
no.
yeah, there was book 1 and book 2.
Really?
And it had all of those songs in. Yeah, it was fab. It was.
Gosh, I don't remember that one.
It was a very uplifting way to start the day at school.
It was.
I
We
felt.
had Mr. Ward, I think, used to play his guitar.
We had a Mr. Ward.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Did he have a moustache?
No.
Okay, it's not the same one.
No.
Okay. Well,
No.
he shaved it off and moved to your school.
Bruce, our director, also had a Mr. Ward.
No.
He got about.
Bruce didn't go to Greenway School in Berkhamsted, did he?
I think not. Was it an all-girls school? Yes.
No, it wasn't an all-girls school. And very much of the people, thank you very much. So am I sewing this seam or are we chatting?
So,
okay, so
well, we're kind of doing
both.
That's
Chatting,
the principle,
singing,
Lynn.
cooking.
Sew and talk, sew and talk.
Sew and chat, sew and sing.
You can't do the sewing bee, if you can't sew and talk at the same time. They test you.
Oh my gosh, look what's just happened. It's
What's
unplugged
happened?
itself. Can you believe it?
It's the dog.
No,
it's the dog that did it.
It is the dog. It's the dog that ate Sue's Marinus Compass quilt.
Charmaine's saying, is it the only way is up? No, that was Yaz and the
That
plastic
was-
population.
Yes, no,
The
it's...
only way
Oh
is
gosh,
up.
it's going to kill me. I feel like there are actions to that. The only way is up. Woo!
Baby.
And then there's that song, Reach for the Stars. You also have to put your arms in the air for that one,
S
don't
Club
you?
7.
S Club 7, well
Yeah.
done.
When I
Yep.
was a teacher in Birmingham, that was very in. I remember
Was
being in the
it?
playground. Oh, there was a big group of kids doing a dance routine to it.
Oh, can you remember the dance routine? Could you show us some of the
gosh,
steps?
No. Oh, no.
Could you make one up for
I
us?
could.
So you go to the first pin, the first notch, and then just sort of regroup, lift the foot if you need to, and then sew the next little seam. So you're just sewing it one seam at a time. Don't be thinking you're sewing a great big curved seam. That's not what you think. Just take it step by step.
And all of that rippling as
Yes.
you're going through of the
Yes.
excess fabric, that's all fine?
Yes, that's fine. And you can just, if it ripples too much, we've got a bit of a ripple there, just lift your foot up, readjust it, and it'll all sort itself out. So we'll go on.
Derek, you're right. I think, yes, that's the book I was thinking of. Come and Praise are the books I remember from when I taught primary school. Book 1, orange and brown. Book 2, blue. It's
Gosh,
ingrained.
people have incredible memories, don't they? I do not remember that at all.
No.
I have a terrible memory.
I remember primary school very well. I've blocked out secondary school.
Secondary school was scary. Well, we had middle school, and I loved middle school. Primary and middle I loved. Secondary was just a bit scary.
Yes.
Everybody else was cool, and I wasn't.
I was never one of the cool kids.
I was never one of the cool kids. I wanted to be,
Yeah.
but no, I wasn't.
You're one of the cool kids now, Lynn.
Oh, yes,
tell
quilting
you.
and singing, and what was the other thing you're doing?
Actually, cooking.
Yeah, if you can quilt and sing and cook, you are the cool kids.
I think so. Well, you're certainly happy and well fed, which I'd rather be
You
than
say
cool.
you're well fed. Are you trying to make it? Are you casting aspersions? That's Lynn. She's
I just
nice.
think
She's
if
well
you can-
fed.
If you could cook, you
Oh,
can
I
feed
see.
yourself
I
well.
thought you meant she looks like she's well
No,
fed.
it's not a euphemism.
No, well, it sounded like a
No,
euphemism.
but that's why I learned to cook, because I'm greedy and I like good food. So that was my incentive for learning
Well,
to
that's
cook.
a good incentive. Liking food is a good incentive to learn to cook.
I think so.
I really can't cook.
Can't you?
No, I mean I can do basics, but I can't. You know, I'm no Fanny Craddock.
Do you know, we were this close to getting an offer from the BBC for a show, Lynn, and you've just ruined it.
How did I ruin it? Oh, because I said I can't cook.
Because how can we possibly have cook, sew and sing with leather and denim if denim can't cook?
Do you know what? I was not concentrating. I can cook. I'm really, really good at cooking. I am rubbish. I genuinely am rubbish.
Thank goodness you can sew.
Thank goodness I can sew. That is really my only domestic skill. All of my friends have so many domestic skills, and I've just got the
Do they?
one. I can't garden. I can't clean in any sort of sensible way. What are the other domestic skills? Those are the main ones, aren't they? Cook, garden, clean. Are there other ones? I can sew on a button.
Good.
Yes, thank you.
Good.
I can sew a hem on a pair of trousers if your trousers are too long.
I think you've got to be able to feed yourself. I honestly think
Yes.
that is one of the most important life skills there is. You've got to be able to feed yourself.
Except, you know what, these days, my dad, he's got a microwave, he gets some amazing ready meals, he feeds himself
True.
fantastic
Yeah,
meals.
true,
So it's
true.
not like it was before where you had to go and, forage for ingredients. We can forage in M&S these days, can't we?
It is true. It
Yeah.
is true. Yeah. Yep.
So I'm going to sew this second seam, and this is the inner seam. So it's a little bit of a tighter curved seam, but same principle as before. You're just going to sew it.
You still clipped your Buenos notches?
I have clipped my Buenos notches, so those, and I have pinned so that the notches mark against the points of the triangles. So that makes it really easy. You don't have to think about where you're going to pin. You just pin so that each time it meets the point of the triangle, and it means that the whole thing's just going to go together without having bits left over. You know, often when you sew like a drunkard's path, you get bits over at the end. Maybe you don't. I do.
Now Karen and Sue, no, Karen and
no.
Joe have both said, is it sexy eyes?
No, it's not sexy
No,
eyes.
is it? I'm gonna love you a little bit
I
more.
love that one, but it's
gorgeous.
not that one. Oh, it's almost like I can just about hear it in the back of my mind.
Another one, the song you're thinking of, I believe, is Sharing the Night
Yes,
Together.
it's Sharing the Night Together. Thank you, Stephen from Lancashire. Yes, what a great song. Could you sing it?
I've never heard of it.
Oh, it's
What's it called?
Sharing the Night Together is really good.
No.
And
I'll
in-
listen to it later.
It's really good.
Princess Loves Club Tropicana, that was her summer song.
Oh, Wham. I mean, when Wham came out and they had those little rolled up jeans and those big mullets, I just thought they were the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, they were.
They were amazing.
Exuberant.
They were incredible.
Yeah, agree. Sue says, I want Disco Inferno to play when they lower my coffin into the crematorium.
Oh, that's a great song. Who sings Disco Inferno? Burn, baby, burn.
Wildly inappropriate. But hey, it's your day.
Beautiful pressing from Stuart. You can really give this a good pressing. Don't worry about pressing too hard. With
Oh, really? Okay.
With curved piecing, you can go for it a bit. You don't need to worry too much because sometimes you need to sort of push all of the bits into the right place.
Yep.
And you can push curved seams either way, but these will naturally go away from the template. So they will do the work for you. They will make the decision for you. You don't need to think about it.
There we go.
So we have made one block, and if we've got the pattern and have a little bit of time, we can show you where the block would go in the quilt. So you'd have one of these here, then you make the little strips and sash those together. You make stars for the centre here, and that's your main block, and you're going to make 9 of those. And then when you come over the page, you have literally got how you will piece that together step by step, so that the cornerstones will make these little stars, and you have stars in the centre of the block. So everything is laid out, so piece by piece by piece, you can literally follow the pictures.
Great. Fabulous. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Such a fab quilt. And brilliant demos, Lynn.
Thank you. Well, thanks for singing.
Instructions on their own. These are printed instructions, physical instructions. $9.99. There's your code. You can also get digital download if you prefer, and then you can get straight on with it this afternoon if you so choose. There they are. Same price, different graphics. And it's an instant download. Can't do it on the app though. Has to be either laptop or iPad would be fine, wouldn't it?
If you were on the website rather than the app, yeah.
That's the important bit. Perfect. There we go. Well, Lynn.
Thank you, Stuart. It's been fun.
Utter joy.
It has been an utter joy. Denim and leather. Strike again.
There we go. You've got the rest of Mother's Day to enjoy.
I have, yes.
I'm just going to say it one more time. Kids, you're on the clock.
Yes.
Make sure there's a text.
Yes, I have not. I did check in the interval. There were none. So hoping by the time I get out now, there'll be 4 messages.
What could I say? Happy Mother's Day.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're like a mother to me.
Okay. So I'm well fed and I'm your mother. This is not a self-esteem morning.
Not a great way to end the show. I'll see you very soon.
See you soon.
And let's plan Festival of Quilt.
Absolutely, let's do it.
You're still talking to me by then.
I'll get the T-shirt made.
I will see you after the break with Jenny Jackson. Don't go anywhere.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Once you've opened a commercial dress pattern and cut it out, it's really important to transfer all of the markings on the pattern onto your main fabric. Now, Rebecca Harrison and I both do it this way. We were taught this way and we've always done it this way. You can do tailor's tacks, you can do all sorts of things, but I find a tracing wheel and tracing paper the only way to do this. I've cut it out to a size 14, but I need to mark up the size 14 darts. So I can see that this one here is my size 14. So I literally just trace that dart right the way to the top, then trace the other side of the size 14 dart to meet it at that dot. I then go to the waist dart. Size 14 is this one. Follow the line right the way to the top there, and the size 14 on this side. Then you have to look for all of your notches on your size 14. So I've got a notch here. So that's all of them traced through to that side. Now, can you see those? It's very pale, but you can see the dotted line there and there. Now, you've got it on one side, and you think, well, how on earth am I going to get it to the other side? So what you do is you remove the pattern piece, but leave the pins in there. Then what we do is we just take the side that we've made our markings on, and we just copy them right the way through like this. But as you can see, they've now come out on the other side. So when you then unpin your whole of your front panel, all of your shaping and all of your darts are all transferred onto the wrong side of your fabric, and you're now ready to sew.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
We are back, and this hour it's Jenny Jackson. Hi. Hey. Now, we're just going to do a quick recap before we get in, because the teacup quilt, my goodness me, is absolutely romped this morning. But this hour, generally, I've got loads of Jenny Jackson projects with 20% off. Now, this isn't 20% off, this is brand new today, but absolutely incredible. Over 20 of you with this in your basket. That is basically my remaining stock. So be quick, check out your baskets. This is the teacup quilt, and it's foundation paper pieced, absolutely gorgeous, 48.5 inches wide, 60.5 inches tall, if you like, or deep. You get all of your fabrics for the top and the binding for just $64.99, and that includes your pattern as well. You get 6 beautiful fat quarters. These are all Free Spirit fabrics. This is the sort of coming together of Kay Fassett and William Morris. William Morris designs, and then Kay Fassett recolored those designs.
And do you know what's controversial is
Go on.
love Kay's colours.
Yeah.
And I love William Morris's prints.
Yeah.
So put together
Yeah.
is what I like.
Yeah. Perfect combination.
Yeah.
Love that.
When I saw them available for me to use, I was like, I'll have a bit
Exactly.
of that.
These are gorgeous, aren't they? Really, really beautiful colourway. You get a great big chunk of white as well. That's your background. And it really is a stunning quilt. What sort of level, Jenny?
Oh, beginners can give this a go.
Total beginners.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Foundation piece. You get your pattern included as well, and it has all the foundations set out on a page that you can photocopy. You need to photocopy 10 of this sheet, and you need 10 of this sheet.
Yeah, because there's 2 of each.
And that'll do the whole quilt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, amazing. Brilliant. It's not an onerous task at all. Absolutely gorgeous. If you want to make it even easier, get yourself the Carol Doak foundation paper. You can run it through your printer and it's brilliant for foundation piecing. So that's option 1 as a kit. I've also got a second option as a kit, which is my very favourite, Tilda. Absolutely love Tilda. And this is very summery, I think. You've got 6 fat quarters from the Sunday brunch range. Sunday brunch was all about long, languid afternoons.
I love the little women on that.
Brilliant,
I just
aren't
was
they?
like, I'm going to fussy cut those women.
Relaxing in the sunshine. It was actually based on Tonya Finninger and her team enjoying kind of relaxing time together.
Oh, nice.
And also her sort of origins, if you like. She used to do like band covers, you know, design them, the artwork and things like that.
Oh, okay.
And her partner was a roadie for a rock band. So these kind of like afternoons lying in the park and things like that were kind of very much at the beginning of her career. So she's sort of reproduced them in the fabric. I love that.
Love it.
So you get your fat quarters, you get your white fabric for your background, and then you get these beautiful pastel solids to create the frames and the accents on all the teacups. Again, $64.99, and the pattern's included as well. Brilliant, brilliant value. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, it's been very, very popular. If you want the physical pattern, we'll give those details first. $9.99, and you do your own photocopying to print off your foundations.
Yeah.
20 sheets total, you're done.
Yeah, yeah.
You can also get a digital version if you'd like. And that's instant purchase, instant download. You can be working on that this afternoon.
Off you go.
Yeah. Love it. Very easy to download as well. Really, really popular. Really, really popular.
I love it. I'm definitely going to make another.
Oh, you must. And we want a coffee cup too. And then you brought us a second project.
Yes, I did.
Not 1 but 2.
Well, yeah. I like to
this
keep myself
was
busy and out of trouble.
Starburst cushion. So you get the instructions for making a cushion, but you could easily turn this into a quilt. You've got enough fabric to make that cushion. Basically, all the stock I have is in baskets. We've dropped the price under £20. You get your pattern, you get 1 metre of your background fabric, and then you get 3 fat eighths to make an absolutely beautiful finished cushion. Again, beginner level?
Oh, yeah.
Beginner
It's
level.
easy. I think with the photos, because it's there's so many photos in the pattern,
Yep.
I think it just makes it so much easier.
Yeah, that's a lovely hand to hold. And then there's also a Tilda version. So wouldn't it be lovely to make the quilt and a cushion, different styles, but same fabric?
Yeah.
Gorgeous. This is the Tilda version, again, under £20 for the pattern. That means you're only paying £10 for all your fabrics.
Yeah, I love
Stonking.
those tiny little, like the ditzy prints. with
Gorgeous.
them. So pretty.
Yeah, it's a really nice range, that, isn't it? Fabulous. Now, you can get the pattern on its own if you prefer. So, physical pattern first, $9.99. And you get a full tutorial, and it's not generic instructions, it's specifically this pattern. How do you foundation piece this pattern? Really, really well set out. And also, you've got your foundations. You need 2 of this page and 2 of this page. And that's it.
Yeah, done.
Fab.
And you can sew away.
Now, if you want the digital pattern, we'll put the instructions on screen. These are digital download, so instant payment, instant download. Again, $9.99. And away you go. Right,
Yes.
now Jenny, we have brought back some of your best loved quilts and
So many things.
designs. Loads.
I was having great fun searching for all the demos.
A lot of fun. Also, all of the things we're going to show you from now on have a 20% saving on them. So this is a great time to stock up and buy Jenny Jackson projects. Shall we move over?
Yes.
Let's head on over.
Let's go.
We're going to start off with the English paper pieced peacock.
Okay. I'm just going to be your handy assistant in this hour, I think.
You're going to be the star. I'm going to be just talking about what we've got. There it is. Come on in. Come on in.
Oh, upside down. I'm coming in.
So is this a kit to make the whole quilt?
Yes, it is.
Wow, oh, wow. That's incredible. It's $49.99, except it's not. You're saving £10. That's 20% saving. $39.99. Now, what you may not be able to see from where you're sitting is that the whole of the peacock is... Hexagons, all sewn together to create the peacock. That is amazing.
I know, I love this one, but I love peacocks. I just think
Gorgeous.
they're so pretty.
Let me just show you what you get in the kit. So you get this panel, printed panel, that has like, can you see, the exploded image of the peacock.
Yeah, so sometimes it looks a bit weird. I'm not sure if this one does, but sometimes like the animals would have 2 eyes, 4 eyes. And it would be like, oh no, it's printed wrong. It's not, because once you've wrapped the seam allowance around the hexagon, it all matches up perfectly once it's hand sewn together.
You get that massive panel. You also get your solids to create the borders and your binding. That's all included.
And the corner, lovely little prints on the corner on the panel.
Oh, amazing. Those 4 corners.
Yeah.
You also get...
enough hexagons to do a certain amount of rows, and then you can reuse them.
Amazing. And these are that kind of really sturdy, heavy duty.
Yeah. 1.5 inch hexes. If you want more, you can always order more from me if you would rather not reuse them.
Understood.
And just do them all. A couple of people do that. They'd rather base the whole thing.
But if you sew a few rows together, you can take
you take them out. Once all sides of the shape has been sewn around, you can just remove the templates. It's
awesome. Loads of you have this in your basket. You're making a 20% saving. Absolutely brilliant day to buy. Everything for the front of the quilt, including your binding. Roughly how big is this quilt, Jenny?
Oh, do you know what? It's ages ago. About 64 inch high by 53 wide.
Really
so a nice,
good size.
larger than a lap quilt.
Yeah. Yeah, would go nicely on a bed or behind a bed.
Yeah, hanging on a wall.
Gorgeous, yeah. Peacocks are spectacular, aren't they?
Oh, they're beautiful.
And so clever, that whole internal image is all pieced from hexagons. Such a clever technique.
And it's a really easy technique, and it's nice. It's a nice holiday project because you don't have to take the rest of the quilt with you. Just take the hexes with you. Cut them out before you go.
Check out your baskets. Yeah. Beautiful.
In fact, now is your time to get all your holiday projects for this summer. Like EPP to take on holiday with you, because it's just so, you just don't really need anything.
It's a great idea, I love that. Next, Love is Love. Tote bag. I've got 2 different versions. We'll start with rainbow.
I think that is the one that I've got with me.
Just wondering, Dan, could I have a
No, it's not.
over here, and I'll put the things that we've done. That's the one you've got?
Is it? No, it's not.
If that's the right panel, it might be that panel.
That's
the panel, sorry.
Yes.
Thanks, Dan.
Should work it out.
That was me. That was me. Right. Oh, this is lush.
Isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's a big old bag.
That's gorgeous.
It's one that you can just fit everything in. And if you want to make it shorter, you just make the bottom piece not as deep.
Perfect. This price is for the full kit, $19.99, but we're going lower. You're saving 20%. It's $15.99.
Bargain.
Amazing. So you get your big panel. This has all the fabrics for the outer. Do we need to buy separate lining?
Yeah, just I can't remember how much you mean.
Like
yeah,
that.
anything. Yeah.
You get your paper pieces for doing your hearts, and then you also get your full instructions as well. That's brilliant value for $15.99.
It's so good.
Love is love. That's the rainbow version.
Yeah, and you just applique the hearts onto, you do the EPP by sewing them together and then just applique them onto the squares. So you can applique them by machine. I did it by hand because I just love hand stitching, but you could do some really nice stitches around the heart.
So you applique them onto like a plain background?
Yeah, so you applique the hearts onto one of the squares in the on the panel.
That's a really cool idea. I like that.
Yeah, it's a big, and it's a good shopper. You can fit all sorts in it.
Now that's the rainbow, but if your favourite colour is purple, I may just have the perfect project for you.
All the purples.
All the purples, and this crashes to the same price. It's not $19.99. Look at that. This is $15.99 for everything, for the outer bag, the handles, the back, the front, all of your hearts. All you add is some lining fabric and perhaps something like wadding inside.
Yeah, I think I use wadding, so you could use wadding or H640.
Great. You also get your full instructions as well and your paper pieces for doing your EPP. That is gorgeous.
I love those. All the purples, the Dixie print purples.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Now we're going to go to the block keeper next, Jenny, please.
Are we?
Brilliant. Now this is pattern and paper pieces only. So tell me about a block keeper.
It's to keep your blocks in, Stuart. You asked for that.
I did ask for that.
Walked into it. So it's pretty because you've got to have pretty things to store your stuff in. So when you open it up, you have pockets, because why have a plain bit when you can have pockets?
For sure.
Love us. And you basically use some wadding. You can use other stuff. What else can you use for them instead of just some wadding?
I would definitely use wadding.
I do. It's just perfect because your fabric, I haven't got any fabric
Flannel,
with me, but
maybe.
yeah,
Or
anything
brush
that's got that just, you can stick stuff to.
Yeah.
So basically what you do is if you're making a quilt or anything that includes blocks, you just pop them on. I just added 4 pieces, but you can add more. So it's just to keep it tidy. And yeah, when you're doing EPP even, if you want to lay stuff out, because you know when you lay stuff out on a shiny surface like this, they move constantly. You just have to knock them and it's gone over there. But with those, if you pop them on, it will just keep them nice and steady while you're working layouts out.
I like the tie as well. I think it's a really, really lovely idea for a book. And of course, you could do the pages differently. It doesn't have to be
it doesn't have to
wadding.
be
It
like
could be
that.
fabric. You could turn this into a memory book.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that would be nice.
Anyway, you get all of your paper pieces to create this patchwork.
Yeah.
Presumably, I could make a quilt using this
Oh,
block.
you totally, my mum has. My mum has. Actually, she doesn't know how to send photos and she probably doesn't have one on her phone. I feel like she's done it out of William Morris. Yeah, and she's just been making loads of blocks. She's just the cutest thing. Happy Mother's Day.
That's lovely.
I can't remember if I said it in the last one. I've messaged her.
20% off, £15.19. The full instructions and your paper pieces to make the block keeper. That is gorgeous. Really like
It's
that.
a quick project as well,
And a
because you
good
can
scrap
machine,
buster.
and you could machine applique that on if you don't want to hand sew it on.
Really nice. Now, next up, we're going to do the springtime tote bag and pattern pieces. So this one, you're getting your full pattern. You're also getting your paper pieces.
I've got 2 samples for this.
Oh,
do you know this is one of the first ones that I finished off the demo when I got home?
Oh,
because that was the demo one.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
And this is that was the original, the one that I made.
That's a really smart bag.
So it's got an EPP pocket at the front.
With a magnet.
With a magnetic clasp, yeah. But you don't have to add that. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to.
That's
if
lovely in
if
the
you don't
denim
even want to add,
Matilda.
right? I'm obsessed with using this denim. You know the lightweight denim they have on here. Yeah, I love it.
Stunning.
And yellow.
And the lining and this.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. In your kit, you're getting for $13.59 now. You're saving 20%. You get your paper pieces for your piecing, for your English paper piecing, and you get your full pattern to make the whole bag. And of course, once you've made one, you'll make loads.
I saw a lady, she's just posted it on Sewing Street Fans last week, I think it was, and she's made it and she's Santangled on this side.
Very nice.
And she's done, because there's loads of, well, there was in the kit, she bought the kit, there was spare fabric.
Yeah.
She just did a patchwork, like machine patchwork,
Lovely.
back bit.
Presumably, you could put that same pocket on the back as
Oh
well
yeah,
if you
of
wanted
course you could,
to.
yeah.
You're doing your own, aren't you? You know what scraps you've got, you know what bits and pieces.
She changed the straps. She decided to just do 2 long straps instead of 2 short and a long one. She did 2 long straps. So yeah.
Now, don't forget, we're taking this 20% off, and that's all lovely, but like at midnight, like Cinderella, the magic disappears.
Yeah, it does.
And the price will go back up if there's any stock left. So you must check out your basket before midnight tonight. Actually, if you want it, the quicker the better, and then you make sure you get the one you want. With 20% off, none of these projects are going to stick around for very long. Right, next up we're going to go gardening apron kits.
Oh, yeah.
Gardening apron and cooking apron.
I've only got a sample of the gardening one.
Oh, that's
I'm too
really
short.
nice.
I need a box. I'm not even short. Can we? Jump!
Jump.
That's dangerous.
I'll
that
hold
is.
it up with you. Come here.
There we
Hold
go.
it up.
Oh, I've tied it.
So this is like oh, I love it.
It's
So
just
you've
a
got big
waist apron.
pockets.
You've got hexagon pockets, and they've all like really cutely. Like you're not fussy cutting these. The panels are printed like it.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
And it's
So
just
this is
handy.
the gardening version.
You can pop your snips in there while you're pottering around the garden.
Yeah, it's lovely. Packets of
stuff.
seeds.
Yeah.
That'll be me tomorrow. 20% off. You pay $23.99. That's a £6 saving. Really, really fantastic day to be buying. It's the full kit as well. So look, you get all of your hexes. They're all fussy cut or designed that way. You also get your metre of fabric for the back, for the binding. You've also got that gorgeous all-over print that's at the top of the apron.
It's a big old panel. It's huge.
Let's show it, actually.
Yeah.
Let's hold it up.
It's a big old one. There you go.
So those are your waist ties.
Yes, they are.
There's the top, the main body, and there's your pocket. Oh, love it. Really love it. It's great.
It's something you can make again once you have the pattern as well, using your own fabrics for like gifts and stuff.
Yeah.
I really want to make one in denim scraps.
That'd be lovely.
But denim,
Oh.
when you EPP denim, it needs to not be too tough. I actually think.
absolutely.
But I just have this craving to make one.
That's lovely. You also get your paper pieces as well to do the patchwork, your hexagons. Now, we've also got a cooking version, or cookery version. Oh, this is lovely. I'd have to make this. Now, the barbecue season
Exactly,
is
right?
nearly here, right? Yeah. So look, you've got all of your kind of chef's hat and hot pads, whisks, fish slices. Your price is crashing 20%,
Got some
£6
eggs.
saving. Oh yeah, of course, you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. You've got your food mixer.
Yeah.
Love
Rolling
that.
pins.
Nice. And you've got your coordinates as well, really cool. You've got your paper pieces, you've got your pattern, and you've got your £6 saving, but only till midnight.
Once you've done the EPP, it just comes together so fast.
Yeah.
You could
lovely.
eau de coat it as well. If
That's a
you're
great
a
idea.
little bit messy, you could eau de coat it and then you can just wipe it down afterwards and it will
That's
be.
a brilliant idea. Now, next up, we're doing foundation piecing now.
Goodness
this is
me.
the tulip block cushion. Oh, I spotted this earlier. This is gorgeous. Look at this fabulous, fabulous sample. That's using Tim Holtz alchemy.
It is. It is.
That fabric.
Someone keeps asking me because they've seen it and they've got the pattern, but they couldn't get the kit because it sold out. They were like, "Have you got any?" I was like, "I don't."
No, that is a range of fabric that should have been
Forever,
like,
a
available
staple.
forever.
Yeah, because look, how good is it for the tulips? Because it's all the same
Yeah,
bit of fabric.
it's one fabric.
Yeah.
But you could reproduce this very nicely with batiks.
Yeah, or
Batiks
even
would work.
solids, just different shades of the, like pink, 3
That'd be
different
nice.
shades of pink, and it's a scrap buster.
That'd be lovely. Look at the price. This is for the ready-to-use templates, and so you're not having to photocopy anything.
No.
all of the foundations that you will need for the whole cushion are all printed off for £8.79. I'd pay twice that for you to do all the printing for me, Jenny, and all your instructions as well. We've had some fantastic demonstrations this morning on how to do FPP, so we all know how to do it. Now it's time to put it into action.
Yeah, it is a really fun one.
Loads of you coming in for this. You could do a really long table runner.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a cushion. That's the thing about foundation paper piecing. Once you've got the template, you can do whatever you like with it.
I'm just thinking, if you manage to get the gardener's apron, adapt it, do those along the pockets.
Yeah.
Hi again, gorgeous people. I've ordered the stunning teacup pattern and can't wait to make it as I'm addicted to FPP. Thanks to Jenny. And Gary says hi. That's
Hi,
from
Gary. And Christine.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, my goodness. Like half my stock is gone on this. Check out your baskets, won't you? That is absolutely
Well, it's such a
out.
spring project, isn't it? Can you imagine? I was thinking it would look nice in conservatories as well.
Tulips right now. Imagine that as a border around a quilt on 4 sides of a quilt.
Because again, remember, you can shrink the templates down.
Beautiful.
You don't always
Absolutely
have to do them the same size.
Absolutely gorgeous. Next up, we're going to do the butterfly FPP. Thanks, Dan.
So
message. She says, "Morning, Stuart. How are you? I am really well, thank you. How are you? Yeah, really good. Looking forward to seeing my parents-in-law this afternoon.
Lovely. I know. I can't wait to see my mum. She's looking after Dave and Dylan at the moment. This time next week, my son will be living his best life in Iceland with school. I know.
Gorgeous.
And I'll be sitting at home worrying for 5 days straight.
Oh, you will not. You'll be fine. He'll
be fine.
Let's have a look at this
So I
gorgeous
don't have the cushion.
Oh.
But I think that got used for something. But it's the same pattern, but I've turned it into a...
Oh, that is absolutely
into a pouch.
gorgeous.
I think it's because originally with the kit you had enough fabric to also make a pouch. So I made the pouch. Because why not?
Nice. So this is foundation paper piece. Your instructions are to make it into a cushion. But as you said, Jenny, you've just used that centre section to create a gorgeous pencil case, makeup case.
Yeah.
You get all of your foundations pre-printed. They're all printed off for you, ready. So you can dive straight in. But take some copy.
There's the templates to photocopy. So that's the standard. That is the what's it one. And then there's...
That's
all the other bits,
to keep, and then you've got your. Oh, I love that. So much easier to do. I just want to quickly recap the tulips. Can we grab the tulip sample again, please? Absolutely flying out. Lo's got in touch. Morning, Stuart, and the very, very gorgeous Jenny.
Oh, thanks, Lo.
Thanks, Dan. Right, here we go.
Why are you laughing?
No, just no, absolutely gorgeous you, and just plain old me.
Very handsome man.
I get lots of lovely compliments. It's fine. My ego is not that fragile. £8.79. You get the pattern to make the cushion, but also, and I think even more importantly, you get all of your foundations already printed for you, so you don't have to print or photocopy any. And you've got a master set, and you've got the set that you use to make the cushion. So brilliant job. Yeah. Very, very popular. How many in baskets? Oh, basically all the stock I've got left is in baskets. You do need to check out though, please. You're in danger of missing out on this one if you don't check out quickly, because we've got this amount of stock. It should be $10.99. It's 20% off, and when it's gone, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So.
I believe so.
Right, needle turn, fresh as a daisy.
Oh, I think I've got 2 of this.
Oh, lovely. Fresh as a daisy.
Oh, no, sorry, I've got the wrong one. No, I've only got one.
We launched this together, I remember.
We
did.
This is
gorgeous.
Might be a little bit creased now.
Needle turn applique. How summery is that?
I know, I love it. I love doing needle turns. I've got my hair on it.
That's gorgeous. So vibrant. You're saving 20%. It's $11.99. Now, in your kit, what you get is you get your pattern, but you also get some card templates.
Yeah, to
so is
draw
that for
around.
all the petals?
Yeah, the petals and the stems.
Oh,
it's
amazing.
instead of having it on a piece of paper that you've got to trace, you can just go around the shapes.
Yep.
And then you can also use them, if you keep them in place, you can, if you want to, depending on how you like to do needle turn and plique, you can actually iron the fabric over the card slightly to make a crease. Instead of just having it flat and then folding it in with your needle.
Yeah.
You will still need to use your needle, but it just gives it that extra little fold. Because some people wrap it in foil and then press.
Yeah, yeah. Presumably you can use your
Oh,
templates
over
as
and
well.
over again.
You could use them to do fuse to plique if you want to.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But you
yeah.
get full instructions for needle turn. Gorgeous. Now you should be paying $14.99 for the pattern and the template set, but you're getting 20% off today. It's $11.99. A great time to buy.
I think it would look really nice in certain prints as well.
Oh, gorgeous.
Imagine an Alison Glass one on a black background.
Amazing.
Amazing. So
or something like Emily Bell.
Yeah,
Liberty.
the really, all the pastels, all the bright Emily Bell.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous that. That's fresh as a daisy. Now we've got another needle turn project. This is Victorian tile.
Yes.
Number 2.
So this is what I've got. I've got 2 versions of it. I just think the more samples, the better. So then you can see it in the solids and in.
Oh yeah. That's absolutely yummy. Well, both of them, £10 and 39 pence today. You get your templates, card templates, aren't
Yeah,
they?
again, the same. Yeah, they're thicker than the EPP card that I use, but I just find it really handy.
If you wanted to, Jenny, could you do this style, EPP style? Obviously, it's not a piece, but could you prep your shapes by tacking them to papers?
Yeah, some people do tack to papers,
And
but
then
it
sew
tends to
them
be the
down.
thinner. It tends to be more paper, not.
But you could use your templates to
Oh
cut
yeah,
out
of course you
paper,
could.
and then, so there's various ways you can
And
do it.
I mean, you could do this. So if you just draw around the templates and don't add the 1/4 inch seam allowance, so when you do it for needle turn, you have to add 1/4 inch. If you don't and you just use Bondaweb or whatever, you could just applique these straight on without the needle turn part
Fuse
of
and
it.
stitch.
Yeah.
It's lovely, beautiful, beautiful design.
I really like needle turn. I don't get to do it enough. I find it really relaxing.
It's very relaxing, very absorbing.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Again,
And it gives like a 3D.
Yeah, you
It
get
almost
nice
puffs
bit of
up a
relief.
bit. Yeah.
Now, I just need to let you know that every single thing I'm showing you is very limited stock. It's sort of last chance, really, and with 20% off. So make the most of this hour, won't you? That's the Victorian tile.
This is another good holiday project. You only need your square and all the bits, and you can just sew away.
100%. Right, next up, we're doing the concertina wall hanging.
Oh, yeah, I'm on my way.
Oh, this is delicious. Love that. Look at that print.
Love a tassel.
Yeah.
This
Do you know, that's great. And I love the shape. Gorgeous. You get your pattern, you get your paper pieces. This is for EPP.
Yeah.
Would you say that's your favourite technique, EPP?
See, it always has been. I love okay, so EPP, designing EPP is my favourite. FPP is a lot of brain work. So I find EPP just really relaxing to design. And then I love them both, but this, yeah, I do love EPP.
That's gorgeous.
You can add different, you can add different types of tassels. You could add pom-pom trims. You can make, how good would this look in a teenager's room hung up?
Yeah.
In like their colourway with pom-poms, and because I know a lot of my friends' daughters who are turning into teens, they're so into like making sure their bedroom looks amazing and stuff. It would just look so cute.
I mean, that works for them, it works for the house as well, doesn't it? If they want their room to look amazing,
Exactly.
they won't look a mess.
Exactly.
I think some macrame on the bottom of that would be cool.
Yeah.
Very nice. You're saving 20% again, $17.59 for this, but at midnight tonight, if there's any stock left, it will go back up to the $21.99. So this is your chance. Let's do the pretty useful mats next.
I do not have samples for those. I think
No
that was in
problem.
the old studio.
That's fine. Let's have a look at the pattern.
It looks like it's black and white. It isn't. It was grey. It was a grey panel that I used. It was like really tiny prints in grey.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not printed in black and white.
So you make small hexes,
Yeah.
and you make large hexes.
So there's two. No, they're all hexagons sewn together. There's two placemats and some coasters.
Oh, love it.
So obviously you can make more. That's just all that would fit on the panel.
I like the idea of having a sort of mix and match, so you could actually create a table runner.
Right,
down the
and
middle
they'll all
of the
fit
table.
together but not be attached together.
Yeah, and then everyone takes their own
Yeah.
placemat.
Yeah,
for
it's like a
dinner.
jigsaw.
That is such
And
a
those
cool
are big enough
idea.
for like bowl, you can put bowls on them. So you can
Yeah.
actually, if you use Thermolan, you
Yeah.
could actually use them as serving thingies as well. But they will all fit together,
That's
but be
such a cool
separate. Does that
idea.
make sense? Yeah.
Such a cool idea. You get your pattern, you also get loads of your sturdy EPP shapes. That's brilliant. Good place to start, actually, if
Oh,
you've
yeah.
never done EPP.
Definitely.
Got to start with a hexagon. EPP crosses tote bag is next.
Oh, I've got both of these because this wasn't. These
Is this
are
like
these were
seeing your life
panels.
flash before
I know. It's a year's worth of
your
stuff.
creative output for the last year or two. Oh, these are
Oh yeah, so these
funky.
were panels originally,
Ah.
but you couldn't do it without the panels,
Yeah.
obviously. My mum has actually, that show she sent in, she's made of this crosses tote bag, I think 15 of them over the years. Yeah, it's her
Really?
favourite pattern I've ever done. She goes to a knitting group and she made everyone them for Christmas.
Wow, that's so cool. I wish I was in your
Yeah.
mum's knitting group.
I know, she's a legend.
This is a really cool version too. You have to kind of look at this more carefully to
Yes.
see. This is fussy cutting, and when you put the 4 units together, you get these secondary sort of swirling patterns, almost kaleidoscope-like. Very clever. You get your pattern. You also get your
Paper
they're kind of
pieces.
like almost like a little house shape, aren't they?
Yes, I call it the arrow. It's like an arrow.
Yes.
And you get that, you get squares, you get triangles, you get everything you need to make that front.
Super cool. Brilliant.
It's one of those that is really quick to make for EPP.
Yeah.
Comes together quick and it's so much fun. Scrap buster,
Yeah,
because you
really
don't
good
have to
scrap
repeat
buster.
them. You can just, you only need enough to make one cross out of one
Absolutely.
fabric, and then you can just use loads of different bits and bobs.
Yeah, it's super cool, really nice, love that. That's the Crosses tote bag. Do you still have the block keeper to hand, please?
I
Jenny?
do.
It's been really popular. I don't have the instructions near me at the moment, but you get the instructions and the paper pieces.
Shall I take those?
Yes, please. To make the patchwork on the front. But you could also turn that into a quilt, this block, and repeat it.
Oh yeah. It would look so
just
pretty.
remind us what a block keeper is.
It's somewhere to store what you're making.
Yes.
So you just, any blocks that you're in the process of making, you can just put them in there. They'll like, it's not, how would you say? They don't stick to it because they're not stuck forever, but they just kind of.
Sort of a bit like fuzzy felt, if you remember fuzzy felt.
I loved fuzzy felt.
Or in the way that like threads stick to our clothes all the time. Yes. But that is the sort of principle, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a really good idea. Pieces for construction.
Yeah.
Take it to your sewing machine or take it to quilt class. Got pockets too. Should be $18.99, but you're paying $15.19 today. Now I've only got 17 left, so be quick on this one. Be quick on this one. Check out your baskets, won't you? You get your instructions and you get your paper pieces. Right, let's do the Hexie drawstring bag next, please. An English paper piecing design by Jenny Jackson. Oh, I love this one. It's like an easy rucksack.
Oh, do you know what? Isn't it so fun? I know a lot of people have made it for their grandkids, for like nursery or their little, because if you line it with like ripstop, you can, that's a little swim
bag.
Yeah.
And you can wear it
Eau-de-cote
on
the
your
top.
back. Gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a nice size as well.
Really nice.
So I've
Love it
done
in
it
the
in-
solids
Yeah,
as
I
well.
know.
That is gorgeous. Could be,
much
it's like
fun.
an old-fashioned plimsoll bag, isn't
Yeah,
it? But
yeah.
turned into a rucksack.
Yeah, so Dylan still uses this style. He's in secondary school, but obviously he uses a sports branded one.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm
He'll
all
come
about
back.
the he'll come back to
He'll
patchwork.
come back. He'll come back. There's a point where you just can't make for children anymore, isn't there?
No.
It just it's not cool enough.
I know, oh, goodness me.
That's gorgeous though. So you get your pattern, you get your paper pieces for your
The EPP front.
EPP, your hexagons, all right? You reuse them, don't you? You do a
Oh,
few
yeah,
rows and then
yeah.
reuse.
I can't actually remember if you get all of them in that one.
Great price though,
a while ago.
£4 saving. And you do the glue stick method?
I
Or-
do.
yeah.
I use So-Line glue.
Yep.
Glue because it's time.
Yeah.
But I also find it gives a nice crisp edge.
Yeah.
More so, especially the bigger the shape.
Yeah. Your English paper piecing is impeccable. Beautiful.
thanks.
So neat. What thread do you like?
I use Aurifil 88 all the time. No other thing.
Yeah. Kate's got in touch from Merseyside. She says, fab for a pea bag, a project bag, a book bag.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Love this pattern.
Thank you.
Bargain price today. Barbara's got in touch too from the Wirral. She says, hi Jenny, I bought your block of the month quilt in December 23. I've been busy doing lots of projects, but finally finished the quilt top. Fabulous. Any tips for quilting? Stitch in the ditch?
Stitch in the ditch is surprisingly hard.
It's I would never do stitch in the
No,
ditch.
it is stressful because you're going to go wonky, especially the bigger the quilt, the
And
more
then
chance.
you don't see the quilting.
So I do a lot of echo quilting. If you don't like doing free motion, echo quilt, 1/4 of an inch-ish, either side of the main seams, and then which camera am I looking at when I'm here? Is it number 1?
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at number 3. Sorry, I'm so
I did
rude.
wonder, Jenny.
Why didn't you tell me?
No, I'm joking.
It's been an
I
hour
hadn't
nearly.
noticed.
Yeah, either side of the main seams is the easiest option if you just don't want to be burying loads of seams.
I think also you could literally run a piece of masking tape from one corner of your quilt to the other corner of your quilt.
Yeah.
Sew that line
Diagonally. you mean?
diagonally
Yeah.
from corner to corner. Then measure out 2 inches or 3 inches with your ruler. Put the tape again, stitch straight across. Do that all in one direction. And then do the same in
Yeah.
the other direction and do a diamond crosshatch.
Yeah.
Ignore the piecing.
Yeah, that's
Let the
true.
lines fall, and that will beautifully quilt it, and it won't detract from your piecing at all.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, you don't need to do loads.
Walking foot, stress-free.
Oh
One
yeah,
side
and
to
if
the
you've
other.
got one of those the seam guides as well,
Yeah.
they can do a good. Mine does about 3 inches. Some are a
Yeah.
bit shorter. Then
Yeah.
you just follow your original line with
I
your seam
wobble.
guide.
I wobble.
Are you a wobbler?
Because I don't want to have to concentrate so hard on keeping that bar where it is. So for me, the masking tape, or
It
even
works
drawing a
better
line
for
with a
you.
friction pen,
Yeah, yeah.
I just find that a bit more relaxing
That's
on
your
my
thing.
eyes.
Yeah,
It's just whatever works for you.
it's his age.
Yeah, it is my age.
Love
I
it.
never go anywhere now without
No, I mean, look, I
these.
can't go with that. I can't do anything without my glasses. I'd be looking at that screen there, just like, who's that next to me?
Last one then of this section, the EPP South Downs bag. Oh, that's yummy.
Isn't it?
That's really yummy.
I know, I need to put it up, don't I?
Gorgeous.
So it's got EPP pockets on the front and the back. It's just slip pockets.
This needs a bit of K from William Morris.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same on both sides as well,
Yes.
look. Pocket front and back, that's yummy. Love the base bag, actually. This would be a great place for a machine embroidery or a feature fabric as well. It's a good pattern. Good pattern.
You can make it over and over again. And like I said, like you might do the EPP pocket for yourself, but then you want to make a gift. You don't have to do the EPP for the
Can
pocket.
we make and sell?
Yes, just not huge amounts. Do you know what I mean? Yeah,
John Lewis, if you're watching, no, you can't.
No, you can't.
No.
No.
But if you make to sell for like your local hospice
Oh gosh,
you run
yeah,
craft
yeah, a little
stall.
craft fair, yeah, like a community one. Oh, it's got pockets inside as well. Just little slip pockets, handy little bits.
Love that. Great pattern, great bag
It is
pattern.
fun.
Then you've got that element of EPP as well. You've got your paper shapes in there
Yeah.
as well. That feels like a lot. I'm thinking enough to do the whole.
Yeah, oh
feels
yeah,
like a lot
easily,
in
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it would definitely
Great
be
value.
for that, yeah.
£13.59. Say no to that.
Wouldn't you?
No, I
No,
like
I
that
see,
a
I
lot.
love this colour
Lovely.
as
It's
well.
just very smart bag.
Yeah.
Very smart bag.
And a quick make.
Now, Jenny, you have been dazzling us for the last couple of years with your kind of row of the month quilts. We've fallen in love with them. And actually, you single-handedly have convinced a lot of people to try foundation
I
piecing
have,
for the first time.
and I love
and you've loved it.
Yeah, I love that people message me saying, I can do it. I
Yeah.
didn't think I could ever do it. I can do it. It makes
Yeah.
me so happy.
Now,
Oh, this is a blast from the past.
yeah. So this is now we do not have the whole quilt. Okay, just to be clear, we don't have the whole quilt. However, we've got some months available. You could make a smaller quilt. You could make a lap quilt. You could do a wall hanging.
You could use them for borders around a quilt.
Really nice. That's lovely. This is the full quilt that it's from. See, that's dazzling. Absolutely stunning. And we're looking at March. This is a fabulous block. This is almost like a faceted jewel.
Yeah.
And you make one row or two?
It was just one row.
One row.
Yeah.
You make one row. $15.99. That's for the pattern. You get your foundations pre-printed,
Yeah.
all of them.
And you get a
And you get the
master
panel.
copy.
It's gone.
Oh,
Gone.
you get a master copy of the stuff as well. Gone, it's gone, bye.
It's gone.
Tell you what though.
I've got the pastels
Oh,
version
I
as well.
love the pastels. I could never, the whole year, I could never decide which was my favourite, pastels or blue.
You know what? I would actually use the pattern and the idea, the foundation, as a border or a block for a quilt or something like that. I would
Cushions.
Yeah, but I would actually use the panel for something else because Easter, hello.
I know, the panels
$15.99,
are
but the
amazing.
panel would be...
They're basically 10 for 8.
Shouldn't this be, well look, 10 fat 8s, I would expect to pay at least £25 for a bundle of 10 fat 8s.
Yeah.
Anywhere. This is Easter in a panel, you can do what you like. And then you've got the pattern, all of the foundations printed off. You can photocopy more.
Oh yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. These are so pretty.
They are, I loved it. Oh.
Single figures left of that,
How was
6
that?
left in fact.
How was that already? Like a full year ago.
Don't.
Because I've finished the other one since.
We're about to turn our calendar, Jenny, to April, which means a third of the year is gone, of this year is gone.
So this time next year, Dylan will be just almost starting his GCSEs.
It's amazing, isn't it? Right, September, blue. Oh, this is gorgeous. This is like, again, like a faceted jewel. It's almost like, is it a cushion cut? Diamond? Beautiful, almost log cabin style.
Yeah, but with squares and triangles,
Yeah,
rectangles.
amazing. Let me show you the fabric panel that you get, because again, you could keep the pattern for something else and actually use, look at these. Now, you know I love blue and white fabric, so that is 10 fat 8s for $15.99, but you've also got a pattern
with all the
foundations. Bonkers. Absolutely bonkers, but I love it. Can you imagine doing, hello, this is gonna fly out now when I tell you this. The teacup
I was about to say the same thing.
in that.
Do you know what? You would just need that panel for all the teacups, would be plenty.
20.
6, yeah.
Yes, you would, you'd make.
Yeah, because you had 6 fat quarters.
How much background fabric do you need for the
Oh,
teacup
what
quilt?
was
A metre and a half?
No, I think it was 2 metres.
2 metres
Yeah, it
of
was
background?
2 metres because it is
Obviously,
quite a
you're going to need
lot.
a bit of solids for your trim or scraps.
Or
but
yeah, and for the saucer. But oh
Yeah.
my goodness,
you could mix and match anywhere
what's
across
that?
the...
What is that white and blue make? of fine china teacups.
Are you
Royal...
thinking Royal
Royal-
Copenhagen?
No.
Is blue and white.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, who am I
Very
thinking
nice.
of?
Or are you thinking of willow pattern china?
I
That's
have
blue
no
and
idea,
white.
but there's a blue and white one that I had.
It's a classic, isn't it? Or
Yeah.
Cornish ware. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. But honestly, I would get the panel and I would do the teacup quilt, get the pattern for the teacup quilt and a panel.
And then use your
26. What would that work out at? 26.99. Get yourself 2 meters of white fabric.
Boom.
The other, we've got the pastel. Again, you could do a
The
gorgeous
teacups
like
out of
spring
it.
teacups,
Yeah.
couldn't you?
Oh, a little baby teacup quilt
That would
with
be
these.
gorgeous.
That would be so
gorgeous.
cute because you've
Yeah.
got all the greens, yellows, blues and pinks.
But these are all different prints, aren't they,
Yeah.
month by month?
Yeah.
So if you want to get a couple of these, it's an amazing stash builder. If you bought 2 different months of pastels, you'd end up then with 20 fat 8s
Yeah.
and 2 full foundation patterns for less than £35.
Oh, that'd be
In
good.
fact, for less than £32.
And the panel fabric, foundation paper pieces so beautifully. Like I've been using it now for a couple of years,
Yeah.
and it just goes so well.
It's so crisp,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah,
It
yeah, yeah,
presses
yeah, yeah.
so beautifully. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Dan. Honestly, think of these as separate things now. Thank you. Right, October are almost like crossed canoes.
Star
or
crosses.
these Stars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really lovely. You can see at the top here. See it really clearly in this one right here. You can see the design. We're very, very limited. I've only got 3 of the blue panel. You get the panel and instructions, remember?
Yeah, because if you get some from different months, you'll get one panel which is slightly lighter blues, and this one is going darker than the last one because it went dark to light to dark throughout the year.
Well, if you want to make the teacup quilt and you don't want to go to your stash for any bits and bobs, I've got one left now. You could buy 2 different panels, a lighter one and a darker one, and then use them together for your contrast. Right, pastel. So this is the pastel panel plus instructions for October. Oh, that's absolutely gorgeous. Really lovely, a little bit more saturated this time. What about an Easter quilt or runner?
Yeah.
Beautiful. $15.99 is an amazing deal. As a panel alone, this should be at least $19.99.
Yeah, they are massive panels.
But if you were buying 10 fat 8s, you've got to be paying at least, I mean, if you paid
I'm just trying to think.
£25 for 10 fat 8s, that's 1¼ metre of fabric. You're still getting an amazing deal. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you're not paying anything like that. This is $15.99, and you get your foundations and your instructions. You could build a whole library of foundation pieced blocks. Have you ever
could.
thought of doing a book that was all different foundation pieced blocks?
I could do, couldn't
I love
I?
block books.
Oh, same here.
So inspiring.
Yeah.
November in blue. November in blue is next. Oh, that's a lovely block.
That one. Oh, yeah.
That kind of square on point, on point.
Square inside, a square on point.
And these are much darker.
Yeah.
I like
November,
the
yeah, of course.
intensity of the blues here. Now, rather fortunately, I think this one's going to be very popular because those are very, very usable fabrics.
Yeah.
We've only got 17, but that's more than pretty much anything else that we've had today. So to say we've got 17 of these is brilliant. Grab them while you can. 10 fat 8s plus your foundation pattern. I don't have teens left anymore. If you want this panel, it's a big panel, huge in fact, plus your foundation pattern. Single figures now. Single figures, wow, it's lovely. Really lovely. Right, we've also got the pastel version. I know I'm going to love this too, Jenny.
Most likely. It's a nice trip down memory lane for me, seeing all these, because it's been a whole year.
These are really good stash builders as well.
They are.
You want to do a plique.
Oh, I've got this upside down, but it doesn't matter, does it? Because it's just fat eights.
If you want lots of lovely different pastel shades for your stash, maybe you need to make a baby quilt or two.
Yeah, this one is a gorgeous, light green. It looks a bit white on there, but it's a lovely green.
It's lovely. Again, I've got low double fit, very low, low teens, in fact, low teens. Really pretty ditzy designs as well.
They are.
Gorgeous.
And there's only ever a few that are directional.
Yeah.
Most are multi-directional prints.
Amazing stash builders. Right, last month that we have available then is December. And we'll start with blue. Now, these are a sort of flying geese variation.
They are. We ended up, I think we called them a toadstool in the end.
Yeah?
Only because they looked like they had a little base with a little...
Yeah, or like a little
top.
tree.
Yeah.
These are really deep, dark, intense. Oh, yeah, super. Very me. I've got 4 of these left, that's all. All leaping into baskets. Check out now. And then December pastels.
We've given up now, haven't we? Folding everything.
I was folding, but we've literally got 60 seconds. Just a gorgeous way. Now, these are the pastels. I've only got 3 of these panels left.
Yeah.
That's lush. So usable, aren't they?
They are so pretty.
Refresh your page, have a look, see what's available. Very little, I would say. Very little. Amazing deals. Jenny, thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
20% off, but what a bargain. Last one of those. You're heading home now?
I am indeed.
Safe journey.
Thank you.
It's really good to see you.
It's been lovely. It's been ages. I can't remember the last time I saw you.
Was it my party?
It might have been. It probably was. That was ages ago.
That was September.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Lovely to see you, Jenny.
You too,
Have
darling.
an enjoyable rest of Mother's Day and happy Mother's Day to you.
Thank you very much.
And we've got 1 hour left on Sewing Street and you won't want to miss it because this is a roundup of kits you'll love and we've got some amazing projects in this next hour. So don't go anywhere. It's our final hour.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So that you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level. Push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these 2 separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the 2 seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Hi everybody, welcome back. It's our final hour on Sewing Street and we have got some absolutely fantastic kits that you'll love. Now we're going to start off with a set of instructions. I haven't got them in front of me, but I have got the projects you're going to make. And it is this gorgeous bag. In fact, you get 2 bags. So you get the Bloomsbury bag, which is a brand new design. I've used tapestry to make this, which is absolutely ideal. You could also, that is one of the doors of the house, yep. You could use tapestry, you can use PU, you can use quilt weight cotton. Here's the main bag. This is the Bloomsbury, and it's got these gorgeous pleats through the front, a lovely curved base as well, and a lovely band at the top. Same on both sides. Now here's where it gets really useful, because the top actually opens wider than you think it's going to, because you don't sew all the way to the top. You could if you wanted, and you could put a zip there, but I've stopped short, which means that the bag will open up beautifully, a bit like a sort of knitting bag or a project bag, so you could use it for that. You've got a magnetic snap there to close the bag up. And you also get the Bedford purse as a bonus extra. So you get full-size dressmaking pattern style pieces. You've also got your Bedford bag. You've got some gorgeous pleats there. Gorgeous pleats of fabric there and a band at the top. You've got your zip top as well. So this would make a lovely little clutch bag or a makeup bag or a purse or just something to pop inside. Really, really lovely, lovely designs. I think, anyway, I enjoyed making it. I enjoyed designing it. It works really well. Now that's done in tapestry, but I also made it in PU. Totally, totally different look here, made in PU or faux leather. You've still got those lovely deep pleats in the front. You can see them there. You've got your top band as well, and that's split at the side. I've used a cotton lining. Okay, brilliant. Absolutely gorgeous. This is PU. Now, when you use PU, you will use, ideally, double-sided tape, because you're going to fold the hem in around here, okay, and then sew them together. And that's going to just work together beautifully. Also, with your shoulder strap, you will cut out your fabric, run a line of tape down the center, and then fold the sides in and stick them down and then top stitch. So that's just a little tip for when you're using PU. I didn't write the pattern for PU, but you absolutely can use it just with those slight adaptations. The other thing that you could do, which will do it really, really well, is to use some faux leather sew-on handles. So if I took those handles out of the way, can you imagine some gorgeous, maybe brown faux leather handles sewn on there? That would be so smart. So this is my latest pattern release. It's not in any of my books. It's not in Make 100 Bags either, that comes out later in the year. So if you want to get yourself a brand new duo bag pattern, you can. Carol from Somerset says, hi Stuart, my Bloomsbury pattern and William Morris tapestry fabric arrived yesterday, and I've Janet Clare fabric for the lining. Really excited. Oh, Carol, that sounds like a gorgeous combination. You know I love Janet Clare fabrics too. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's also a really nice kind of low cost bag to make, because 1/2 metre of fabric for the outer, 1/2 for the lining, 1.5 meters of twill tape or webbing for the handles, maybe a little magnetic lock if you want to, you don't have to. There isn't any sort of gubbins inside, no wadding, no H640. You could interface the lining if you wanted to with a medium weight fusible interfacing, but again, not necessary, particularly if you're using something like PU. It has enough body in the bag, there's absolutely nothing, no sort of fusible inside there at all. So that's brand new, Bloomsbury in Bedford. Now, what we're going to do next, Lynn Goldsworthy, yes, this is absolutely delightful. So this is Lynn Goldsworthy. It's called Dresden Daisies. The quilt is stunning. Now, I've got a very limited number of these kits. We won't be able to make any more when it's gone. You're making Dresden blocks, but turning them into daisies. You've got some simple half square triangle piecing, some simple applique. Now, the fabrics that you're going to use, you've got this fabulous linen texture from Macawa. You've got a couple or 3 solids, an orange, a copen blue, and a navy for contrast. And then you've got these absolutely beautiful fabrics from Moda. These really are stunning in a kind of denim and roses colourway. Denim and Daisies it's called. And then you've also got this incredible cheetah cloth. Now, Lynn actually used this fabric to create the binding. So if you use it to create the binding, what you end up with is this look of like a pieced binding. It looks like you've spent absolutely ages piecing up binding. However, I've got to be honest with you, I would use something like a solid or something from my stash to bind it. I would make 2 or 3 cushions out of that to go with the quilt, or you could even do a runner to go over the end of the bed with it. 2nd of February, if you want to see the demo, it was my birthday weekend that this launched. Lovely. Lovely. If you want the pattern on its own, I've got that too. It's a great scrap busting quilt, this. Lynn and I both love our scrap quilting. This is a physical pattern. So you'll get sent this through the post. It's £9.99, and you get full instructions throughout every stage, even how to cut your circles. And you could also use elements. For example, I think this pieced corner with the daisies coming out is very adaptable. I really like this element. I love this centre. You could do a whole quilt, 9 of those or 4 of those to make a quilt. Now that's the physical pattern. If you prefer a digital download, you can do that too. We'll give you the details. There's no P&P on digital downloads, of course. So if you, we can't take it off the graphics where it says £4.95 P&P. There's no P&P. But if you bought something else today, then there is P&P for that. But if you only buy a digital download or several, no P&P to spend. £9.99 again. Right, that is Dresden Daisies. Gorgeous. Right, next up, we're going to do New Mexico Original. I have got 1 quilt kit available for New Mexico Original. I've got the cushion. Now, you get enough fabric to make the cushion and the quilt, okay? So the actual quilt is photographed on here. We've got the quilt floating around somewhere, but you've seen New Mexico. It's probably one of my most, if not the most popular pattern and kit I've ever done. For £64.99, you get all the fabric to make the quilt and the cushion. Here's a better picture of the quilt, all kind of laid out. And all of those fabrics as well. Now, as a stash builder of absolutely gorgeous solids alone, this kit is worth buying, because you get this curated bundle of warm and cool solids that you could use in a variety of projects. So if you don't want to make New Mexico, you don't have to. I'm not offended. Look, these are the fabrics that you get. all of these in 1/2 meters. And then you get 2.5 meters of your cream solid. So 7.5 meters in total, plus your pattern. This is beginner friendly. You're making half square triangles and bordered squares. You're doing a little bit of foundation piecing. You get the full size foundations in the back, but it is the easiest foundation piecing ever. And you do have enough fabric to make a cushion as well. So I recommend you make the cushion first, kind of cut your teeth on that, or even make that in scraps first, then make it in your fabrics, and then dive in. Now you also get a colouring sheet in the pattern. Let me find that, there we go. So you get your full colour layout, but you also get a colouring sheet. So if you wanted to make an all blue version, or a scrappy version, or a Liberty version, then you absolutely can. Last chance on this kit, I've just got one left. Now you can get the pattern on its own if you prefer, physical pattern only. Physical pattern only. If you want to get the pattern, details are on screen now, it's £9.99. Next up, my latest quilt pattern. This launched on my birthday. This is called Sierra Nevada. I wanted to follow up New Mexico, and I wanted it to be equally lovely, which was hard. Yeah, brilliant. We're dropping the price. Yeah, you saved the price of the pattern. You saved the price of the pattern. Here's the quilt. I'm going to kind of throw it over the table just so you can see. So this one is a row by row quilt, okay? And you make one of the very centre row. Now, I've still to do it, but I totally think that that centre row would make the most amazing table runner for the summer or for Christmas if you did it in the right fabrics. You've got really easy piecing strips, squares, rectangles, half square triangles. That's it. The whole quilt, that is it. No paper piecing, no templates, no weird stuff, no Y seams, no funny business, none of that, all right? And you get enough fabric to make the full quilt, and you'll have some leftovers too. Definitely enough to piece some extra blocks to maybe make into some cushions or something like that. Now, because you've got lots of different blocks in this quilt, you've also got huge potential for making other things or other quilts. So if I show you the pattern, so as I mentioned, I would absolutely use this as a table runner, but I would also use this design this way up, probably with these Desert Fortress rows in between, and then I would do another of these and another of these, and then Desert Fortress, and then maybe a little border, and that's a quilt. These would make a fabulous quilt, just all these blocks set together with sashing, absolutely beautiful, on point or not. These would also make a great quilt on their own. Again, you could have the Desert Fortress blocks in between them. You could have simple half square triangles between them. So you can use elements of the quilt as well for future quilts. Now, everything's done in rows, and I also give you tips throughout to make sure that your rows will all fit together, even if they're not necessarily all coming out at exactly the same length. I give you little tips and hacks for how to make everything fit, so that's useful. You get 2 colouring sheets. This is because, all right, here's the kit, here's your fabrics, all right, and your navy and your cream, you really do need to use those in the positions where I've put navy and cream. You could alternate, you could swap them around and put the cream where the navy is and the navy where the cream is. Okay, all my stock's allocated. If you want to check out your basket now, you can kind of take one and make it yours. So these fabrics do need to go where I've put them, but these fabrics, everything else, you've got equal quantities of everything else. So if you wanted some green in the centre and less here, you can do it. If you want to have the blues in the centre, you can do it. So use your colouring sheet, photocopy it, enlarge it, try different combinations, have a play, okay? You can copy the quilt exactly if you want to. Deputy Joan has almost finished making this. Very proud of her. She's on the home run now. I am not sure whether Joan has switched around any of the colours at all, but you see you can place them differently. Even just placing the blocks differently when you sew them together will give it a little bit of a different look. But you've got those planning sheets. You've also got lots of close-up pictures on the back page that again show you how the blocks are put together, the different colours that I've used, and just some things to see, you know, maybe get you in the mood for quilting. Now, I do need to let you know this kit is really over-allocated, really over-allocated. It's also amazing as a stash builder because effectively you are just paying for the fabric. So if I show you the sort of gorgeous range of colours that you've got here, I absolutely love working with solids. They offer so many gorgeous possibilities with things like ombre and shading. They really are fun fabrics to play with. You've got greens, you've got teals, you've got blue. I mean, a really fantastic stash builder as well. Remember, you're only paying for the fabric. Your pattern is actually free in the bundle. It's actually free. You should be paying $84.99. You're getting it today for $74.99. And this is a kit which is incredibly hard for us to reproduce because I've basically cleaned out our supplier of all these colours. And they take a while to get it back in again. So, and I'm not going to substitute any colours. The version you make is the same as my version, okay? And so really, this is your chance at the moment. I am going to do a recoloured version for the autumn, totally recoloured. Okay, so I'm really excited about that. So crack on, make this, and then you'll be ready in the autumn. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, like I say, it's one quilt, but many, many, many possibilities. You can get a physical only version. There's no digital download. You can get a physical only. It's $9.99. Now, if you consider that you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4 different rows which could work independently for quilts, plus your final quilt, that's 5 different quilt patterns, plus of course the opportunity to make runners, cushions, wall hangings. It's like a mini Southwest quilting book. Yeah, well, I don't want to make a gazillion of one block. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Sometimes I'm in the mood for that, but I like to offer more. You could use these as borders for quilts. They could go around a quilt. And the easiest way to do the corners is to do something else in the corners. It could be plain blocks. It could be a half square triangle sewn together. It could be a big quarter square triangle in the corners. You know, mix and match. You don't even have to have borders on 4 sides. You could have a big block and you could have border, 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 just on 2 sides of a block. That would be a really cool way of creating a quilt. So lots and lots of ideas. That's Sierra Nevada. Now, next up, let's go to something totally different. Botanical Trail Quilt from Susie Duncan. Oh, this is pretty. And it's made in Liberty. 18th of January this year is your demo day. So you're getting all of these beautiful Liberty fabrics. This quilt is 53 inches square. Your block size is 9 inch. You've actually got different blocks blocks, like a kind of a windmilly block, a flower block, a couple of different leaf blocks as well. So really fun. Oh, this is pretty, isn't it? These fabrics are gorgeous. And look at the price, £54.99 for Liberty and your pattern. And you've also got 1.5 meters of ivory fabric to go with it. That's very, very good value. Now, I've got teens available. That's all, just teens. And truly, when these are gone, they're gone. These fabrics aren't available now. This kit, yeah, this is done. This is done. So if you want to get hold of these, now it might be that you want that stash of gorgeous Liberty. Gorgeous little collection of Liberty. You're getting 8 fat quarters there. So that's the equivalent of 2 meters of Liberty fabric. You've got 1.5 meters of your solid, and you've got your pattern that's got multiple blocks in it. It's actually called the Botanist's Walk. Lovely. Really lovely. Make sure you check out your baskets, won't you? Don't miss out on this. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, a physical copy of the pattern, we'll give you those details. What about doing a totally different version of this? What about beachy colours? For me, that would be kind of like blues and tans and golden yellows and kind of the colours of the beach. But whatever, you know, you could do nautical, blue, white, red. That would be fun. This has almost got a kind of beach windmill look to it, hasn't it? And you can mix and match the blocks if you prefer, because they all come out, the blocks all come out at the same size. What about keeping the pattern till the autumn and using autumny shades? You could even combine this if you went for the Sierra Nevada kit and mix that up. Do it in solids. Very yummy. Now we've also got a digital download of this. It's beginner friendly, by the way. So if you're a beginner, £9.99, instant download. There's no P&P on this. Right, next up we've got Ombre Butterfly from Delphine Brooks. Now there's a few different colourways of this, 3 different colourways of this, and this uses a beautiful, beautiful ombre fabric. Let's start with this one, which is the sort of light purples. Yeah, but there's 2 purples. And this is the lighter. I'll show you the other one. And then I've got a pink. It might be called lilac or something like that. Oh, you did? Okay, right. So the wall hanging for this, I don't have the sample, but it's a long wall hanging. And basically, if you have a look here, it's butterflies appliqued to the background, like a creamy background. Going up in that ombre, darkest at the bottom, lightest at the top, and largest to smallest butterfly, and then some lovely quilting in the background. If you've recently been practicing to quilt your quilts, maybe using Delphine's masterclasses, this is a great opportunity to practice your quilting. And look at this amazing fabric that you use for your butterflies. How cool is that? It's like ombre colours, and then there's like gold and deeper purple confetti hearts printed selvage to selvage. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And £19.99 for the whole kit. It was demoed, by the way, on the 12th of February this year. So that's the light purple. I've got a deeper, darker purple. Same principle. This is very limited. I've only got 4 of these kits left. Ooh, now that is really stunning, really stunning. If you didn't want to make the ombre butterflies, I mean, just to get these gorgeous fabrics in your stash and that beautiful pattern, you could do a really pretty Liberty Scraps butterflies going up, couldn't you? Love that. Love that. And then I've also got a pink version. This is gorgeous. Let me show you this. Look at that. Again, don't miss out on these fabrics. They are incredible. Absolutely beautiful. I love fabrics that give you loads of value in one piece of fabric. And look, that's your shade range. Absolutely stunning. I must design an ombre fabric range sometime. I've no excuse. I design fabric, so I can do it. I can do it. I will do it. Right, let's do the Kaffe Rainbow Slide. Ooh, oh, brilliant, thank you. Oh, yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. It's a very, very big box. It's a very big quilt, actually. It's just shy of 2 meters across, 198 centimeters, and then almost 2.5 meters deep, so 248 centimeters deep. And when we launched it, we did a massive crash. I'm not imagining we'll be able to, oh, we are doing that, £110 off. Now, look at the split pay. 3 split pays available on this quilt, 0% interest, £89.99. I've literally got one left. I've got one left. You get the free pattern inside. You don't have to buy a book or anything like that, or a pattern for this. There is so much fabric in here. I'm going to open up the box so that you can see. Incredible, incredible bundle of fabric, this. Wow. Oh, there's so much in there. It is busting out. June is busting out all over. That's a song, by the way. Look! Oh, there's so much fabric in here. June is busting out all over. It's a song from, is it Seven Brides for Seven Brothers or something like that? Look, there's so many fabrics in here. It's like the ultimate stash builder of Kaffe, all done for you. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at all the lovely polka dots and, oh, there is absolutely loads of fabric in there. And your split pay is £89.99. If you're a fan of Kaffe fabrics, this is a brilliant, brilliant opportunity to get them home for £89.99. And you get that gorgeous pattern. That pattern, by the way, is not a million miles away from my garden maze pattern, which is like a quarter log cabin. So that's a pattern which we know and love. Great to make again and again. Rainbow Slide. Right, next up, one of my favourite quilt kits that I've done for a long time. Absolutely fell in love with this beauty. It's hanging behind me. It's Tim Holtz, of course. Now, you know I love Tim Holtz, but this year he's doing something really special. He's bringing out a palette range, and every month he's bringing out a different colour. And there are, I think, 10 or 12 prints in each month. This features colours from red, orange, and yellow. So you've got this really warm, rich, delightful combination. Now, I demoed this, it was a couple of weeks ago. Thank you, the 6th of March. And this quilt was surprisingly easy. And I don't say surprisingly manageable. It was actually an easy quilt to make. You strip piece, straight strips of fabric together, and then cross cut at an angle to create these diamonds. So easy, and I show you in the hour how to get them perfectly lined up and perfectly matched. That's an easy job. So you make these diamonds and then you sew simple triangles on either side to create this larger triangle here. Super easy. You sew 3 together, half a hexagon, 3 together, half a hexagon. You leave them like that and you make all of your blocks, but you don't sew the halves together. Then you cut out large equilateral triangles using the template that you get in the box, dead easy. And then basically you sew them together into rows, straight rows. So there are no Y seams, nothing complicated in this quilt at all. And I found it a very, very relaxing and easy make. The fabrics in the box are absolutely gorgeous. There's also split pay available on this, isn't there? So the full price, you make a massive saving, £70 saving, I think. And 63.33 is your split pay. Fabulous. It's a really good opportunity. Should we have a look at the fabric? Let's dive in. You know, the fabrics I fell in love with. So look, you get your template. So this is your big triangle. Sorry, this is your smaller triangle. This is your big triangle. You cut it out on the fold. Freezer paper is good for your template. You get your full instructions, really easy to follow. And then let me show you the fabric. Well done if you've checked out your basket, by the way. It's such a gorgeous quilt. And the fabrics are divine. I did this with our Rebecca Reed. And she also loves Tim Holtz fabric. We were really all over these lovely fabrics. So look, you get the postage stamps. I mean, just the fabrics themselves are so desirable. You get the postage stamps in orange. You get this is fab, isn't it? Look, old photographs, playing cards, little receipts. This one here is an old map of Liverpool. You get this fabulous kind of textural design with a little bit of overprinting. This one again, which is like a texture. Now this fabric, oh my goodness, I just love this. This is your background fabric. So no plains, no solids, no tone on tone. This is all really cool fabric. This is kind of ledgers. Your large setting triangles, like a kind of traditional floral, but multi-layered with almost like little tiny chicken wire, hexagons over the top and slightly distressed looking as well. They always print on the selvage on Tim Holtz fabric that basically the fabric's supposed to look distressed. Don't think it's a mistake. And this, oh, I could buy the whole bolt of this. It's absolutely yummy. So those are your fabrics. You get an absolute wedge, really do. And then your pattern and your templates. It's a brilliant buy, and like I say, such a relaxing and easy make. If you've done a little bit of piecing before, it's not a hard quilt at all. Not at all. So highly recommend that one. I will have to pop that in there because I've still got some more lovely quilt kits to share with you. Lots of you coming in for the Tim Holtz. Don't hang about on that because that's going to sell out. Now, now we launched these just the other day. Delphine did a demo last week. William Morris's birthday, in fact. I'm amazed that there are any of these left, actually. So this is the quilt. I think it's an absolutely stunning design. This is the brand new Kaif and William Morris combined. So there's the blue version, and the blue comes from like a tealy blue, which is used for the flying geese. Now, I think, if I remember rightly, it's actually a shot cotton. I'm just going to check. Yeah, it's a shot cotton, I believe. I'm going to open this up and show you. Yes, look. It's shot, so it's kind of a, can you see like has an iridescence to it? It's amazing. So these are your flying geese and also your binding. So you can see that there. And then look, oh, this is background. There's your background, how stunning. And you get all of these absolutely beautiful Kaffe and William Morris fabrics to do your piecing with. It makes for an absolutely stunning quilt. You make 20 blocks. So they're big blocks, easy to piece, confident beginner will absolutely smash this quilt. But I don't have many. Look at all of those. It is really stunning. It doesn't have a border around the outside, which might be music to your ears if you don't like adding borders. But what I would say is, if you wanted to make this quilt bigger, now it's 180 by 225, so it's quite a large quilt anyway. Certainly a good double size. But if you wanted to make it queen or king, you could just put a border of one of these fabrics around the outside. Just buy some extra fabric. I'd go 1.5 meters of fabric and you could do a border. And we've a few of these fabrics I think still available by the metre or by the half metre. So have a look, we've got some more back in stock. So you could extend the size of that. So that's the blue version. Now I've also got the red. And again, I won't get this one all out. Some different prints in here, but you've then got this kind of deep, almost like a chestnut red for your flying geese and your binding. So I think that you could very easily make both quilts and hang them side by side or have them on 2 beds side by side, twin or double beds side by side. It would look amazing. It's almost like a sort of studying colour, isn't it? Beautiful. Really gorgeous. Again, if you want to watch the full demo, it was William Morris's birthday. It was last week on Monday, the 24th of March. So it's still fresh in our minds. Very lovely. Now, remember, if you check out your basket before we do any price crash, you still get the crashed price. You don't pay the full price. You pay whatever the lowest figure is. Right, let's do Sanderson Ancient Woodlands. Oh, this is really pretty. I've got a red and a blue version. Let's start with red. Let's start with red. So here's the quilt kit. And it features kind of large and small sawtooth stars. Very classic. Really, really like the difference in scale between the two. Should be just under £200, but you're actually paying just under 150, £50 off. Amazing deal. There's a split pay available on this, $49.99, first of 3 split pays. This is quilt weight Sanderson. It's not furnishing fabric, just to be clear on that. It's 135 centimetres by 175, so a good throw size over the back of a large sofa. This would also work really well on a single bed or a double bed done on its side. That would be yummy. I'll show you the fabrics. I love Sanderson fabrics. They're very classic, sort of country house florals, mainly. Really love that style, as you know from my Quilts from the Country book. But that is my own personal style as well at home. You know, they're the kind of fabrics that I go for at home. Those things I'm just instantly drawn to. I never have to think about, do I want to buy this? Just do. Because I think, you know, we spend a lot of our lives spending money on things we have to. We have no choice. You know, the roof over our head, the food in our bellies, our water bill, our electricity bill, all those things, you know. So now, if I see something that I want because it makes my heart sing and it makes me happy, I think, gosh, I've spent such a lot of money on things I didn't want to buy. I'm going to spend a bit on something that I really want. And I've discovered that quite late in life. I think it's because I haven't ever had spare money. Look, I mean, that's delicious. Very me fabrics, these. These are just delightful. If you love Civil War reproduction fabrics, these are going to be right up your street. Very classic, very tasteful. Really, really like this large scale print too. And if you wanted to just get hold of the fabric, I think you're getting a very good deal there for £149.99 for these gorgeous fabrics. This large print is amazing. It's called Arboretum. And it really is all of the leaves, isn't it? Stunning, that. Absolutely stunning. You're making a big saving too. Remember, at midnight tonight, that price will go back up. It'll go back up. I'm going to open the blue version as well, because there's actually different fabrics in there, if we remember rightly. And pop that to one side. And we'll have a look at the blue version. Right, here's the blue. Ooh. Let's have a look. You get your pattern. And let's dive in. Okay. I think some the same, some different. So I'm pleased to see you still got that stripe. Different colour of shot cotton. This is different. Oh, you can really see the tones in there. Gorgeous. That's the same. This one, very different. Yeah, that's lovely. Yeah, that blue makes such a difference. If you look at the finished quilt, it makes a lot of difference. £50 off till midnight or until stocks last. Love those. Love those. Now we've got some Moda Zen Chic. Zen Chic. What's it called, sorry? Oh, yes. Pauline Wheeler's just walked, well, glided into the studio. She's up next on Hobby Maker. She sauntered nonchalantly in. Would you like something amazing? Do it. Go on. It's Mother's Day. Wow. Stop. That's £90 off. You're going to get into so much trouble. I've only got 3 of these kits left. I have got 3. Right, let me show you these stunning fabrics. Well, I think this is fabulous. Absolutely gorgeous. And they're fabulous modern prints. Now, you know, if your relatives, maybe your kids say, oh, I don't want a quilt, Mum, they're all old-fashioned. Sometimes we hear this from people that don't really like quilts. These are really modern fabrics. You've got that fabulous duck egg blue. Look, oh, love. I mean, I love Zen Chic. I've used quite a lot of Zen Chic fabrics in my new book, Make 100 Bags. You will see them when the book comes out because I just think they have a gorgeous modern edge to them. I think these fabrics are fab. Love that. Brilliant. Absolutely gorgeous. Hi, Stuart. I've been watching you for years. You are inspiring. Thank you. That's very kind, Samuel. I've always wanted to try quilting. Would you recommend a kit or try scrap quilting first? Oh, Samuel, honestly, a kit. A kit is such a good way to start. because you've got structure. You've got all the fabric that you need, you've got all your cutting instructions, you know what you're making, you know what you're aiming for. So often when you scrap quilt, there's quite a lot of thinking on the hoof as you go, which is a skill you learn as you go along. A few kits, a few patterns where you know where you're heading first and you'll be away. And also, of course, Samuel, don't forget, you save all your little bits and bobs from any of your quilt kits or your projects, and then you have the scraps. So that scrap quilt is free. That would be my best advice. And thank you for your question and your lovely comment too. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is yummy. Absolutely yummy. It's a nice, easy pattern as well. $89.99 is a phenomenally good price. I think this would also be a really fun quilt to quilt as well. I like the fact that there's some open space here and here. It doesn't mean you have to do something really complicated quilting-wise here. A crosshatch would still look amazing, but you'll really see it in the cream areas. So, you know, I think lovely. I like it a lot. I like it. I'm a very traditional quilter, but when I like a modern quilt, I like a modern quilt. Yeah, love it. Last chance on that. Now, Samuel, this one might work for you as well. This is Seth Apter, thank you, fabrics. You get a bundle. But what's really cool about this is that you get a pack of patterns. And what you get in there are postcards. So you can use this bundle to make this quilt, or this quilt, or this quilt, or this one. So you get a choice of 4. I've literally got one of these left now. It's $59.99. You don't need to add anything else in. It's worth it just for the fabric alone, but the postcards are cute, and you get 4 easy modern quilt patterns. That has now sold out. Well done if you got it. Well done if you got it. Right, last 2 quilt kits really quickly. I've got the zinnia. Here's the zinnia quilt. Absolutely lovely. Is this Riley Blake? Yeah, gorgeous. Price drops, $159.99. It's beautiful colours, absolutely gorgeous fabrics. Got a kind of folk art look to it, hasn't it? It's called Zinnia Seeds. I think that's beautiful. And it's stitch and flip. No templates, easy, lovely, lovely piece of work that. I think that's gorgeous. That's right up my street. That's that one. And then we've also got this called Made and Making. And this is fab. Look, flying geese, different sizes. It's the formation flying geese. And you've got really beautiful solids. Now, you know I love solids. This is stunning. Absolutely gorgeous selection of different colours there. You've got actually 9.5 metres. Oh, I would love to make this quilt. Look at these. You really have got such a pretty rainbow of... Oh, yes, please. For $69.99, get it in the boot of my car. 26th of this week, actually. 26th of this month, March. Oh, that is stunning. I want it just for the fabrics alone. Absolutely beautiful. Right, menu for tomorrow. Menu for tomorrow. Right, it all starts off at 8 a.m. with the Chateau Rose quilt kit with Bella Tapp. At 9 o'clock, it's Annie's Quilting for the Love of Pre-Cuts with Catherine Wright. At 10 o'clock, Kerry Lord is here with Toft. Love those days. At 11 o'clock, it's Catherine Wright again with the Synergy Collection Twisted Motion Quilt. Sounds intriguing. At 12 o'clock, it's a final hour with Kerry Lord from Toft. Saw her at the Stitch Festival in London. Absolutely love her. What an amazing person. Right. gorgeous to spend the morning with you. From my heart to yours, happy Mother's Day. For your mum, if she's here or not here, think about your mum today. I know I'm thinking about mine. Sending you loads of love, everyone. Thanks for sharing the day with me, and I will see you very soon.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Tune in for the launch this Wednesday for Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries